think that worked. We'll see.
Hmm.
Huh.
Sip. You do the Minecraft villager. Huh.
That is very appropriate because one of the movies on the list for
Oh
today.
no. You're right.
Hello,
Oh boy.
everyone out there in YouTube.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now? That's another timely reference. A Sprint mobile ad from late 90s, early 2000s.
Old. We're so
I
old.
see. We are Unk and we are we are
Proud.
Chop. Yes, Unk. I'm Unk and I am proud.
All right. Hey, welcome everyone to the Banquo's 2025 film ranking stream thingy majigger. Here, look at this title I made. Look at us. We're horses. Okay.
Look at all that good work.
Ladies and gentlemen, my PowerPoint presentation. For those who don't know, I've been doing this a couple years, which is kind of crazy to think
Yes.
about. But basically, all I
No.
do, me and my friend Thoth, which we will
Hi.
introduce ourselves in just a moment, we go
Yes.
through chronologically all the movies that I've seen in 2025, all the 2025 movies I've seen in 2025, because I've actually seen, I think, 186 movies in 2025, and if we tried to talk about all of those, we'd be here for a week, and I don't really want to do that. But all the new stuff that came out last year, we're gonna talk about it. So, the
Let's
format of
go.
this is we're gonna take a few minutes on each movie, depending on what we have to say. The ranking, I say again, is in no way, shape, or form objective. This is what I like, and also
Hmm.
taking into consideration just the landscape of movies in 2025. So if I rank something low, you don't have to come after me with pitchforks or anything. That's just my opinions. And I reiterate this every time. The ranking of C is not bad. As we say in education, C's get degrees. That doesn't mean
They.
that a C ranked movie is shit or anything. It just means it's about that's kind of the baseline. If it's above a
Mhm.
C, then it's pretty good. If it's
Yeah.
below C, it's below average.
Yes. Exactly.
And of course, we'll take an intermission halfway through, so we can,
It's like.
we don't have to use the gamer bottles if.
I was gonna say just like the brutalist, and then you broke out the gamer bottles mention. I was gonna go classy, and you went even classier. I
Oh,
love it.
if you're here for class, this is not the stream to do it. But I like to say hello to everyone out there in YouTube. I see
Hello.
I see Jade. I see Jay Monty. I see Fez. Hi, Fez.
Hi,
I
Fez.
see Daniel. I see Queen. You were there at stream last night. How are you doing? How you doing? Uh, yeah. This is gonna be a long one. So if you want to just have us on in the background while you're doing stuff, I think my brother said he's gonna put on the stream and then take a nap, which is perfect. Thank you.
We're
Feel
good.
free
We
to
we
do that.
we we can lull people to sleep with our dulcet
Or
tones.
soothing siren
Benquo,
noises.
Benquo, and Thoth ASMR.
Yes. I definitely
I've
might.
I listen. I've had people say, "Oh, you could do ASMR." I'm like, could I though? I don't know. Mm,
I think you just what is it? Um film expert uh goes on
ASMR.
about Paul Thomas Anderson whispering in your ear while lulling you to sleep or something.
Mm, mm. I could see it. I could see the vision.
All right. Oh, yes, the features. The features. Awards. I will be giving an award for every movie. These are my Banco awards. Each movie has earned one. The presence of horses are documented because
Yes,
we are horses, and so if a movie has a horse, that will be noted. My
exactly.
criteria for a horse is slightly different from others. For me, it has to
Mm,
be a live horse. It has to be
mm-hmm,
shown on screen. It can't be like a
mm.
picture of a
Or
horse.
like
It's
a
got to
medal, like a statue.
right. That doesn't count. It's got to be an actual horse.
Hmm.
So even like last year when the crow had a horse moment, even though the horse died, it was very sad. But technically that was a
Spoilers for
horse.
The Crow 2024.
Yeah, the
No
one with
one's
Bill
no one, no one saw
Skarsgård.
it. No one, nobody saw it.
I saw it. It was okay. And then
Bandits.
each of us are going to give our seals of approval for the movies that we thought stood out above the rest from last year. I have one, and Thoth has one.
Yeah, it's true. We've
So
selected our bests.
yeah, for those, we're going to be talking about the movies, so spoilers. Sorry.
Yeah.
Whoops.
So I see Algernon in chat. I see Dan in chat.
Before
Let's go.
we do that, I thought I had a title slide to introduce us. But anyway, my name's Banquo. You're on my YouTube channel. Hi. For those who don't know, I watch a lot of movies, and I like movies, and I like to talk about them. I've been transitioning to watching more movies these past few years with the help of one of my friends who's gotten me into movies increasingly over the last few years. He's actually here right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's that piece of shit?
One Thoth Penswell, one half Riff Ponies, and also HarmonyCon's social media lead.
Yes. Hi. Yeah, I'm Thoth Penswell. You might know me. I've been on here a few times, the last few that you've graciously invited me on, Ben. Great friend. I treasure my friendship with you, Banquo, so that's why I'm here. But I'm also a film major. I went to college for film, graduated with that. Just reaping in the benefits from that, but no. But I do watch a lot of movies too. In fact, I think I've seen approaching 100 from this past year already, and the only reason I haven't done, we're going to be doing another stream like this, but on Riff Pony. Yeah, I also run Riff Ponies. You can find us on Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch. We actually watch movies every Sunday night over on our Riff Ponies Twitch. We do a program called Riff Ponies Watch Along, which, Ban, you are often on.
Yeah.
We'll actually be doing one tomorrow night at 7. This hasn't been announced yet. This is an exclusive, but we're going to be doing a watch along of the Blade Runner movies. We're doing Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049 tomorrow night. It's going to be a good one. I love those movies. But yeah, there's not many things I know in life, but one thing I do know is movies, and I could talk about them for hours, especially with my friends, and that especially includes you, Ben. So I'm very, very excited. This is my one field of expertise. I cannot wait to talk about everything that we've both seen, but especially what you've seen this past year, because it's always enlightening and always entertaining. So thank you for having me again.
Always a pleasure to talk to you. You are loquacious and well-spoken, so it's good to have someone who knows how to talk.
In theory.
And you know movies, so I'm mostly just kind of in the early stages of dipping my horse toes into this big stream that is film. So I needed a guide, and who better than someone who went to school for it and loves it so much.
I appreciate it, my friend.
Okay. Without further ado, also hello Brick. Hello everyone who just joined. Like I said, this is gonna be a long one, so strap in.
Yep.
Number one, as you can see in the bottom right corner, we're gonna be starting with a early one. I guess technically not a 2025 movie because it came out earlier, but the public release date wasn't until 2025. We're gonna talk about Presence.
Okay. Hey. Okay. Steve Soderbergh.
Yes.
Tell me all about it.
Directed by Steve Soderbergh. There were no horses in Presence, so set your expectations accordingly. So, it was marketed as a horror movie.
Yes.
With like a twist. It's kind of a haunted, like you said, a haunted house movie, but from the perspective of the ghost, which was an interesting premise.
Definitely. It's kind of indicative of a lot of what I don't know if people know about Steve Soderbergh, but he directed all of the Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12. He's done that. He's done Academy Award winning films, Traffic, Aaron Brockovich. He did Contagion, everyone's very suddenly eerily relevant movie of the last 5 years. Um, he did he did the Magic Mike movies. He's always experimenting. He filmed one of the first major release films on an iPhone, Unsane. So he does experimental stuff in between the studio movies, and this was one of those experimental ones. This premiered at Sundance, I think, 2 years ago
Hmm.
at this point. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts because I quite enjoyed it, and I know you had interesting takeaway on it.
It was an interesting something I hadn't seen before. It's your first person of this entity, which you're not really sure who you are and or what their relevance to the story is, because you're in this house with this family basically, and you're
Yes,
seeing all of the happenings going, the day to day struggling marriage and kids going through
right.
angsty teenage phases and sibling rivalry, and when they have the kids have friends over to the house that the parents said can't come over. It's all very voyeuristic and
Yes,
slightly
perfect word
unusual,
for it.
but I hadn't seen anything like this before, so I thought unique on the unique scale. It was quite nice.
Hmm.
I thought I said there was going to be spoilers, but I won't say exactly what they reveal at the end, just because I think
Right.
it is worth a watch. But at the
Yeah.
end, it was kind of odd just how they wrapped everything up. I like what they did with it.
Hmm.
Who the ghost ended up being, but
Yes.
I think the journey to get there was messy and maybe not
Mm.
quite as
I-
straightforward, easy to follow. Everything was
I'm
very
often
ambiguous throughout.
I'm often really forgiving of ambiguity or like kind of a weird sort of narrative if the experience is really interesting. We kind of talked about that recently in Watch Along when we did things like Enter the Void, where it's something that's really like it's about the experience of it. And for me, a horror, not even a horror movie. I don't even know. It's like a family thriller. It's
Yeah.
kind of a horror movie, but it's like a family thriller. I almost compared it to Hereditary in a way, except
Uh,
not as scarring. You like shied away on the mention of it. Um, but in that respect, I found it really admirable how it was a new way to tell this kind of story.
yeah.
And I can forgive a lot of the shakiness of the storytelling when it hits like that. I remember thinking it felt almost like Poltergeist at a certain point. I think there is a bit where they're out on the porch. The family is out on the porch after being chased out by this ghost, and you're seeing it from the ghost's perspective. And the ghost is just watching them on the porch through the window. And I'm like, this feels very like Poltergeist, which we also saw this
Right.
past year. So I recognized the beats it was playing, but it was
Hmm.
also doing something new and different. And I can appreciate a new approach at an old idea. So that's kind of why I really clicked with me. That might end up being in the top quarter
Hmm.
of mine for this year. But I respect that someone who's looking at it from a structural level, it's a little loosey goosey,
I
and I
think
can I
I
can get that.
I think for me another thing that kind of bothered me is they introduced a lot of these plot threads and never followed up on it, because there was all this drama about
Yes,
the father who was like, there's something going on at work, which I was like, oh, I can't wait to find out about that, and then we never find
yeah,
anything out
yes.
about that.
They plant little seeds and they kind of rip you back out. And that's the other thing. The movie is like 80 minutes long,
Yeah, it's pretty
very short
fast.
movie. I don't mind a short sit. That makes it interesting to see what the time that they
Right.
use, what they do use it for. I see Dan in chat mentioned, "Do you find out the ghost is Casey Affleck?" I understand that reference. Shout out a ghost story, a movie kind of like this too. I think that one's better than this, but yeah, I think it's worth the look. It might be on Hulu right now because it was a
On
neon
Hubu.
release. It's literally on Hulu. Literally on Tubu. That'll be our merch
Yeah, I
someday soon.
so I just, if they're gonna introduce these threads in a movie that's this short, I guess it leans into how it kind of atmospheric. You're peering into these people's lives, so you're not gonna get every single thing because you're only with them for about 8 minutes.
Right.
So that makes sense, but also it you also recognize it's a movie, so if they introduce things that sound interesting, you're gonna kind of want to know if it plays
An
into anything.
expectation, right? You have an expectation it'll be paid off. For me, I've seen a lot of more experimental and loose things, so I get down. I can boogie with that when it's more about the atmosphere and they
Yeah,
leave ambiguity and unanswered questions. But it won't suit everybody.
right.
That's kind of what presence is that depending on your expectation, it won't suit everybody. I could see someone going into it and saying it's boring, nothing happens, and I'm like, but that's
Hmm.
the point. That's the point.
I wouldn't say that's not me. So I recognize
Yeah,
that it was
right.
just fascinating that they did something so experimental with it, and I
It's
appreciate that.
new. Yeah, it's different, and I like that. Yeah.
I meant to do something earlier, but all right. So
Yes.
at the end of the day, I think the award I give it is the I can't believe it's not spooky award because it was marketed as a horror movie and it is just not
Yeah.
spooky or scary at all. Which I'm fine with that because I don't like horror necessarily.
Hmm. Yeah, they marketed it as a horror because I guess that was the easiest in was like, oh, it's a ghost movie, it's a haunted house,
Right.
but really
How
there's
are
a
we
lot
going to
more going
explain
on.
this?
Right? How do you market it to Joe College back at sitting in the theater for the new Marvel movie? You know?
Yeah. Al says, to be fair, there is one very scary. Yes, there
Yes.
is.
Yeah.
That
There
is
is.
true.
Yep.
And the camera shakes because of how scary he
Yes.
is.
It's true. It's
There's a
true.
lot of camera shaking.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
the ranking I'll give this a C. So we're starting off. This is kind of where the bar is. It's
Baseline.
baseline. I appreciate that it exists, and I think people should see it. I don't know if I'd
Yeah.
rewatch it necessarily, but I didn't have a bad time. I had
I
a enjoyable time enough with it.
I bought it on 4K. I know I'll own it on physical. So yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Well, I think that's good for presents then.
Mhm.
We'll move right along. There's 59 of these, by the way, in case anyone's counting. So that number in the bottom right corner, you
We
can check
got
to see how
this.
far we're going.
We got this.
Oh, and this one, there's a logo
Oh,
up top you might
I see
see,
Rift Ponies.
and that's to indicate that we've done a watch along of this
We
particular
have.
movie. Companion,
Yes, this was.
directed by Drew
Yeah.
Hancock. There's no
Yep.
horses.
Director Drew Hancock, previous writing credit being Fred 3 Camp Fred,
Unbe-
went on to write and direct it. Did you
Fascinating.
know that? Did you know that?
I think I remember you telling us about that during the watch along and us going, "Wow,
Yes.
what a glow up from that, huh?"
Yeah. Yeah, but go ahead, share your thoughts because we definitely we have watched this. We covered
Hmm.
it on Rift Ponies Watch Along, a very fun one. We doubled
Yeah.
it with Barbarian because they were both directed, written, or produced by Zach Kreger, who also directed Weapons this year. Share your thoughts.
I thought, for those who don't know, Companion is about, and I don't even know if I how much I want to give because the advertising fucking ruined the twist
Yeah,
on this,
the
unfortunately.
trailer did spoil it. Yeah,
But it's about
and
a couple. They go on vacation together with
hmm,
some friends, and you find out. Yeah, I'll just say it. You find out that the woman in this relationship with Jack Quaid, who plays the man in the relationship, you find out that the woman is an AI no, robot, just a robot, straight up.
it's an android. Yeah, full on android. Yeah.
And he bought an android to basically be his girlfriend. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of kind of what does it mean to be human? There's a lot of do you own I know I'm a robot now. Do you own me? I feel things. I think things.
I have memories.
Right. Am I an
God,
individual?
it's kind of fitting what we're watching tomorrow. It's kind of Blade Runnery
I
a
was
little
gonna
bit.
say,
Some
wait
of
a
the
minute. It does kind of
yeah,
sound like
a little bit Blade Runnery, kind of.
yeah.
I mean, these are questions that they've asked since like Philip K. Dick was writing sci-fi novels and sci-fi shorts. So in that respect, I remember my girlfriend remarking that she wasn't too impressed with it just because it hit a lot of tropes.
Right.
For me though, I think the performances and the style and the script makes it charming.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a movie that really works. I remember it was the first movie I saw uh of this year that really clicked, and I was like, oh, I had a good time watching this.
Yes.
But you go ahead and tell about your experience with it.
You were. I agree with you on that front. I thought I am learning that Jack Quaid is becoming one of the actors that if I see him in a movie, I'm like, oh, I might go see it because of how good he is. He's a wonderful fucking piece of shit in this movie. It's beautiful. It's
Yes,
awesome. Sophie
he plays
Thatcher
against
did a
type.
great job, and all the side characters were kind of fun. Their dynamic on what the movie turns into, which I won't go into
Yeah.
detail about that, but
Yes. Yeah.
the writing, the charm, and the way that it's made, I found myself having a great time with Companion, and
Mm.
it's made cinematically kind of in a way where anything could happen and in the movie, and you're not quite sure what's going to happen next.
Yes. Yeah, it is one of those where I, like you said, it's constantly the rules that it's playing by. It always follows them, but it's always entertaining.
Right.
I even love, this isn't spoiling anything, but there's a whole establishment of the fact that she has different language settings, and even that plays into a bit later on that's both story related, and they also get great gags out of it because it's a funny movie too. It was marketed as a horror movie, but it's like 3 4 different genres in
Yeah.
one. It's just one of those where I feel everything watching it, and it's really it's a dynamic watch,
Like
and I enjoy that.
you could make the argument that it could be a rom-com.
There were people that was being marketed as that in some respects. Yeah. So yeah, I for I don't know if the term is pedestrian, but for how it does everything, it's an entertaining movie, and I would happily rewatch it. I've seen it
Hmm.
twice. I would happily rewatch it. A very, very fun time.
Yeah, I agree. So, the Banquo Award for Companion is the Detroit Become Human Award,
Yes.
because that was the first thing I thought of as soon as basically I got out of the movie. I'm like, huh. Yeah, they went full that entire game. I've not played the game, but I'm aware of the themes that it tackles. You get the reference, Zen? Yeah, he's got it.
Welcome, Zen.
Hi Zen, how you
Yeah.
doing? Um, and so for ranking, I give this an A minus. I had a good time with it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was and very cathartic ending too. I like it when a
Yes.
movie ends well.
Yes.
Call me
I'm
a sucker for just happy endings, quote unquote.
you're like Brian Cox in adaptation. Wow, him in the end, you know.
Yeah.
And it's yeah, I think it's that. I think it's a charming movie. It's well made. The performances really send it, I
Mm-hmm.
think. The performances especially make it tie it together. If the performances aren't as committed as it is, then it doesn't work nearly as well.
Right.
And it does.
There's a handful of really fun moments where you're seeing what the movie is about to do, and you're going, oh my god, oh my god.
Right. Exactly.
So to me, that's a hallmark of a good movie. So
Mm.
go watch Companion or watch the Riff Ponies watch along VOD of Companion
Yes. We
while
had a
you
good
watch
time with that one. Yes.
Companion.
Watch it as your companion while watching
Oh
Companion.
my god, he said the
See?
thing.
I did it. I did it, everybody.
Yay! We're so good at this. This streaming thing, this entertaining thing. God, I love it here. Okay, moving on from Companion, we're going to talk about one that we haven't really talked or discussed before, and that is the movie Love Hurts, Ki Hui Kwan.
Oh,
Um,
love hurts. This'll hurt.
directed by Jonathan Eusebio. I'm not super familiar with their work.
I
This,
want to say he was a stunt coordinator on some of the John Wick movies.
hmm
I think, if I remember right. I think.
Yeah,
But continue.
I this might be the first thing I've seen from him. So going through here, were there any horses? No, so automatically
No.
it's a shit movie. But the premise of this movie is that Ke Huy Quan plays a real estate agent named Marvin, who at one point in his life was in crime and like a strong arm man, strong. What do they call it? The muscle for some organized crime that his brother runs. And at one point, he
Yeah.
wanted out, and so he left the biz. Someone from his past helped him leave the biz, and now he's mild mannered Marvin, a real estate broker, and his past comes back to haunt him slash hurt him.
Mm,
His organized criminal past rears its ugly head and interferes with his life again.
right.
And it's an action movie. I think Key does after he wasn't in acting for a while. He's since returned,
Hmm.
winning his Oscar in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Great movie. Now
Which
he's
is
in a lot of
incredible,
stuff.
and yeah.
He
Yes.
was
Yeah.
a stunt coordinator for a long time.
Yes. Yeah. He worked on the original X-Men, I
Mhm.
believe, amongst other things. Yeah.
So he does a lot of action in this. He does a lot of fight. Some ranging on the kind of absurd, almost slapsticky, kind of like Jackie Chan. In some of
Yeah.
the set pieces.
It's definitely what it wants to be. Yeah. I would
Um,
agree.
it's Ke Huy Quan. It's Ariana DeBose playing the I guess the female lead in this.
Yes.
Sean
Playing
Astin.
female lead.
Sean
Yeah.
Astin is in this from Lord of the Rings fame
And the Goonies.
in the Goonies.
It's kind of sold as a Goonies reunion a little bit.
Uh, and was it Marshawn Lynch? Isn't he a football player? He was in this.
He was a football player. He's trying to become an actor now. He's got some comedic chops. Not in this. We'll talk about all of it in a moment. But he was in a movie Bottoms, which he was really good in, and I
Oh
think
right,
that's why he's
yeah,
trying to be a comedic actor now, and he's not terrible at it. It just depends on the direction, I think.
right.
I don't really recall him much from this movie. I remember him more from Bottoms.
So for
Um,
me, I liked it enough. I thought,
mhm.
I love Key. I watch anything Key is in at this point, just because of what he means to me as a person and growing up with the Temple of Doom and the Goonies and
Yeah,
whatnot.
of
So
course.
I wanted to like it a lot, but I think it just it doesn't quite succeed at everything it wants to be, unfortunately. Um,
Yeah.
it's a little sloppy. It's a little the plot is a little rough around the edges. Some of the
This
dialogue's kind of dumb.
yeah, this one was about the closest I've come to just walking out of a theater
Oh
this year,
man.
I have to say. Yeah. I mean, I wanted it to be good, but I heard the reviews coming out early and I was like, "Oh boy, what am I walking into?" And I was just bored. That's the thing, is it's not like dynamic. It's not really that funny.
Mm,
The action sequences are well choreographed,
right.
but there's
That's
not really enough of them.
that's
It
about the
like you
strongest
said,
thing in the movie is the action.
yeah. And Ke Huy Quan is always entertaining, but they don't give him much to say, much entertaining things to say or do. I think they just needed a better script, a complete overhaul, and that's just not what you were going to get with what the material and the talent you
Mm.
had. It's a shame because I really like Ke Huy Quan, but it was just, yeah, it was a really dire. It was only an 80 something minute long movie, and at a certain point I never leave a movie early. I left a movie early once in my entire life, and it was because my girlfriend was having a medical emergency, so that takes
Extenuating
precedence, and we left.
circumstances.
Right. But I try to never leave a movie early, even if I hate it, because I'm like, no, I want the entire experience. I'm taking it in as a whole. There were numerous times where I was just like, I have other things I could be doing. And it was just shame. It was a shame. It was a waste. It was a waste of a lot of really talented people and a lot of time, unfortunately.
So I
Like you said.
remember a couple of comedic bits which I did laugh at. I think it
Uh-huh.
was I think the for those who've seen when the other real estate agent comes in, I think that had me dying. It's so dumb. It comes into the action sequence, and some of the some of the side characters are kind of quirky and fun.
Mm,
So I didn't dog on it quite as much, but I think maybe it was because I had some blinders on because I just love
mm.
Key. So
Of course, same here. I think I get cut a lot of slack for
yeah.
that reason. But yeah, you would probably have to pay me to sit down and watch all of it again. It was just that's the thing. There's the one thing, nothing worse for a movie. A movie can be good, or great. It can be even be bad. The worst thing a movie could be is boring, and
Right.
unfortunately, that's kind of how I felt about it. I hope
Hmm.
everyone involved with it goes on to better things, though.
Yeah,
I hope so.
it's not like Key's not getting work because he's in a lot of stuff now. So good. He can make a couple of
Yeah,
duds. It's okay.
right. Yeah. He's got the Disney movies and shows now. He's on Loki. He's in Zootopia
Hmm.
too. He's good.
He's good. So we love him.
Yes.
So I think let's see. The Banquo Award for Love Hurts is Boba Straws Don't Work Like That. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. That for me,
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck was that, man? That was
That
dumb.
that that worked. That was kind of amusing. I remember finding that amusing. Yeah.
Which is
But they did
interesting
not work
because
like
I was just sitting there in complete disbelief that they actually did that. But okay.
that.
So for the ranking, I give this a C plus. I can't give it any higher than
Hmm.
a C just because
Right.
I recognize that it's not that well crafted of a movie. So
Hmm.
unfortunately for Jonathan Eusebio, this one didn't land. But
Hmm.
I'll check out some other stuff you make it. Hopefully.
Yeah.
So that is Love Hurts, and it does hurt to put it pretty low, but it's okay.
Ouch. Ouch. You're not in chat going, do not make me curious enough to watch this, please. Hey, Ban liked it. I give it credit. Ban enjoyed his time with it, so we're worth a look. I
It
think
was
any movie's worth a
Yeah,
look.
it was a satisfying enough okay movie. There's
Hmm.
definitely a profit, a margin of money that I would not pay for it, but I got A list, so let's go.
There you go.
Okay,
A-list baby.
what's next?
Yeah.
Okay. Captain America: Brave New World.
Wasn't this a running gag for a while this year?
Yeah, this
That
still is a running gag in Rick Ponies and between you and me.
true.
So Julius Ona directed this one, excuse me, and
Hmm.
there were no horses in it. God dang
Bullshit.
it! Where to start with this thing? God,
I was gonna say this is the first one that I have not seen yet, but you have seen, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
so what it was, and if I'm remembering right, because I've watched a lot to block this out. It
You
was
had
it was like two different movies smashed together. They tried to do something Winter Soldiery at the beginning,
yeah.
which was kind of cool because I like the Winter Soldier. That one was a
Uh-huh.
really good
Yeah.
one. Um,
Right.
so they were going at it with like the espionage angle, with kind of a hidden organization, and there's like a mystery to solve.
Uh-huh.
And then the second half just like takes a massive shit on everything they were building up on at the beginning, and the tragedy is they bulldozed so many of these wonderful performers in this piece of shit movie.
Yeah, there's really talented people in this.
My God,
Is
it's
the
got Anthony
shame.
Mackie, it's got Harrison Ford, it's got freaking Giancarlo Esposito. Tim Blake Nelson was the
That one
leader,
is the
and
saddest.
that was
Yeah.
the worst. They completely.
That made me really sad to hear because I know they were bringing him back after he was in the Incredible Hulk from
Right.
like 2008. Because for some reason they decided this needed to be an Incredible Hulk legacy sequel
That
in a Captain America
it
movie.
really if they had just picked the ideas they were trying to go with in the first half of the movie, that would have been an interesting enough movie to pass it off as something that
Hmm.
I actually say I liked.
The problem, so this is what I heard. I haven't seen it, but this is what I've heard was the issue that this thing had a like a long long production history because they filmed it, they test screened it like a year ago, well,
Yeah.
even longer than that, 2 years ago now. Um, and it wasn't testing well because supposedly what Disney executives that were interviewed anonymously when this came out and wasn't received well, supposedly the concern was that they didn't want they didn't want to make a political Marvel movie, but they signed on to do it when they wrote the movie that way. The movie was designed to be making points. And then once you hit 2025, it's like, oh, do we want to step on toes now? So every time it just tested worse and worse, and they kept reshooting it and reshooting it and re-editing it. And finally, it reached a point where it was just a movie that had no vision and
Yeah.
had 5 different things crammed into each other. And once you do that and you try to satisfy everybody, you
satisfy no
satisfy
one.
nobody.
I'm
Precisely.
gonna read the synopsis that I wrote in my Drive document here because I honestly couldn't remember what the fuck even happened in this movie. So here it is. A mysterious puppet master plots the assassination attempt of President Thaddeus Ross, who's played by Harrison Ford, and sends America and Japan on a collision course over adamantium rights from the sunken Celestial, prompting Captain America and Falcon to investigate and intervene. Oh, yeah, because this was after Eternals in the MCU.
Eternals, yeah. Because everyone kept
Canon.
making fun of them because they refused to address the big giant kaiju stuck in the Pacific Ocean.
Right. Yeah. That's there.
To be clear, Ban has been keeping track more of the MCU than I. I only just pop in every now and then. I was kind of done after Endgame personally, or like Guardians 3. I like Guardians Volume 3 a lot, but I just pop in and out. There's some of them that I will talk about later that I have seen, but this one was a hard pass for me and was even harder when I heard Ban and everyone's takes on it, that it was kind of a big old mess.
Like I wanted to have fun with this. I wanted Giancarlo Esposito's character to be like this bad guy that they were making him out to be, and then he just wasn't really in the movie at all. And then all of a sudden, it's Tim Blake Nelson's character, the leader, whose special power is I know probabilities. And we're like, that's so fucking dumb. It was the lamest thing. Then like the big climax twist is, I don't even remember what he did. He like lured them to a facility because he knew you were going to come and be there.
Oh boy.
After we got out of the movie, I saw this with my brother and my sister-in-law. We just kept roasting this movie because of how utterly directionless it was.
And now with them, I mean, is it a spoiler to mention this because the trailers are public at this point? I'll just say it. Now with that Avengers Doomsday coming out, they're just bringing Chris Evans back as Captain America. So I guess they just gave up on this whole thing of having Anthony Mackie be Captain America, which is a shame. They didn't even try. They gave him one movie, and it was like 5 different movies in that one movie. And now they're already like, give it up. Bring back the other guy. Like, what a shame.
Wait, Peachy, is that my sister-in-law? She made an account just to comment here to poop on it some more. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
It was so we were sitting in the car just fuming about how utterly we wanted to like it, and it just wasn't good. It was so bad. So at the risk of talking more about and then big CGI fight at the end, which just didn't even look all that good, but that's Marvel at this point.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do? At the risk of talking more about the thing about it is I don't even want to give it an F because there were some points that the first half of it was gearing up to be a pretty good movie.
Okay.
So it was just a disappointment. But, the first half of it, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm having fun. I can't wait to see how this pays off. Makes me mad. So the award that it gets from me is the trailers ruin every plot twist because if they just kept the goddamn Red Hulk thing a secret, that would have been kind of cool for us to be like, oh, shit, he becomes the Red Hulk. But no, they lead with it, and so the whole second half of the movie is completely and utterly ruined. Oh, my God.
Peachy would give it an F.
Peachy would give it an F.
Algernon needed an answer on
Yeah, yeah.
that.
I was a little
Rough.
more so I was a little more lenient on it than my brother and
Hmm.
sister-in-law. So if they want to give it an F, I'm putting this in a D. I would not
Okay.
watch it again. I think there were some pretty interesting ideas. I wish they would have gone with it,
Right.
played it out. I like the trailer. The trailer of it for this thing was one of the most badass trailers I've seen in 2025. Also because they played it in front of fucking everything. But
Yeah, true. Yep. I do
I
remember
wanted to
that.
like the movie that the trailer gave us more than what it actually was. So, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Like Davi Kaful said, it's not. It's pretty bad, but it's not like the worst thing I've ever seen. So,
Hmm. Yeah.
for reference, last year I put in F tier Madam Web and Craven the
Yeah.
Hunter.
Yeah, those
So
are broken movies. Those are not those are worse than this. This
right.
at least can look and function like a movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm sure if you had different sensibilities, you might come out of this and think it was all right, pretty
I'm sure
good.
there's people who like it.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sure.
So, we're done with this one. Next. Whew. All right. Let's see if there's a good movie next.
Let's see if there's a good
Cleaner.
movie.
So,
Yeah, you saw
I
this.
saw this, and
Yeah.
I know Al likes this one, if I remember correctly.
This was directed by a guy, Martin Campbell. Yeah, he directed a bunch of the really well-regarded James Bond movies. He did GoldenEye. He
Mm-hmm.
did Casino Royale with Daniel Craig. So yeah, good pedigree director-wise.
Not bad. There were no horses in it,
Damn
so
it.
let's see. The plot of
Yeah, tell
this
me about it.
is there is a window cleaner who works for a big corporation, big
Hmm.
skyscraper. They own the building. The rich people, whatever. She works as a window cleaner. It was a big energy corporation. That's what it is. And then the building is taken over by eco terrorists, so very diehard. And she
Okay.
has to her brother, who she brought to work with her on this particular day, is caught up in it, and he's got I think he's the movie says he's got autism. I think is what they did with that.
Huh.
She's trying to basically rescue him and get them all out, and not die from the eco terrorists. Also, maybe
Interesting.
save the no. They don't want to save the big corporation because the big corporation treats them like shit. But they just want to get out. They just want to leave. And the
Right.
thing about this window cleaner is she was a former soldier, so she's got some skills lying
Boy,
dormant that she can use.
that really is kind of Die Hard,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and I
They
didn't
got a
even
person
realize it.
inside.
I didn't even
Right, you
realize it
hadn't
because I
seen
hadn't
Die Hard
seen
yet.
Die Hard up until a couple weeks ago. So
Yeah, that's right. See? You're learning about movies more and more.
yeah, I thought Daisy Ridley was all pretty good, or she was all right
Hmm.
in this. I think I I'm not quite sure what my issues with it were. It wasn't a bad movie. It just
Uh-huh.
I remember a
It
distinct
seemed a little.
scene
Hmm.
in it where I'm just sitting there going, when's the thing going to happen? Because they're sitting on this scene for about 10 minutes, and I'm going, are we going to get to the next part that they're playing into? I don't know. But
It seemed generic, for lack of a better word, when I saw trailers for it.
mhm.
So I don't know if that fits the bill, but I mean, good directorial pedigree. Like I said, guy who made
Yeah.
GoldenEye, can't go Casino Royale, can't go too wrong. Was it on the lower end of action budget wise? Because I didn't recognize what studio made it. I thought it was like a foreign
Yeah,
movie.
I don't remember. So I guess what I can give it is that it's not overblown. It's kind of a nice, neat little story, and they don't try
Huh.
to. They know what it's trying to be. It's an action movie, and it doesn't stray too far. It delivers on this nice kind of entertaining little action romp. if you will. And there's some
Hmm.
fun scenes, some fun action scenes where both Daisy and Daisy's character and her brother are kind of going up against these bad guys. It can get a little Home Alone in the some
Okay.
of the slapstick, but
Interesting.
yeah.
Also, Ban, I need you to know your entire family tree is joining the chat to shit on Captain
Yeah,
America
my
Brave New
brothers. Yeah,
World.
we
It's
were.
pretty great.
I think we sat in the car for like an hour. We passed it, by the way. We just finished talking shit about Brave
We
New
did.
World, but we were in the car for
Yeah.
like an hour afterwards, just completely befuddled about how they made this thing. Anyway,
Jeez.
but this is a better movie. This is a better movie.
Uh-huh.
Um, yeah, I think it's kind of generic because nothing super big stands out to me, but it's
Mm.
not bad. I
Here's the thing. We used to get things like this every week in theaters in the 80s and 90s. We need solid mid-budget action
yeah.
movies that are just okay. We don't get those anymore. Things are either the greatest thing ever, the biggest thing ever, and the greatest thing ever, or the most expensive thing ever and worst thing ever. We need
Mhm.
more of the middle ground.
Yeah.
So if anything, we need more cleaners, I would say.
We need more cleaners. Clive Owen was the bad guy in this, by the way, and
Oh, hell yeah.
he was.
I do like Clive Owen.
I'm trying to remember. Was he Al? Was he being super extra in this? It was very entertaining, if I'm remembering right. And I'm trying to remember if he put on a funny accent in this movie or not.
Oh, I do love a funny Clive. I love a Clive Owen accent.
Because now
Pretty.
I'm starting to get it mixed up with other Die Hard and like Skyscraper and
Mm.
other movies that kind of take place in a tall building and
If
yeah.
if you ever want to see two great performances by Clive Owen, one that's genuinely incredible and one that's really extra Clive Owen, Children of Men, he's fantastic and fantastic movie too. And Shoot 'em Up.
Mhm.
He's basically playing Bugs Bunny in Shoot 'em Up. Bugs Bunny mixed with John Wick. And it's great. Sublime movie.
Oh, Al. I remember now. It was I won't say exactly what happens, but there's on this team of eco terrorists, Clive Owen is the point. He's the leader, and he's kind of a more level-headed, more seasoned um organizer of the group. And then you've got this hot-headed kind of young radical who's trying to make a name for himself and kind of looking for a way to usurp the head of this organization from Clive Owen. So that's
Right.
that young guy with the short hair you see in the movie poster.
Okay.
So there's that kind of dynamic, and this entire time, Daisy Ridley is she's just trying to get out. She's just a window cleaner. She's trying to leave, man. So
Ray
yeah,
Skywalker.
I would encourage people to see it. It's like Al said, it's a great Sunday afternoon on FX. You're chilling on the couch. and
Dadcore.
Put this on. Dadcore, yeah.
Dadcore, baby.
So the award. So I didn't mention it earlier, but the scene that stands up in my mind is what I gave an award to. The award is 10 minutes trying to break a window. I think it was literally 10 or 15 minutes of the movie, and I'm going, is she going to break this
Really?
fucking window and get inside or not? Because she's just going at... And I know it's hard to break a window. I'm not saying that it's easy to just do that, but also... I'm ready for the movie to get to the next part, please.
You would hate a movie I watched recently, The Mastermind with Josh O'Connor.
Mm.
He fucks around with a ladder in a barn and lifts things up a ladder for 10 uninterrupted minutes. It's great.
I think
It's
that
so
was
great.
that was what I had issue with Uncut Gems too. Is that fucking door they kept messing with for a solid 5 minutes. Oh god, that was the worst. But yeah, we watched Uncut Gems. That was my third
Good on you,
my
man.
third
And-
Safdie movie in 24 hours.
My lord.
So for
Good
cleaner,
on you.
I give it a C. I thought
Okay.
it was
C for
decent enough.
Cleaner.
It's on the level of Presence. Nothing groundbreaking, but it wasn't bad. So let's do that.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
What do we have next on the list? Mickey 17,
Hey.
directed by
Alright.
Bong Joon-ho. There were no
Um,
horses because this takes place in space.
there can be
So,
space horses, but yes, no horses in this one. Yeah, so we're back to ones that we have both seen.
yes.
You go first because I think you had higher praise for Mickey 17. I liked it, but what were your thoughts?
And now I'm thinking maybe it was because I'm coming off of seeing Love Hurts, Captain America, Brave New World, and then Cleaner. I was like, I want to like something again, and I thought it was good.
Hmm.
It's the performances are great. I love Robert Pattinson.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
a society that is taken to space, an expedition to space. I it's a landing colony, right? And then in order to explore these colonies, people who have nowhere else to go volunteer to go on this spaceship, and they can be cloned. In order to, they send out these clones into the worlds they explore, and if they die, then they die, and it's of no consequence because they just get recloned. They're
Right.
explorers, and
Yes.
on this ship is a society run by very overt caricatures of some people who might be in
Hmm.
power. Uh,
Yes.
how small-minded and egotistical and utterly disconnected from the working class and people who are not on their. They think they are gifts from God chosen to lead these people into space and find a new home or whatever it was they were doing. Played very funnily
Big.
by Mark
Big.
Ruffalo and Toni Collette. They were great
Yes.
because they were
Yes.
just hamming it up. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that's a constant with Bong Joon-ho because I've seen a lot of his work. He's a South Korean director and he has done a lot of South Korean film, but he's also done some American produced films with Netflix
Hmm.
and Warner Brothers, amongst others. And typically, whenever he does an American film, he lets his performers go really big,
Yeah.
which it can go one way or the other. That happens in Okja, if you ever saw that. That was his
Hmm.
Netflix movie. And that one, Jake Gyllenhaal is playing a very big performance in that. So I think he just likes that. I think he likes really cartoony caricatures
Hmm.
because a lot of his movies do have something to say socially, social commentary wise. And for me, in this case, I did enjoy Mickey 17. I think the main thing is it becomes a little messy at certain points.
Hmm.
It kind the pacing was really weird. I don't know
Hmm.
if it needed to be 2.5 hours long. Um, but there are certain moments that work really well. I love Robert Pattinson in it. I love Robert Pattinson in just about anything.
Hmm.
Um, Dude goes for it. I mean,
Yeah.
we just recently watched Good Time, which was arguably his big breakout after Twilight, the Twilight movies.
Hmm.
Now he's Batman. He even does great voice roles. Go watch The Boy and the Heron,
Yeah.
English dub, because he plays the Heron in that, and he's just in goblin mode doing the
he's
voice in that.
he's great. I was like,
He
oh my
went
god,
for
that's
it.
Robert Pattinson. That's so cool.
Yeah. So yeah, he's definitely the one that makes it all work, is him being in that central role. It kind of felt, and I think Algernon compared it, it kind of felt like a Paul Verhoeven movie. I know you probably don't know who that. He directed like RoboCop, Total
Mm.
Recall, Starship Troopers.
Okay.
So sci-fi films that have a lot of social commentary within them, which also happens to be, he was a Dutch director. Bong Joon-ho is a Korean director. So they come at commentary on the current moment, for lack of a better term, uh, in different, very bombastic, kind of
Right.
satirical ways. And I appreciated it on that level. I also like how the ending feels kind of like the ending of a Ghibli movie, a little
Yeah.
bit. Something about it felt like Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind, if anybody's ever seen that. Um, yeah, and it has an environmental angle, which is
Hmm.
great. I'm always down with that. That seems to be a thing that Bong Joon-ho really cares about between this and Snowpiercer, which we also watched,
Yes, yes.
and Okja also. So all of his hallmarks are here. I think it could have been tightened up a little bit, but I generally enjoyed myself with it. I thought it was an entertaining time.
Right, and it's whimsical. They take you out of the world. It's nothing you've really there's the people on the ship, but it's not anything that can ground you in day to day life. So it was a nice escape, even though some of the things were kind of messed up. But there's that element of sci-fi where it's just, oh, I want to see something that I've never seen before. So that was cool.
Yeah,
And
yeah, he has
Robert
it.
Pattinson does a funny accent in it.
He does. He does. He always does. Yeah, he's always engaging to watch. I never get tired of watching him play a character.
Hmm. So all of that said, Mickey 17 is definitely worth a watch, and
Mm,
oh, I mean, not even talking about how he plays two clones of himself are somehow completely distinct characters, despite being, like we said, clones of the same guy.
right. Shout out to that one moment that's really like
Really,
Challengers
challenges
2024.
coded.
It was me and my girlfriend were looking at each other in the theater. We were like, Challengers?
Yeah.
we were like, it wasn't even a stretch. It was just like ripped from that movie.
like
It
what?
couldn't be close.
Like what would you do if the partner you're in a relationship with, all of a sudden there were two of them?
What if they
Anyway,
had two of you? Yeah, exactly.
the award that I give Mickey 17 is the best creepers of 2025, and that it will
Pretty
become
good.
relevant because there's another bunch of creepers in
I just
2025.
realized.
I thought these were
God.
better.
I just realized what you mean.
Yeah. So for me, it gets an A. I like this one.
Nice.
And for someone asking earlier, we haven't had any horses yet.
We have not. No.
So far, shit start to 2025. But maybe something will change on the next movie.
Mm.
Go
Also,
see Mickey.
Peachy. Oh,
Oh,
yes, go ahead. I was going to answer Peachy in there. Yes, Bong Joon-ho did direct Snowpiercer.
mm-hmm.
Snowpiercer, Okja did Parasite, of course.
Oh,
One. I
Parasite.
think it's I think it's so funny that he followed up Parasite with this. That's just so fascinating because they couldn't be more different movies, like tonally.
Because
like
what'd you say? He's kind of alternating. He's like doing one American produced and then one back to South Korean.
yeah,
Kind of alternating.
his tone definitely changes because then if you watch you watch Parasite or you watch any of his South Korean work, it's very different compared to his American output. I think he kind of just lets loose when in the American
Mm-hmm.
when he gets a big budget and does whatever he wants. Then if you want to watch something where he makes a really compelling drama, that's Parasite, baby.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best movies the last few years, period.
Loved it. Scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Go see Mickey 17. Go support Bong Joon
Yeah.
Ho. Let's
Hmm.
see what the next one on the docket is. In the Lost Lands.
Okay.
I went and saw this
Paul
one.
W.S. Anderson.
Paul W.S. Anderson.
Yes.
There were horses in this
Hey,
one.
there
We
it is.
finally got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got a horse
We
movie,
did
so
it.
it's gonna be good. So in this movie,
Yes.
have you seen this one? Or
I have not, but Algernon speaks very highly of it and has
yeah,
recommended it to me many times. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts about
it's
it.
it's kind of a post-apocalyptic fantasy setting. There's
Uh-huh.
uh, Dave Bautista plays a hunter, I think. Is yeah, a hunter named
Algernon's yelling
Boyce
at me.
who is sent to. He just takes on contracts to go do odd jobs because
Mm.
it's a society which is ruled. It's a theocratic one. So there's this big church figurehead at the center of the society, and all of those undertones that come with that. And so he's sent to. I'm trying to remember. yeah, the overlords in charge of the society, and the queen seeks the power of a shapeshifter. And
Okay.
so there's a witch that she talks to, played by Mila Jovovich, who
Yes.
says, "I know where you can find this witch. Or, I know where you can find the shapeshifter. I can help with this task." And in order for her to get to where she's going, she hires this hunter, Dave Bautista, to get her there safely. And they are pursued by zealots of the church, who don't want the queen to get the power of a shapeshifter because they want power instead. So
Right.
it's very very fantasy, very kind of high, almost what is it, post medieval? Because there's guns, but there's magic, there's cults, there's witches and monsters, and they go,
Deep mythology
yeah, they
from the
go
sounds of
into
it.
the
Yeah.
lost lands to find this shapeshifter, so they can get this power for the overlord's queen.
Hmm. And I know Algernon mentioned that Paul W.S. Anderson's goal in it was it was filmed on green screens, but his goal was to make it look as like little green screen as possible
Yeah,
visually. I'm curious how that panned out in that regard.
it looked pretty good. I think that what helped it is they went with sort of a hyper realism sort of
Okay.
aesthetic. So everything in the world looks a little stylized, so you don't
Hmm.
notice how these settings, don't actually exist.
Yeah, you can make budget into an aesthetic, and you can give a movie a look.
Hmm.
You can make a lower budget, you can make that work. I've seen movies that were made on a budget of $10,000, and if you can make your look its own style,
Hmm.
then it works for you. I'm curious what your total weigh in on it was, because I know Algernon likes it a lot.
Yeah,
What
it's a
say you?
fun adventure story. It's not too complicated.
Hmm.
Dave Batista just kind of plays himself. He's this loner, and he's good with guns, of course. And Mila Jovovich plays kind of the role she plays in movies. She's this freaky witch lady who has powers and can kick people's ass.
Okay.
It's nothing necessarily novel in the characters, but they fit into these nice archetypes that you're used to seeing them in, and they just go on
Right.
a journey. It's fun.
Right.
They get to know each other. They it's a quest. It's just a going on a quest to get a thing, and
Right.
so it's fun. Fantastical. There's great action. Looks good. Feels good. It's a nice adventure. And Al said earlier it's based on a George R. R. Martin story, which makes sense. It feels very
Huh.
almost Skyrim, Lord of the Rings. It's an adventure and there's the protagonist going off to go get something. It's fun like that.
Right. Yeah, I'm definitely at least curious about it, the way he has
Yeah.
talked it up and the way you've spoken positively of it.
Yeah,
So,
it was a good time. I enjoyed
hmm,
my stay with it. So the award that I give it is also kind of indicative of what happens in the plot. The award is Lady Boner for Dave Batista starts the French Revolution, because that's kind of what happens in the movie.
I'm curious. I'm curious. I am curious on what a lady boner is defined as. But okay,
I think.
okay.
What do you think, Al? Do you think that's a good summary of what happens in the movie?
I was gonna say he's the expert.
Yeah.
He's the expert on the movie. He's the one who won't stop talking about it to me.
So I give In the Lost Land. Al said yes.
He said
That's
yes.
exactly what it's exactly what happens. As
Oh
crazy as
boy.
that sounds. So the rating I give In the Lost Lands, I give it a solid B.
Okay.
Is a fun, good fun.
Nice.
I liked, it's definitely not in C tier. I liked it more than that. It's Another one that I feel like my dad would watch on a Sunday afternoon since it was on,
Hmm.
and he's kind of like in monsters and mythology and uh,
Right.
stoic protagonists who go and kick ass. That's what
Hmm.
this is.
We'll have to watch the Resident Evil movies that Paul W.S. Anderson made. Then we'll be able to tell if Ban's a true Paul W.S. Anderson head.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's also a fight that takes place in a nuclear reactor cooling tower, which
Okay, I'm listening.
for those who don't know, I'm familiar. I did my degree in nuclear engineering, so I had a couple of thoughts. But that's just me being a fucking nerd about this shit. Anyway, we'll go on to the next one.
Yes.
What's next? Number 8. So we're in March. When did we get? Yeah, we
I think
March.
so.
We're
Yeah.
returning once again. No, hold on. Okay, that's the next one. We're gonna do Novocaine now. Jack Quaid.
Anticipating.
We're returning to Jack
Okay.
Quaid, and this one you have
Yes.
seen, Thoth. Uh,
I did see this.
directed
I
by
saw it as a
Robert.
triple feature.
You
Yeah.
went to see 3 movies that day.
Yes, this was one of them. Yeah.
No horses in this one. You
Damn it.
recall? Takes
No
place
horse.
in the modern day.
Yes. That means no horses.
We don't have
Modern
horses. They
day
got
means no.
extinct. It's a shame.
No more horses.
So for those who
Um,
missed the advertisement for this, which I'm not quite
how
sure
could you?
how because they put
Yeah.
it in front of everything. Did you want to give
Yes.
them a little little
Uh, if you
elevator
would like,
pitch?
if you would like me to,
Yeah, go for it.
sure, I could. Real simple and straight. Novocaine is about a man. Ethan Kane, Aaron
Nathan
Kane,
Kane.
Nathan Kane. That's what it was. Nathan Kane, and he has a medical condition where he literally cannot feel the sensation of pain. So because he can't, they mine all of these gags about that, about he'll cut himself or he'll burn himself and he can't feel. It's like very aloof. But then he meets a girl he's really into. They date. They're really into each other. And then of course the very next day after they do and they really connect, there's a bank robbery and she gets kidnapped by a crime syndicate. And he has to go after them to save that girl because he's never had a connection with anybody until this girl. So it's almost it's very comic booky.
Yeah.
I think I described it to somebody as it feels like a movie that Brendan Fraser would have been the star in like the late 90s or the early 2000s. And you know what? I mean that complimentary because the movie's very goofy and it's not taking itself seriously for about 98% of it, but
Yes.
I had a good time with it. I'm willing to give a movie a pass if it's having a fun time and if the performances are engaging, if I like the characters and the actors and performances being given. And
Mm-hmm.
Jack Quaid, I've never seen him give a poor performance. So again, it's another movie where it lives and dies by Jack Quaid being really charming. Shout out to all of his guest spots on Red Letter Media, by the way. Uh,
A
but but
which is
yeah, I
really it's really funny because in terms of chronological order, we would have just seen a movie with Jack Quaid playing an utter like garbage human being piece of shit, and now
yes.
he's this wonderfully endearing, funny, like you said, goofy, quirky guy.
Yes. Yeah. I had a good time with this movie. I think there's definitely things that hold it back. I think the villains didn't really have enough presence in it.
Yeah.
I think we get a lot of him, but it's a script that if it were stronger, if it were a little bit stronger, it could be a really memorable action movie. But as it is, I enjoyed myself. But Ben, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, it was fun. Like Al said, this is what King of the Sunday on FX movies.
Yes.
It was
I love that that's our metric.
there's there's a twist in it, which I won't say what happens. Not the like craziest thing ever, but it I feel like if you were paying super close attention, you would have seen it coming from a mile away. The kind of movie it is,
Mhm.
I wasn't really all that locked in because it's goofy and fun, and you don't take itself, like you said, it doesn't take itself too seriously. So I wasn't really
Yeah.
prepared for it. But looking back on, it, I was like, oh well, no, that makes a lot of sense that happened.
Yeah.
But
It's a light watch, but hardly like an annoying one. I enjoyed sitting and watching it, and that's a high compliment considering some things that get major releases
mhm.
now.
And so he plays this guy who goes to save a girl, but he has utterly no. He's the everyman. The only thing special
Yeah,
about him is that he doesn't feel pain, but
yeah.
he still experiences the effects of the injuries that befalls him. And holy shit, he gets a lot of them in this movie.
Is this movie medically possible, Dan?
No,
Is everything in this movie?
completely unabsurdly not. And I think
Yeah.
one of the things, I don't want to say problems I had with it, but it feels like, and I think I wrote this in my letterbox review. It's the equivalent of getting in a shopping cart at the top of a really steep hill and just slowly descending and picking up speed and velocity up to the point where you've completely lost control. It's gone off the rails, and you're going to crash and burn by the finale of the movie. It's just,
Right.
by the end, I was going, this is just completely bonkers and
Right.
almost a little too absurd for me. Not that it was
Mm,
taking itself all that seriously to begin with, but at a certain point, I'm
right.
like, this is just not even even the mechanics of the world that set it up.
Dan
I was not believing it.
Dan is yelling at you in chat that the medical condition is real. I don't think that's the thing
That's
that
not what
Dan
I'm
has the
talking
issue
about.
with. Yeah.
If you've seen the
But it is a
movie,
real medical condition.
by the
Yeah.
end of the movie, this man should have died like 12 times from other real medical things like fucking blood loss, and he's
I was
just,
gonna say blood loss alone. Yeah.
yeah. So not to, I know the medical condition is real. It's just the events of the movie, but which it's a normal man going after people with guns and crime people, knives and whatnot, and he just constantly gets stabbed, beaten, limbs broken, face smashed in, and that's just the constantly throughout this movie. So
It's why I say that it feels like a comic. You kind of have to take it as a comic book
yeah,
movie.
yeah.
But and once you accept that kind of set of rules, then it becomes lightweight and an action movie, a
Mm.
fun little movie. I
It's
should
it's a
rewatch
romp.
it sometime.
It's a
Yeah.
fun romp, I would say. It
Awesome in chat says severe case of plot
yeah.
armor. Yeah.
It got a little too out
Plot
of
armor the
hand.
movie.
It got a little too out of hand for what I thought it was leading up to, but that's totally
Hmm.
fine.
Yeah.
Can go a little
It's
crazy. That's within its right. So Novocaine, the award I gave it was the most ineffective cops of the year, which is saying a lot. I think that was
yes.
it was one of the most frustrating things in that movie. I was like, are you fucking serious? Something happens in the movie and I'm going, y'all are like, I've never seen people be this bad at your jobs. And it allows the entire fourth act of the movie to happen and I'm like, y'all are just okay. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about.
Does bro know about fourth act? I do know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's the
Yeah, you
dumbest
got you
thing
got to
ever.
squint. You got to squint a little bit. I do agree. Those are the plot developments where you're like, okay, it's a movie. All right,
It's a movie. It's a movie. No one
fine.
ever would ever do this. No one's that fucking dumb. More social commentary is there. I'm not gonna harp on it, but anyway, I give
Right,
this.
right.
I give this a B minus.
Hmm.
It gets a little. That finale for me, I was a little. There's some body horror, I think, that
But
would
it is yes.
qualify towards the end. So if you're a little turned off on that front, prepare yourself if you want to watch Novocaine, because he feels
But
no
it's
pain, but
fun,
my god,
man.
his body experiences
Yes,
just his
it's
body breaks.
fun, man.
It
His body
was. I'm
breaks.
not saying it wasn't. It was fun.
I know. I know. I'm willing to forgive a lot of lapses in logic if I'm having fun.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the movies.
But yeah, Jack Quaid. I'll watch him in anything at this point.
A darling. I love him.
Okay. Now we shall return to Steven Soderbergh.
Hey, yeah, he's got 2 movies out this year.
was in rapid succession. It was like 2 months apart, the release anyway. But like the
Yeah.
established presence was a long time in the making.
Yes. That was at Sundance in 2024, I think.
Mm.
So that was way way back.
So no
But yes.
horses in Black Bag, and this is an espionage movie, which I like. It's
Yes.
this married couple. The two played characters played by Michael Fassbender and Kate Blanchett both work for this intelligence agency, the government. I don't remember if they actually name it. I think they made it up. It's not like the CIA or the
Yes.
FBI, but they they're tasked with investigating something that pops up on their radar, and because they're both intelligence officers, sorry, Kate Blanchett's like out in the field more, and Michael Fassbender's more man in the chair type. They can't tell each other some things, which leads
Mm,
to kind of having to guess what the other's doing, both from a relationship side, but also a national security side. And there's a sense of suspicion that arises between the two, and
mm.
there's what is it? There might be someone on the inside, and we don't know who it is. But your wife was also in the area at the time. It's kind of a cat and
Right.
mouse.
Right. Yeah, it's I would almost compare it a little bit. It's not as like goofy as it, but I would almost compare it to like True Lies. Don't know if you've ever seen that, but that's kind of a one that's about it's a it's a spy drama that's kind of weaved with a family drama as
Yeah,
well. I guess another comparison would be a closer comparison would be like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. If
yeah.
you ever saw that, that's
I
kind of closer to
haven't
what this
seen it,
is.
but it definitely gives those vibes.
Yeah, yeah, and I rather enjoyed. It's a very workmanlike movie where everything works the way it's designed to.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Soderbergh it makes movies that work, man, and they work well. A lot of the set pieces of it are just like dinner table
Yeah, yeah.
conversations, which is great. I love that.
Like
I love
it's
a movie that I love a movie that treats dialogue as a set piece,
yeah.
and this is definitely one of those.
It's
Yeah,
it's not really an action. The action that happens are the people talking, and that is
yeah.
still it puts you on the edge of your seat because of the stakes that you're dealing with in this movie.
Right.
It's just very purposeful. Everything that's done, everything that's set up, everything has
Hmm.
an intention. Everything's done to make you clue in on things as you're trying to solve the mystery, along with the two main characters here about what
A
is actually
real
going on.
a real thinking man spy flick, I think.
Yeah. So
A lot of it you can't second screen it. It's not a Netflix like you
no.
look down, you can look at your phone. You got to pay attention. It's about the dialogue.
Yeah,
But
Zen said went into it thinking he wasn't gonna like it. Very, very invested. They pull you in with
mhm,
both the personal relationship, but also matters of national security and stuff like that. So
right, exactly. I enjoy the characters. Like I said, it's a good dialogue heavy movie, and sometimes you want to work for your movies like that.
and my goodness, can Michael Fassbender and Kate Blanchett just talk, and I will sit there and absorb and listen to everything they have to
Yeah,
say.
yep, they are great. They are fun actors to watch just talk. Very much agreed. Very much agreed.
And all the side characters too were pretty neat.
Mm,
I remember seeing, I forget what the name of the character is, but um I'm sorry, the character in the bottom left holding the gun in the movie poster. I think he was in Dungeons and Dragons.
I believe so. Yeah, I
I
think you
think his
might be
name
right
is
on that.
Reggie Jean Page or something. That was like
Mm.
he was the character in Dungeons and Dragons, which was really fun. But he's fun in
Hey,
this
I
one too.
mean, yeah, you get a talented cast of not even A-listers other than Blanchett, Fassbender, and Pierce Brosnan, but you get
Right,
a
right.
bunch of effective performers. You get an effective movie,
And
and again,
so
yeah,
the award that I give to Black Bag, you're gonna love this one, is Stupidly Attractive People Play Among Us Award.
It's so right, though. You're so right.
Everyone's kind of
Um,
ridiculously, like, unfathomably attractive in this movie. It's kind of not fair.
yes. It really isn't. It really isn't. It's a lot of really attractive people scheming, and I love that shit. I love that.
Al says,
Um,
"Go drink some water." So the reason why I have a scratchy throat is because earlier I was playing some Ultimate Frisbee, which I haven't done in a while, and so I
mm.
made the wonderful decision to do that before I stream for hours on end. So yeah, it'll be
Gotta get that
fine.
exercise in. Yeah.
So I give Black Bag. I give it an A. I really like this one.
Mm. Hmm. I would love to revisit it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I think revisiting it, my opinion of it will only grow.
Mm-hmm.
It's another one of those Sunday on FX movies
Yeah.
where we need more of these kinds of movies, and it's a shame that it apparently did not do great financially because these movies used to be like the mid-budget bread and butter
I
a
love
few
this
years
kind of
ago.
thing.
Yeah, yeah. We need more of it. We need more between the big $200+ million
Well,
mega blockbusters and like the $2 million A24 movies.
mm-hmm,
Needs to
mm-hmm.
be more variety for sure. So go see it. Go watch Black
Go
Bag.
watch Black
Well worth
Bag.
your time.
And
It's only like 90 minutes. It's only like an 80-90 minute movie tops.
that's true.
So, yeah.
Go for it. Yeah, I misclicked, so you might have seen what we're talking about next. But here we go.
Misinput.
New
Misinput.
skill issue. We're talking about the day the Earth blew up, a Looney Tunes movie.
Directed by Steven Soderbergh.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Yeah, there's horses in this.
There are
Because
horses. Yep.
anthropomorphic animals doing loony things. Get it?
You said it. You said it.
This was just charming. It felt so
It's fun.
nostalgic, and it's 2D animation, which we don't get very much anymore. It's awesome.
No,
We love animation
I
in
mean
this house. We like the Looney
we do.
Tunes.
It's a miracle that we got it to begin with, considering Warner Brothers was fully prepared to just toss this.
Yeah.
I believe the distributor Catch-Up Entertainment
Mm-hmm.
picked up the movie and proceeded to distribute it. They're also later this year they're distributing Coyote versus Acme, which was also dropped by Warner Brothers,
That's
and
right.
they rescued that as well. So good on them.
Based Ketchup Entertainment,
Yeah.
as the kids say.
Who would have thought, as the kids say. Yeah, I very much enjoyed this on a it felt very old fashioned. Not
Yes.
not just in the terms of animation, but I'm speaking more on the idea that it's not a Looney Tunes back in action or Space Jam kind of thing where where the characters like know of their cultural cachet. It's like watching a Looney Tunes theatrical short from the early 20th century where it's Daffy and Porky, who were usually pretty paired in those older Looney Tunes shorts,
Right.
but it's them playing a specific role in that short, and it's like that they are like actors in their own movie
Yeah.
in that sense, in their own story. It felt very much like that. Almost felt kind of Ren and Stimpy in a way, if you want a more contemporary example. I mean, that's from the 90s, but a more contemporary example. Listen, I'm old, I know,
Same.
but yeah, it was very old fashioned in that sense, and I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that it didn't really stop. Like, it's another one where it's 90 minutes, perfect length, and it doesn't stop moving.
Mm-hmm.
And it does not treat the audience like babies. It's not desperate for your attention span. It's paced perfectly. Has some really great gags in it. I think Algernon mentioned some.
Yeah.
It has I don't know if we want to spoil gags, but there's one particular one that's maybe one of the funniest in any animated movie this year, where one of the character that raises them, the farmer, they he's the most beautifully, smoothly animated character that you'll ever see. Like, I've seen in years in a feature animated movie, 2D animated movie. And all of his close-ups, he moves like so smoothly, but then to show him walking, they show a wide shot and he just slowly is like it's like someone grabbed him and just click and dragged his model, and they definitely did it on purpose, which was just so funny to me.
Like they don't
Uh,
do the slapstick animation jokes really like this in other kinds of movies. It's
no, yeah,
exclusively kind of Looney Tunes, and in a
yeah,
way, no one else can really do it that way unless it's these kind of characters and the absurd things that they antics they get up to. So
yes,
the plot of this is that I written down here is Daffy and Porky meet a flavor scientist named Petunia, and they must work together to save the Earth from an alien mind control scheme.
yes.
Which is about as off the wall, crazy, wacky as you would have expected, and
Mm,
it's just a lot of fun. I
yeah.
don't really have critical analysis. It's just it made me feel like a kid again. It's so much fun.
Yes,
The fact that we were able to get it in theaters is a miracle, and I'm so glad we got it. We need more
it's
2D
true.
animation. We need more animation in general. It's incredible that it's here.
But ban, but ban, how could they survive that?
Oh my god! You want to tell the story?
Can I tell that
Tell the story.
story? So we've developed a bit of an in joke because when I saw this, I actually saw this as part of a triple feature on that day. It was a Saturday where I watched Black Bag, Novocaine, and this all in one day because I was like, why not? There are three movies I want to see. Let me do it. So this was the last one, and this was the one that took it into later in the afternoon. And I typically find the later in the afternoon your show times get, the more kind of rude and obnoxious your audience is going to get. Because earlier in the morning, people are like, they're there for the movie. It's going to be quiet, or people are tired, or late at night, not as many people, or, people are asleep. They don't come out for it. Middle of the day, you're rolling the dice. With this particular one, like three seats down my row, there was a group of teenagers who would not stop talking to each other throughout the movie. And I was able to kind of tune them out for like 90% of it. But every once in a while, they were just asking like, I don't know, rhetorical questions of the movie's logic that I was just like, man, you came to Looney Tunes. What do you do? Like, what do you do? Granted, I was probably that kid at least once at a movie when I was younger, when I was a child or a teenager.
It's
I was
not
probably that kid at least
Thoth. It's
once.
not cool to enjoy things. All right, you have to
No,
be sarcastic and snarky about everything
exactly.
to be cool.
Exactly. Exactly. Irony is in. But I was sitting there, and there's a certain point in the movie, I won't spoil it. Well, you don't know where it happened. So basically, they fly at one point. There's a pair of characters that fly down on a meteorite from like the Earth's atmosphere and crash into the ground, and they're fine because they're Looney Tunes. They're cartoon character. I thought this would be implied, and yet when they pop out and they're perfectly fine, I hear a couple rows to the left of me. I hear this exasperated, completely baffled voice from one of these teenagers go, "How could they survive that? How would that happen?" And I was like, it's Looney
They
Tunes.
have no
It's
whimsy whatsoever.
no whimsy. Granted, I'm sure they're just trying to make each other laugh because that's what me as a teenager
Of
would be
course, of
like.
course.
But go don't do it in the theater. I paid $15 for these tickets. Let me enjoy
Uh,
Looney Tunes in peace. But anyways, yeah, so now every time we're watching a movie in watch along, whether we're talking about a movie that we saw, if any kind of like tiny logic loophole comes up, we immediately just and we have the in those teenagers don't know how much they've changed and affected our lives because now we have their intonation down. Where I will go, how could they survive that? How would that happen? Yeah,
uh,
yeah. I see Daniel in chat going, "Ding." Yeah, it's a very Cinema Sins
mhm.
moment. Yeah, those kids definitely watch Cinema Sins. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, have more whimsy. That's the lesson of that story,
Like
folks, as
things,
you put it,
enjoy
Ben.
things, and support the
It's
things you like.
okay to like things. Yeah, it's okay to genuinely enjoy things.
So
It's
I
fine.
I enjoyed
Yeah.
this one. I think um it was a little bit uh this is really playing on the nostalgia factor. I think there's a couple of things that,
It's definitely lightweight on a story and
yeah,
character angle. It's all about the gags.
it's
So
about the gags.
don't go into it expecting like, I don't know, the Lego movie where it's a lot about the gags and the comedy, but there's also a real emotional core to it. That's not really what this is
Right.
after, if I'm recalling it correctly.
So the the award that I give to The Day the Earth Blew Up is the Fuck David Zaslav Award, because just, fuck him. And I will just say this raw on YouTube. I don't give a fuck. That
It's
guy,
fine.
fuck him. But the award,
But David
sorry,
Zaslav.
the rating, I give this a B
Yes.
plus, probably the upper echelon of B plus, just because I'm
Nice.
more of a plot character guy in my movies,
Uh-huh.
but I recognize this was just a joy. It was just a really fun time at the movies. It
Bros
was nice to
whimsy
see
man.
kids going out and seeing Looney Tunes again, because we grew up with this, but in 2026, oh god, I almost said 2025. In
Oh my
2026,
god.
are
It's
is
happening.
there Looney Tunes out there that kids are watching nowadays? I don't know. I have no idea. So kids
It's
watch
at
more
least
Looney Tunes.
yeah. It's at least better than Space Jam: A New Legacy. We can guarantee we can
Yeah.
agree on that. I didn't see that, but I already know it's better.
I saw that, but that's not on the list for this
Oh
year.
no, thank God.
Um, but what is on the list this year, which is
What?
also of a similar vein to Space Jam: A New
Oh,
Legacy, is Snow White. And by
yes.
similar vein, I just mean it's a big company who wants money.
Yes,
So they
definitely.
so they made a movie, and they didn't really think about the consequences of making a live action Snow White.
Hmm.
Directed
Yeah.
by Mark Webb. There
Wow.
were
Director
horses
of
in
Amazing
this.
Spider-Man, of course.
Yeah, there were horses in
Were they
this.
real horses or were they CG
I
horses?
think they were
That's
real
the question.
horses, because they're like human beings that ride on the horse to go find,
Um,
because it's medieval, right? The setting is
right,
fantasy medieval, so to get around places you ride a horse. Um,
right.
okay, where do I want to start with this thing? Um,
Yes. Yeah, go for it.
let's talk about beyond Rachel Ziegler, which I thought she gave a solid performance. We can
Yeah.
talk about Gal Gadot. She didn't
Yes.
need to sing. I didn't think it was
I
the worst thing ever, but people were saying like she was tone deaf. I don't think she was that bad, but the song was not necessary.
can
Um,
can I can I say her performance was the first time I'd ever heard from people critiquing the film. It's the first time I've ever heard the term finger acting in my entire life.
she did
And
a
I
lot.
need you to explain that to them out there, to the folks out there.
She was the villain.
Yeah.
The evil queen, Gal Gadot was, and
Yeah.
for whenever she would emote and deliver all of these menacing speeches, she'd always
Yeah.
waggle her fingers in a really like I'm evil kind of way.
Uh-huh.
And she had, as you can see in the poster, she's got rings on all of these fingers and super
Right.
long claw-like nails. So the fingers were just going constantly throughout this movie. So she acted with
That
her fingers being
yeah.
evil, and that's what
That
that
was
means.
that I was gonna say what was probably the case because I went in like acting courses when I was in film school, and that might have been like her standby kind of like character thing
Mm.
that might have been like her way to get to access that character is like, ooh, I'm going to act evil and plotting and nefarious. That maybe this is me trying to get inside the mind of Gal Gadot as a performer, and I'm not an actor. I'm not paid nearly enough as Gal Gadot. But maybe that was the thing where that was like the returning point where it's like, oh, it's the wiggling of the plotting fingers, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like, but it sounds like it was so over the top that it just was distracting, which is a
Yeah.
shame. Sounds like Mark Webb was out to lunch on that and being like,
Mm-hmm.
"Hey, can you tone that down a little bit?" Um, I've heard she was not great. I've heard Rachel Zegler was good, and I
Yeah,
of
she was
all of
good.
the problems with this film, she is. Every time I hear about the movie, it's always she is not the problem, and I'm like,
No,
yeah,
she
I think
wasn't.
she's a great performer. She's great in Steven Spielberg's West Side Story. I
Yeah, I
highly
saw that.
recommend you watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Great movie. She's fantastic as Maria in that. But yeah, I've heard many stories about this film. Continue telling me about it, Ben.
Um,
I'm very
also,
curious.
also Darth Vader. You asked earlier about the FNAF movie. I didn't see it, so if you're waiting for me to
Hey,
talk about that, we're not going to talk about that, unfortunately. But feel free
I'll
to
be
continue to watch. We're talking about Snow White. I think the
yes.
most egregious thing in this movie,
Uh-oh.
beyond the like creative decisions to make this thing in the first goddamn place,
Yes.
Gal Gadot, Rachel's, whatever. The most egregious
Yes.
thing is making the dwarves entirely CGI because it looks so
Uh-huh.
fucking creepy. These
Uh-huh.
everything kind of has a glossy, really un maybe it's hyper realized. Even the animals in this thing, which are supposed to be realistic,
Hmm.
they're smooth and lifeless. It's almost like friggin' generative AI. They look like Gen AI. I don't know if they
Hmm.
used it for this, but
Right.
this the way that it's stylized in this movie just looks awful. And the dwarves with their big, giant, lifeless fucking eyes that have
Hmm.
no human emotion behind them. And they're such an integral part of the Snow White story. Like,
You have to connect with them.
why didn't you just
Yeah.
cast little people as the dwarves instead of
Yeah.
make him see? They didn't need to do that, and it
I
looks
think there was
awful.
right. I think there was a concern because I think the whole concern, and it came from someone said it might have been Peter Dinklage who spoke up about it, that there was a concern about being exploitative of little people in those roles because there's a reputation that comes with this movie and the old film, what have you, with all things that I'm not at liberty to speak on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you, in that case, you are damned if you do and damned if you don't. Like, I don't think there's a way to win there. But I do agree that if you're going to do that, give an opportunity to those performers and don't make something that looks uncanny.
Right.
If anything, I think taking other people's faces and bodies and making them smaller is just as equally problematic, I
Right.
think. And it opens up that can of worms into the uncanny valley, like you mentioned.
So
So
if you're gonna
it's
do,
difficult.
you might get some backlash, but the least you could do is give people some jobs and hire some people.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
fill some roles. I did some.
Eh,
Well, I won't talk about it because I'm not a member of that
You're
community, so we won't.
of course. Yeah,
But yeah, it's
we are.
just why creative decisions in this movie are baffling as to why they chose
Yes.
to do it. But I mean, it's the story of
Mm,
Snow White, so everyone already knows what happens in it. I'm not going to go too into detail. It's just is foundationally not what we want to see from our movies. It's just
mm.
a cash grab of nostalgia. This trend of
Was it
making Disney movies live action. It just doesn't need to happen.
was it even well made or well written? I guess is my question. Just
So
aside from the aesthetics and performances.
there's a couple of interesting things that they did. I remember the hunter that's sent to kill Snow White by the evil queen. They give him a little more to do in this, which I like, but
Uh huh.
um and I guess it some of the musical numbers, even though the dwarves look awful, it was it was entertaining enough. So I can't relegate it to an F. I didn't have like the time that I had with friggin' Madam Web or Craven or anything like that, or friggin' Lumina.
Right.
But it's
Yes.
not. It just
Lumina mentioned
it didn't do well. I didn't find it to be a good movie,
it was
objectively or subjectively.
an unsuccessful piece of entertainment.
Yeah, I
You
just
know.
couldn't get over how weird everything looked and how creepy and just the whole creative decisions. I couldn't get behind it. I don't know why they did it. So
Mm.
yeah, that's Snow White. What award? What did I give this one? I gave this one the Uncanny Valley award because I was just creeped out the most of the time with the dwarves on screen. So,
Fair.
if anyone couldn't tell, this is like I said, I didn't give it an F, but I got about as close as
Hmm.
you could get.
I
That's a
don't
D
think you
minus.
pay. I don't think you paid for a ticket to see it either. I think you paid for another ticket
The
and then
funny
just went
thing
into the
is,
theater.
I did this a couple
Yeah.
times as a list, and this is a
Yes.
joke, by the way, for legal reasons. This is a
Yes.
joke,
Of
but
course.
wouldn't it be really funny if I paid for a ticket to one movie around the same time as, say, Snow White, and then
Hypothetically.
hypothetically, and instead of going to the movie, which ticket that I bought, I just went into the theater for Snow White, sat down, and watched it. That would be,
Hmm.
if I were to do that, that would be how I would do it. So I didn't even give them an A list
That'd be
credit
pretty funny.
towards, yeah,
Hypothetically.
hypothetically. So
Didn't you and also hypothetically, didn't you say that theater was basically empty hypothetically?
the hypothetical theater was hypothetically as empty as could possibly be.
Jeez. That's rough. It's rough, buddy.
Short of me being the only one there, I think there were two people, and I hypothetically I saw this on a weekend night. So
Hmm.
hypothetically,
Jeez.
this would have been the weekend it came out.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, but you know what's not
we covered
hypothetical
we
is
we covered our asses there.
yeah. My lawyers.
Continue.
I've got some attorneys on information on standby. Anyway, what's not hypothetical is the next
Ooh.
movie.
Ooh.
What do we got?
I like literal movies.
We got the Also
Oh,
Knights, a very literal movie,
yes.
actually, directed by
Yes,
Barry
you're right.
Levinson. There's no horses in this one, but
Damn it.
man,
So yeah, so you saw this. I
I
have not
did.
seen it yet. I'm curious about it, but lay it all out for the folks out there who
So
don't know.
Robert De Niro is cast as Frank Costello and Vito Genovese, who are in the world of organized crime during, I guess, the peak of when the Chicago outfit was in power and in that time in American history. And they're two friends. Uh, they're kind of vying for power over the world of the organized crime world because Vito left for a while, but he was always the more gangster of the two, and Frank is trying to be more legit
Hmm.
businessman. But he was brought up in the world of the organized crime, so he's still got a foot in it, and so there's tension between the two because Vito's like, you forgot where you came from, and Frank's like, you're bringing too much heat on us, and it kind of culminates in the end of organized crime as they know it in
Hmm.
this movie, because
Hmm.
the climax of the movie, which I'll just spoil it because this actually happened in history, was the Appalachian conference, I think, meeting where all the five families went to go have a sit down somewhere, and
Hmm.
someone was tipped off the police that they were there, and so the police came and just like arrested everyone. Basically, organized crime after that point was not the same as it was beforehand. If you know
Right.
anything about the
I'm
mobsters.
Italian. I'm Italian. I don't know anything about that.
But
Ooh.
so these were kind of the events leading up to it.
Hmm.
It was boring. They touted this movie as like a victory lap of the classic gangster movies, Goodfellas, The
Hmm.
Irishman, name some more, all of that in that vein.
Right. Right. Right.
And
I
it's
know.
got Robert De Niro, so that was kind of what they were banking on. He was playing two characters in this, by the way.
Double De Niro. Yeah, double De Niro.
Uh, they touted it as this big victory lap, and it's like, oh, this is like the ultimate gangster flick, but it just seemed like tired, old things they've done before. Like, let the
Right.
man. The other thing is that Robert De Niro is like 80 something years old, and he's
Yeah.
supposed to be playing characters that are like 40 or 50.
Oh, they
In
did
the
like an Irishman
in the
with him.
Irishman, so they did it a little. They did it with prosthetics instead.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they look. He looks younger, but he
Uh-huh.
still doesn't move younger because he's still
Nope.
80 fucking years old.
I'm thinking about that scene from The Irishman
Yeah.
where he kicked that man in front of that convenience store like an old man
Exactly.
kick. Does the
So,
old man walk?
but there
Yep.
wasn't even action in this, really. The
Mm,
action at the beginning is they send a hitman to kill Frank Costello, and then most of the rest of the movie is talking, but
yeah.
not even in a fun, engaging way. They're just saying, "Oh, it is what it is. It is what you gotta be. Oh, you
Mm.
lost the life. You lost your moxie," and it's just people,
They
well dressed people, talking about gangster things for like 2 hours.
Right. They had been working on this film for I think this movie has been in development for like decades at this point. So I think maybe it was just a case of a very 90s 2000s script that just kept getting worked on and worked on
Yeah,
and whittled down until it became what it is. And it's another one of those cases where you try and please everybody in the creative process. Too many cooks in the kitchen, you end up pleasing nobody. And it sounds like that was the case there, where it just does not please anybody.
and they're targeting the demographic of people who really love the Goodfellas, and um, I'm trying to think of more examples than just Goodfellas and The Irishman, but I haven't seen that many of the the movies like
I
that. So
I was gonna say
talk about.
we got to get you to watch the classic De Niro crime movies. You got to watch Goodfellas. You got to watch Taxi Driver. You got to watch Heat.
Yeah, like
Oh, you
Raging
would
Bull and that
love
sort of
Heat.
things. Yeah, I
Raging Bull's amazing.
right. So
Casino. Yeah, hell
they're
yeah.
they're appealing to the crowd of people who really love those movies, but it's just not as interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it sounded. I heard many people describe it as like an asleep movie. The movie was sleepy, and I was
yeah,
like, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds like they were really banking on that whole gimmick of like, oh, De Niro's in two roles, and it's a classic crime movie, and it's like, sounds like I'd rather just sit at home and watch Goodfellas again.
yeah, and that is the vibe. Like this isn't even in terms of movies that came out in 2025 where one actor plays two
Yeah.
roles. This one didn't hit. Another one did so much better, which we will talk about later.
Yes.
But
Dan says the Unco Knights.
for those the Alto Knights is I guess the club that they went to growing up. The Alto something is the club that these two childhood friends grew up in when they were on the come up.
Ah.
And so these are the knights of the alt. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's
Like to
kind
the
of
round table. And no, I was gonna say everyone has forgotten that this film exists.
yeah. Even I,
Everyone was aware of it for a week.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember what even happens in the goddamn film, and nothing. So honestly, here's my award for the Alto Knights. It's the Smells Like Grandpa award. Because my God, you just look at
I
it
don't want to.
and you hear the premise, and you just get whiffs of mothballs.
I don't want to smell Grandpa.
That's him. There he is, Grandpa, trying to be 40 something
No.
years old and like flirt with 40 something year olds and be tough
Oh.
and wave around orders and guns and whatever. So this movie gets a C from me
Hmm.
because the funniest point in the movie, which was actually really entertaining because it wasn't supposed to be. It was
Yes.
when the cops come down on the convention, the big gangster
Uh-huh.
convention. The cops show up, and you get all of these old, ragged, wise guys sprinting, waddling back to their cars to try and get away from the
Yeah.
cops and escape the scene. It was
Uh-huh.
the funniest shit ever because these guys are not physical. They're there to be big
Nope.
bosses and intimidating. So
Run away. It's the plot.
I don't remember hating this. I just
Mm.
didn't think it was.
Sounds like a big nothing.
It was pretty much nothing. It wasn't what it was touted to
Mm.
be, and
Right.
they got lost in the sauce. And just stop
It's
having Robert De
a
Niro play any younger than 80 something. The
have
man
him
is
play
80
roles
something.
like in have him play roles like in Killers of the Flower Moon. He was great.
Yeah.
He's great for what he was designed for in that. He was an evil old man in that.
He can do that because he's an old man. Okay, that's the Altonites. Let's see. Better movie coming up, maybe. Yeah,
Maybe.
Death of a
Okay.
Unicorn.
Yeah.
Alex Sharfman. And wouldn't you know it, there's horses in this one. Actually, unicorns in this
Let's
one.
go.
Holy shit.
We did
You
it.
saw this one, Thoth.
I did. I also saw this one. Yeah. Did you want me to give a rundown on it,
Um,
or would you like to?
so it's a dark comedy where the daughter, played by Jenna Ortega, and the father, played
Wednesday,
by Paul Rudd, they go.
Ant-Man.
Uh, he's a member of this, or sorry, he works for this big biotech company, biopharmaceutical company, or whatever. They get invited to
Yeah.
the rich people's house to
Yeah.
talk about something. And on the way to the meeting, the business meeting, they hit a unicorn with their car. And
Yeah.
so they throw the unicorn in the trunk because they don't really know what else to do with it because they struck it and they killed it. And when they arrive to the house, it's these just the worst rich people, the most archetypal, stereotypical rich snob
Yes.
people that you can imagine. And they're like, oh, look at this creature. We can use it, we can exploit it, and we can make tons of money from it.
We could make so much money.
And wouldn't they
Yeah,
know
they see
it?
dollar signs.
Little did they know um they hit a baby unicorn, and the adult unicorns were not happy, and so they come down to the estate and they
Yeah.
fuck some shit up, and it's awesome.
They do. It becomes like, it really becomes like a Jurassic Park movie at that point. It's very, I wouldn't be shocked if one of the movies that they were like talking about throughout production was Jurassic Park, because there's
Mhm.
many moments in it where it's like, oh yeah, this is Jurassic Park but with unicorns, which I don't mind.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed it. I think people seem to give this movie a hard time when it came out for some reason. I think there are some evident flaws that I'll talk about in a little bit, but otherwise, a very enjoyable movie. I think, weirdly, I think one of the weak links is, I usually like him, but Paul Rudd was kind of a nothing in the movie, unfortunately. I don't think he adds much. Will Poulter is fucking hilarious.
I love that
in
guy.
this. He was so good. Every single thing he said, I was laughing my ass off. He understood the assignment. Yeah, great supporting performances.
Will Poulter's character is the nepotic rich kid, son of the big tech CEO guy. So
Yes, exactly. He's
a
like a
Nepo
Jake
baby.
Paul. He's like a Jake Paul type.
Right.
He's like a Paul Brothers kind of type in it. And yeah, I think it was really effective in that sense. It's like a good gateway horror movie. I would put it on the level of, I mean, these movies I'm going to mention are better filmmaking quality overall, but I would compare it to something like a Gremlins, where I think you could show like a 10 or 11-year-old this movie and it wouldn't be too scary for them.
Mm-hmm.
It introduced them to the idea that a movie can kind of freak you out a little bit.
Yeah.
I think the major flaws to it, the major Achilles heels to it, other than Paul Rudd is kind of weirdly sedated in it. I don't know why. They didn't give him much to do. There's a father-daughter angle that doesn't really get explored all the way, and I wish they did it more. And all the things were set there
His
for
whole
them to do it.
struggle in the movie is he brought his daughter with him to do this business conference, and he wants to, make her proud and do right by her, but also he's trying to appeal to his bosses and the company
Right.
he works for. So he can't. He's got to basically, he has to choose whether or not to simp for the company or be a good dad.
I wonder what he'll choose.
But yeah.
But yeah, and then the other thing to note, and I'm usually don't ding movies for this, and this is a fairly lower. This was A24. This was a lower budget film, 15 million. There are some special effects shots that did not work out at some certain points of it. It looks unusually. I saw it in the theater. I saw it in theaters, and I enjoyed it. But there were some shots near the end where I was like, "Ooh, that doesn't look finished. It looked a little wonky. I think it was more so when the unicorn is like in broad daylight.
Yeah.
They weren't able to disguise the imperfections of the effects quite as much. So it looks a little bit it was noticeable. I usually don't ding movies for that, especially low budget ones, but it was noticeable there. But I generally had a pretty good time, and it's a fun kind of like I know people are kind of getting tired of the whole kind of like the class commentary kind of thing, because a lot of movies now are about the higher class versus the lower class and everything. But we're in times where it's always relevant. But yeah, some people would claim it's getting played out. Here though, like I thought all of the villains of the movie, the rich people, give entertaining performances, and that kind of kept it rolling along.
Yeah.
And I liked all the horror stuff. I enjoy a fantasy horror. Fantasy horror movies are fun. I think this would fit right alongside, obviously not on the same level, but fit right alongside with something like a Labyrinth or a Dark Crystal kind of thing, where you get like fantasy characters with kind of spooky monsters and everything. It's a decent time at the movies. I personally enjoyed it.
I wasn't too spooked because it wasn't really a horror movie, and it's almost like you're on the side of the unicorns because you kind of want some of these guys to get fucked up by the unicorns. Which the creature design on the unicorns was it was cool. So
they're great. Yeah, the designs are great for sure.
So it's not this ain't your everyday unicorn. They really play into the mythology of it, and
yes, that was fun. That was very fun.
Jenna's a good kind of stand in for the audience into this weird world of rich people bullshit.
yes, for sure.
There you go. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I'm just glad we get some freaking unicorn representation in the movies this year.
That's true.
For this one, I gave the award of the power of horn touching, because that happens. It's literally like the end of the Canterlot Wedding.
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
And that kind of, it's mythology, it's unicorns, so they can fix things by touching horns. But I'd give this one a B plus. I enjoyed it quite a bit. So I'd encourage people, especially horse people. It's the unicorn. Go see it. It's awesome.
I think people were overly harsh on it. I think it's a perfectly enjoyable movie.
Good unicorn representation. Good horse.
It's true. Good horsey.
All right, next horse.
Next horse.
No.
That's a horse. He's a working horse.
The horse,
a working
of all
horse
time.
himself.
A working man, David Ayer. There weren't any horses in this one. God dang it.
Damn it.
In terms of kind of movie, it's a Jason Statham movie. It's kind of paint by numbers. David Ayer did a one in 2023 called The Beekeeper, which is basically the same fucking thing, except I like The Beekeeper a little more than this one.
Yeah, I heard this was I heard interesting things about this. You go ahead and tell me about it. I have one question about it, but it'll come later.
I would elaborate, but I feel like a Jason Statham action man going to seek revenge movie doesn't need too much explanation. It's basically just that he's a construction. This time he's a construction man. A working man.
And he's a working man, 2025.
The dude who he works for, his daughter gets kidnapped by some Russian mafia gangster people, and so he has to go rescue her. And it is the latest Statham revenge movie, but now he's in the construction industry instead, and that is all there is to it.
He's like a Barbie doll, but they changed his costume.
Yeah, this one's. I'm waiting for the next one where he's a nurse, like male nurse, working in the hospital, and
yes, That would be interesting. I would go see that. I'd be
David
like, that's
Ayer,
different.
here's your next project with Jason Statham.
Yep.
It's a rebrand. Now he's in medicine.
Now he's in
He can
medicine.
kill someone with an X-ray machine. That'd be fucking cool.
Ooh, that would
Um,
see. We're making a better movie than a working man.
it was really just paint by numbers. Nothing
Mm,
super novel or interesting about it. But it's him wreaking revenge and havoc on people who deserve it. So it appeals to my dadcore sensibilities. So
right,
you
right,
have
right.
a fun time watching him kick some ass of these insufferable crime people, gangster people.
Now, here is my question, and it's not spoilery or anything, so feel free to answer it however
Hmm.
you feel. I'm trying to find the exact review on Letterboxd, but someone remarked that in a review that, and quote, semi quote, you are not prepared for how large the moon looks in the final scenes of this movie. Can you elaborate on what that means at all,
At
or no?
at the end of the movie, I'm not super familiar, but the climax of the movie takes
Okay.
place at night, and
Yeah.
if I do recall, yeah, actually, why was the moon that big in the
Because the review just says you are simply not prepared for how large the moon looks at the end of this
for a
movie, and
moon
that's the
that big?
review.
We didn't get to see that much. You'd think there'd be more moonlight. The big final shootout happens in a big house in the middle of the woods at night, and it goes about as you would expect. This one was a
Hmm.
little darker because they deal with like trafficking of
Yeah, I remember hearing it. Right. I heard
like
about that.
teenage girl, or like late, she's like 18 or 19 or whatever.
Right, right.
But I like the Beekeeper, that brand of kind of funny, absurd. Also, the tech bros are the ones um getting clowned on in that movie. I just felt a little more fun and a better time. That Working Man was
Hmm.
just kind of dreary, bleak, and yeah, he gets the revenge, but
Was it even an effective like action movie? Was it engaging as an action movie?
yeah, sure. All the Jason
Hmm.
Statham stuff. Okay, I think my favorite Jason Statham revenge movie that he's done, at least in recent years, is Wrath of Man. I think
I've
that's
heard
my
that was good.
favorite one.
I've heard that one's good.
But
We should you know what we got to get you to watch that I
yeah.
think you'd enjoy. We got to get you to watch the Crank movies.
Oh yeah.
Crank is some dumb fun shit.
It's like that
Those are some
whole.
fun
Well,
movies.
he was Crank. He was some dude named Parker. He was also a mechanic. He was also
As the mechanic,
a
he
transporter.
was
He
he
was
was a
also
transporter. He was also a hit. Was he Hitman?
no, that was someone else.
Oh, how was he not Hitman? That
Yeah,
feels like a slam dunk.
you would think that, but
Yeah.
that was. I never saw it, but I remember
Why was he
learning
in
of its
Romeo and
existence.
Juliet?
I'm
Why
just
was he in...
roasting his filmography. Yeah, it was fine, but I enjoyed it enough. So
uh
here's my award for a working man, Jason Statham.
yes.
The most unrealistic next. Oh, that's okay. That's what fucked me up. At the end of the movie, I'm like, okay, that was kind of stupid. Uh, someone like snaps someone's neck with like their feet while they're hanging
Oh,
from
okay.
from the ceiling. I'm like, no, no. How? There's no way that would
How
have
did they
worked.
do that? How did they...
But
I
yeah,
will
yeah.
I will contest there is a moment like that in a blockbuster film that I should show you sometime from this year where they do that, but it's so fucking cool and funny that I didn't care. So it's
Right.
about how you execute it, I
I mean,
think.
you can do it if it's the rule of cool does apply, and it
Yes.
just didn't quite work in this one, and so it just
Uh-huh.
made me go, "Whoa, well, okay."
The
I give it a
second the
I
second
give it a B minus because
mm,
I do. it does, like I said, appeal to my dad core sensibilities. So
Of course. The second top review for Working Man on Letterboxd says this may come as a huge shock, but Jason Statham is an assassin in this.
oh my
And that's
god,
and
what a
that's it.
twist. That's
Oh
it.
my god.
All that needs to be said. All right, Working Man, we worked it out. It's done.
Hey.
God, I'm so good at this. All right, what's next? Oh
We
God.
got Oh boy. Take it away, Van.
All right,
No,
folks.
literally, take the movie away.
The moment you might have been waiting for, is the Minecraft
Not
movie
me.
by Jared Hess. There weren't any horses in this movie,
Bullshit.
so it's bad movie.
Bad movie.
Um,
Okay. Explain away. Explain. Why did you watch this?
I watched it because honestly, the hype. I'm like, I gotta see this just so I have an objective opinion on it. Sure, it's a meme, and
Uh-huh.
people absolutely destroyed the fucking theaters when this was out, which is not cool.
Yeah, that's the only
was
thing I'm not big on
it
that I will
was
vocally
kind
be
of
upset about.
it was a
It was a
trendy
cultural
thing.
moment.
Yeah, like you
Yeah,
said,
it had a
moment.
cultural moment. Yeah. Yeah.
Do I even need to explain the plot? Do you guys know the Minecraft movie?
You-
It's people, they get isekai'd into the Minecraft world and they help Steve, played by Jack Black, defeat an evil piglin warlord. I'm not super I've played Minecraft before. I'm not super into Minecraft, but I could get the references.
My girlfriend loves Minecraft and she is resisting the temptation of seeing this because she has not wanted to see it. Yeah, I heard plenty about this movie for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Definitely. What's funny, it was directed by Jared Hess, as you see there. Dude directed, among other things, Napoleon Dynamite and
Mhm.
Nacho Libre. So it's fascinating that he was given the keys to this. But yeah, your opinion kind of, and everyone in chat is kind of lining up with what I've heard, is that it's okay at best.
The
But
characters are nothing. They're nothing. They have no
uh-huh,
personality. There's no
uh-huh.
kind of character development whatsoever. The character that Momoa's playing is fucking annoying. There's like a brother and sister who try to have have a relationship kind of thing, and oh, that's what Chalet's put in the chat. He's creative. Oh, he's not like all these other kids. He's an outcast. He likes to make things. What? And then the real
Jesus.
estate agent you see on the left, she's there for some reason, and
Uh-huh.
I can say it looked pretty good. Stylistically, they translated the Minecraft visual into a quote unquote real life setting pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah. It visually, I mean, it's Warner Brothers and Legendary Pictures, and those are both big companies with a lot of money to put behind it. So I'm sure it looks good.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sure, yeah.
You just throw a lot of money at it and it'll look good, but is it good? No, it's not. I'm sorry. For those who haven't seen it, it's not good.
I am curious to see it at some point, just because I feel like I owe it to at least see it and know what it is. Yeah, and like you said, it was one of the highest grossing movies of last year. It had its cultural moment because a lot of people love Minecraft.
Yeah.
And there was the whole chicken jockey thing.
Right. As an
yeah.
objective viewing of a film, I think it
Yes.
failed. It wasn't funny
Yeah.
to me. It wasn't all that entertaining, and like I said, I'm a big plot and character guy, and the characters sucked in this one.
Yep, I've heard there's none of that.
However,
Yes.
this movie was the most fun theater experience I've had in the entire year because people were just so excited for this thing, and their
Yeah.
positive energy was contagious. Whenever something happened in the movie, people were excited for it. And it's one of those instances where the audience watching it in the theater was immensely better than seeing it by myself. If I watched it by myself, I don't think I could have friggin' finished the damn thing.
Like Zen, who went to the one empty Minecraft screening of all time.
You got
I'm so
robbed,
sorry, Zen.
dude.
Yep.
Oh my
Zen
goodness.
Zen Zen and chat, our friend out there, friend who also joins us on watch along streams, went to the one Minecraft movie screening that opening weekend that just had nobody in the theater and
Mm-hmm.
did not get to experience Chicken Jockey as intended?
As the
Question mark? I don't know.
cultural, as it was established by our culture in
Moral of the
2025.
story. Moral of the story. Don't throw popcorn and drinks
No,
and throw shit around a I listen, as someone who used to work on usher in movie theaters, don't do that. Save
please.
them the stress, please. God,
Yeah, these
I
are
still have nightmares.
from from two people who used to work at movie theaters. Please don't do
Yes,
that. All
true.
of you out
Don't do
there
that.
in the world. You
Don't
can
bring it. Don't bring a live chicken to the theater either,
mm-mm.
please.
You can watch the
It,
Minecraft movie and you can have fun with it. Just don't destroy things. We appreciate it.
it yeah, I guess that's the most memorable thing about it is that it had a cultural moment. But now I'll be very frank and I'll say I don't see anybody talking about the Minecraft movie at this
No.
point. It had its 2-3 months of cultural cachet, but
When
I think it ran its course
when we
until the next one
went
comes out. I'm sure.
when we went to
Yeah.
BabsCon in April, the chicken jockey meme was still relevant, and so that was kind of what was going around the
Okay.
con at that time was freaking chicken
Uh huh.
jockey.
Oh
Uh,
boy.
I yeah, it's whatever. So I mean, Minecraft movie for me, the award goes to the most consecutive eye rolls. It was me rolling my
Oh.
eyes about just what am I watching, but the people were having fun, and I can't
Yeah.
disparage that.
I can't hate it. I
No,
can't hate it. People enjoyed themselves.
and for those
So,
reasons, I give it a D. It's not an
okay.
F. It's a
D
D
for Minecraft.
because the most fun thing about this movie was actually all of the entire seaside plot with of the
Right.
people not in the Minecraft world. That was the funniest shit. Very Napoleon Dynamite, very Jared Hess. So what happens in the
Right.
movie is a villager escapes from the Minecraft world and goes out into the real world, and the principal at the school that the kid goes to meets this villager, and like they get into a relationship.
I've heard. Yeah, it was Jennifer Coolidge. Yeah,
She
and
was
she's very
great.
funny. I've heard she's funny. So I've heard she's pretty great in it.
So that
Maybe.
redeems this movie from being lower, just because that was the funniest for me. I that was the most enjoyable part of it.
Hmm. Yeah. I maybe someday I will watch it.
Maybe
I'm
we'll watch
watching.
along.
Yay, maybe. We'll be. I'm gonna be watching this coming Tuesday. I'm gonna be watching the first Five Nights at Freddy's and Five Nights at Freddy's 2 because there's friends in a server I'm in. They're like, we got copies of the Five Nights at Freddy's movies and we're gonna watch them.
Oh my
And
god.
and then I was like, oh, maybe I'll try to come by. I don't know if I can do it that day. And then they went, what day are you available? You need to be. You need to be there. You're the film guy. And I'm like,
Oh no.
oh. No, well, I'm honored. I'm honored they want to include me and they think of so highly of me in that way. I wish it was another movie than the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, but you know what? I'm curious. I get to have fun with friends. And that's what it
Yeah.
sounds like a Minecraft movie is. People had fun with their friends.
Yes.
Do not trash your local theaters. That is the bottom line.
Watch this with friends. Watch this with Rift Ponies. One day they'll do it. Maybe.
One day, maybe.
Okay,
One
moving
day.
on.
Yes.
What's up next? The
Oh.
Amateur with Rami
Amateur.
Malek. James
Yes.
Hawes, No Horses. This is a story about a CIA decryptor who,
Mhm.
his wife is killed while she's doing as a tourist in London, and so Charlie, I'll just call him Rami Malek because that's who he is.
Yeah,
Rami
it is. Yeah.
goes.
Freddie Mercury.
Rami wants to get revenge on the people who killed his wife in London. Of course, he's the man behind the chair. He's not a CIA operative. He's not
Right.
strong. He's
Pencil
not
pencil pusher.
skilled. Yeah, exactly. And so
Mm.
that's the shtick of the gimmick of this is that he can't fight, but he can use his brain to
He's got his
like
brains.
to like outsmart and trap the bad guys and kill them.
Got you.
Yeah, that's this one. It
I
Also
believe this was.
espionage and kind of mystery,
Mm,
but
I believe this.
mostly action. Yeah.
I believe this was a remake of a lesser known Canadian film, if I remember
Mm.
correctly. Not that anybody would know, but yeah. I remember that I have not seen this. I saw the same trailer for it dozens of times earlier
Yes.
in the year. This was in regular rotation. I guess my only recollection and personal experience that I have with it was that my girlfriend, when we were flying back from Everfree back in August, she she started this movie up, and then in a couple seats in front of her, she saw other people had Flow and Better Man on their
Yeah.
screens, which she was trying to avoid because she didn't want to get spoiled for either of them. And then eventually was so bored by the amateur, she just gave up and fell asleep. 'Cause she...
um
But tell us about the amateur. I am
some
curious.
folks in chat said cool guy does cool things or smart people doing cool things. It's not even that, because our main character is not necessarily competent at all of this. He's trying to, he's the everyman. He's the
Right.
nerd. He's the pet, like Thoth said, the pencil pusher. He doesn't really have any applicable skills to finding and getting revenge on people. So he's kind of
John
making all this up as he goes along.
John Wick, but if normal.
Right. And so it's not that he's cool or super skilled. It's that, oh, he's me. I would want to be in that position. I would try everything to get revenge on the people who killed my wife. And he's doing all of this, but he's not necessarily good at it. He's
Right.
surviving and somehow manages to pull all this off.
Right.
But it's kind of, it's one kill of someone who is involved, and he finds the next guy. So that's the whole movie, is building up to finding and killing the big guy who did it. And
Right.
it was kind of a slow burn, to be honest.
Okay. Was it effective though? I guess is my question. Like, is this, as we've come to call these kinds of movies, is this a Sunday on FX core
Very
kind
much
of
so. This is
situation? Okay.
but it does not surprise me that Chris fell asleep during it, because there's some low, boring parts of it.
I had there's another person I follow, man carrying thing. Shout out to
Yes,
Jake on
yes.
YouTube. I believe he remarked that he fell asleep like twice watching the movie in theaters, which is crazy. I can understand once, but twice, God, a very slow burn.
There, the big there's like two big, I guess, memorable scenes. The first one happens kind of shortly after he decides to go after the people, and of course he does this after he wallows in depression for a while, which I get.
Oh
It
boy.
makes sense. I'm not gonna say after your wife gets killed that you're not allowed to have a moment of grief, but if this is marketed as an action movie, you're like, oh, man of action, let's go for it. But no, he mopes
Right.
for a while before he decides he's gonna do this thing.
Does he drink? Does he drink? Does he find a gun, and he's like looking at, like, are all the tropes there in that
Most
wallowing in
most
depression?
of them are there, but the
Yep.
big set piece is he's finding someone to kill in a hotel, and that was fun. That's You
Okay.
build up to that, and you're like, oh, I'm locked in. This is fun. This is good. But of course, they kind of show
Uh-huh.
you that in the trailer. It's
They do.
the swimming pool on the roof, and
Oh yeah, yeah. I
but the
remember
leading
that.
up to that, that's cool. And then it kind of drops again, and he's like, oh, he's got to find the next person, and
Mm,
he meets his informant that he's been talking to as a decryptor, and they meet each other. They have to find each other, and it's somewhere in a European country. And you're like, I thought you were. Where's the killing of the people that you're out to, who killed your wife? What happened there? And then
right.
they kind of get back on track again, and the second big thing is the climax with the big bad who he finds, and he pulls a nice big switcheroo. And that was fun. The big switcheroo at the end that he manages to pull off. And you're like, oh, that was
Okay.
cool. So
Okay.
it it didn't need to be this long, as it was, but I thought it was for my taste a solid movie.
Okay. Hey, I'm
Um,
about, again, we need more of these. We
yeah,
need solid movies. solid mid-budget movies. Bring them back.
I can see how this might not be someone's bag just because it's slow and most of the time it's boring. But I mean, they got some big names on this, like Lawrence Fishburne is in it, John Bernthal's in it, Rachel
Yep.
Brosnan's in it, Michael
Holt.
Stuhlbarg's in it.
Oh hell yeah. Mike Holt McKinney, the guy from he's in like Mindhunter and a
Mhm.
bunch of things. He's in a bunch of David Fincher movies. He was in it too. I remember he was in the trailer. So yeah,
So
we need solid action movie. We need more of those.
it was a good recipe, and then it ends in a way, a very nice, neat box. It ends. So
No, yeah,
go see it if you want. I can understand if that's not really your thing. But the award I give the amateur, Rami Malek, is the computers don't work like that award. Of course, this is me not having any whimsy, but the amateur is played really like gritty and down to earth. So I don't feel like it's outside the realm of me ragging on it for that. But
I have to hack. I have to hack the mainframe. Going
that's
to hack
him.
every
He's
phone
the
in
hacker,
the
the
city.
hacker man at
Oh,
CIA. So
he is the hacker known as the amateur. Crazy.
I give it a B minus. So
Okay,
fair enough, fine enough. It's
got you.
Dadcore. I do like
Dad
Dadcore.
core. Yes,
All right, what is
we are
next?
we are susceptible to dad core.
You are not immune.
Not immune to dad core. Yep.
Zen, if you're still here, we're gonna be talking about Warfare.
Warframe.
War-
Warframe. It was right there. It's fine.
Alex Garland, Ray Mendoza,
Yeah.
Warfare. There's no horses,
Yeah.
but
Dang.
wow. If
Yeah.
you've not heard of this movie, this is
Yep.
a real life, a cinematic interpretation of a op that took place during the Iraq War,
Yes.
following a Bravo company, and they're in this town, and it's war. They get ambushed and they have to get out.
Yes. And it's portrayed with like pinpoint accuracy where there is there is only one instance of like there's only one instance of non-diegetic background music, or no, diegetic. Everything else is completely silent. It's played as realistically and captured as realistically as possible because Ray Mendoza was a real Iraq War veteran.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of that attention to accuracy of depicting
Yes.
that scenario is on his part and his contribution.
Mm-hmm.
I could say from my end of things, I saw this on a preview night at the largest IMAX in North America.
Oh, good lord!
So I got, oh no, I knew what I was walking into. I was like, yep, I'm in for a night. I have never seen people. I've never seen people fly out of their IMAX seats until this movie because sound design was great in it.
Yeah.
But got you felt like you were being shot at, and not in a good way. Very, very bad time cinema kind of core here. But the attention to accuracy, I do love Alex Garland. He directed other movies if you've seen them: Civil War, Ex Machina, Annihilation. He wrote 28 Days Later and 28 Years Later, if you've seen those. So yeah, very committed to the realism of it. And once you kind of adjust to that, because there aren't really characters so much
No.
in the film. It's everyone is very loosely sketched because it's less about the artifice of it and the cinema of it, and it's more about the depicting an accurate depiction of what an operation, what war looks like.
Yeah.
And unsurprisingly, it's hell.
Yes,
Like it's the worst.
Zen said you watched it with someone who was in the conflict, and they said it was pretty damn accurate. If that's any of sort of testament as to the lengths they must have gone consulting with actual veterans who were part of this operation. The movements, the dialogue, which is mostly just giving orders and taking orders,
Yeah.
and the just visceral uh, pain, the
Yes. Definitely.
psychological suffering, the when people get shot, that is not it's depicted as just god awful because
Very
that's what it is. It's
unpleasant.
war.
Right. Yeah, and I think there was a weird rebound that this movie got in terms of reactions where people seemed to charge it as being as like glorifying war and violence and and like saying that it was a good thing what they were doing, and I'm
Mm,
like, if you go into this movie and you watch it and you think that this movie is pro-war, I
right.
don't know what to tell you. I do not think anybody working on its intent was to
No.
say this is a good thing that's happening.
Nope.
No, not in the
It's
slightest.
it's just putting you in the boots of someone who was there on the day, and it's more an experience, I think, than it is sort of like a cinematic.
A typical cinematic experience.
Right.
Yeah, you don't get characters and a storyline really. The story kind of ends 30 minutes in, and then the rest of it is playing out in real time this scenario for these people
Mm-hmm.
and how this operation would go. So in that sense, I think it's really admirable
Yeah.
in that sense that it commits to that realism. And whether you're into that experience or not, that will kind of make or break what you think of
Right.
it. But for me, seeing how much effort was put into it and how harrowing it felt, especially in an IMAX sound system,
Absolutely.
um, yeah, yeah, I thought it was commendable, and it was one of the most memorable experiences I've had in a theater this year, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But do you have further thoughts,
It.
Ben?
I think at one point while I was in the theater, I was slumped in my seat, kind of like to try and quote unquote take cover, because like you said, the sound design on this is so good because it really does make you feel like you're being shot at. Bombs are going off, people are just out to kill you, and
Yeah,
God, it's terrifying.
yeah.
So
It's and there's no like building of tension in the conventional sense where like, oh, something bad is about to happen and it's like you're waiting for the bomb to go off. Things will just happen,
yeah.
and you will be taken as off guard as the characters are, and that's like I said, there's an instant in it where I literally just watched an entire row of like 15 people in front of me jump out of their seats at a certain point, and I was like, yeah, like that shows you
Definitely.
it's an effective experience. So yeah, I quite an I don't know if the word enjoyed is the right word for it,
I
but
appreciate it.
it, yeah, and yeah, absolutely.
It is not
Zen is
one.
remarking.
Yep. Mhm.
Mhm. No, I was going to say Zen is remarking that Alex Garland's becoming one of his favorite directors. Yeah, watch
Mhm.
all of Alex Garland's stuff. Civil War is kind of a good companion piece to this in a weird way, but they
I can
kind
see
of go
that.
to, yeah. Ray Mendoza did consulting work on that too, and Alex Garland wrote and directed it. Um, and I mean, he's done Annihilation, Ex Machina, 28 Days Later. Great movies. Check out all of his work.
So this is a
Like
case where it's admirable. I appreciate it. I don't know if I would watch it again just because
yeah,
of the kind of
I
movie that
get
it
it.
is. So the award that I
Right.
give to Warfare is the PTSD simulator, because that's what you get
Yeah.
coming out of that thing. You oh god,
Yeah.
it really
Yeah.
makes you appreciate the folks who serve and what they have to go through day to day, just trying to survive.
Zen says he knew it.
Yeah, you called it. I think we talked about it when after I got out of it, and you're like, "Oh God." So, solid B for me, honestly. Just
Hmm.
very, very well done, constructed
Yeah.
piece of film.
That you'll never watch again.
Maybe, yeah, maybe not. I mean, I could maybe convince. I could be convinced. There's not a whole lot of movies I say I'd never watch again. You know, the
Uh-huh.
one that I would never watch again, but
Yep.
we don't need to talk about that. We can talk about what's up next.
Yes.
Boy,
Oh, hey. I think I know what this
Ladies and
is.
gentlemen, both a alumni of Riff Ponies Watch Along and Thoth's seal of approval for the year of 2025, it's Sinners,
Yes, indeed.
baby.
Yes, it is. It's
Ryan
the best
Coogler,
movie.
and it's got horses.
It do
Let's
have
fucking
horses.
go.
It do.
God, do we? How do we want to talk about this one that we haven't already said before? Just singing this thing's praises throughout the year.
I would say in terms of we talked about cultural moments earlier. This one, I think in terms of word of mouth, in terms of being a movie of it is one of, if not the movie, maybe not box office wise, but movie of the year culturally. I think this made so many waves.
Mm-hmm.
For people who don't, if you don't know out there, Sinners was directed by Ryan Coogler. There, as you see, written and directed. You may know him as the director of Creed, of the first two Black Panther movies, of Fruitvale Station. Um, and he kind of saw this as his first original work that was entirely his own personal work. And the whole kind of conceit of it is that it's these two twin brothers who come back from being in Chicago, I believe it was.
Yeah.
They come back home to the deep South, back to where they grew up and where their hometown, and they want to put together a kind of like a club, a dance hall, an event space for all of their community to get together and be
Mm-hmm.
together. It's a movie about community in a lot of ways.
Opening a
But
juke joint in the deep south in
yes,
Mississippi.
exactly. And there's a lot of working in of that sense of community and also music because that's a key component to it too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a musical also in a way a little bit, which I love. I love a movie that's kind of a musical. I just saw a Testament of Anne Lee, and that's another one where it's like it's kind of a musical, and I love that. But what they don't know is that in the midst of all that, there is also deep South Irish vampires. There are vampires that are coming and want to fuck that up and bring their own community together because they are looking for people. Vampires are about hordes and like bringing a hive together, a hive mind. So what it eventually becomes, as a critic that I follow on YouTube a lot, Patrick T. Willem says, he described it as a deep South Depression era dance battle between between jazz musicians and vampires. And I'm like, yeah, kind of.
Kind of.
It's yeah, I love genre blend movies like this where so many elements of this movie could have just fallen flat, or many different bold swings were taken here. All of them one of them could fall flat and it could come off as goofy or messy. All of them land.
Mm-hmm.
They all come together. There's so many sequences that I think about when I think about this movie where I think I remember holding my breath the first time when I saw it in theaters because I saw what they were doing. It's the sequence. If any of you have seen it, you know what I'm talking about. But anybody out there that doesn't, there is a sequence, one of the like primary sequences, set pieces of the movie. It involves music, it involves dancing, it involves some surreal little thing because the movie's surreal too. It's musical, surreal, kind of horror, action, romance, all of this, all blended together. And I remember when they start that sequence, for a second, I'm like, okay, this could either go really wrong immediately and it'll be goofy and everyone will be taken out of it, or it'll be really fucking cool. And it's really fucking cool.
It's like the best thing ever, dude.
As I was saying in our Riff Ponies watch along that we did, and we will do it again. It's that good. We are going to do it multiple times on stream. But I remember saying in that watch along, and I think it kind of articulates it pretty well. There are moments where I'm a film major. I think of film as an art form, and I love talking about it really in depth. But there are moments in cinema and filmmaking where critical analysis leaves me, and I just have to say that something looks fucking cool. Something's just awesome, and that's many moments of Sinners. A brilliant screenplay. It meshes together so many different themes of community and also ways that, communities have kind of been these communities have been put down upon, different communities too. 'Cause it's not just about the Black American experience. It's about the Irish experience too. There's many different ways where it's talking about how people have been marginalized and how people come together despite it, and that sense of togetherness gets them through, through music, through these different party spaces, these different ways to get together. The way people the assimilation is another kind of theme of it. There's so much to pick at. It's just woven so tightly, and also really maximalist. They let Ryan Coogler do whatever he wanted, and everything worked out. It came out perfectly cooked. It's a case where you threw it in the oven and it came out perfect. Perfect medium rare. Yeah. It is worth checking out. I saw it 4 times in theaters. If that gives you, because I saw it once, and then I said to my girlfriend, I'm like, I need to take you to see this. and she loved it. And then the next week I was like, I really want an excuse to see it again. So I messaged a friend of mine and her husband, and I was like, hey, have y'all heard about Sinners? And they're like, we were literally just thinking about going to see it. I'm like, I will pay for the tickets and we will go see it. And once we got done, they thanked me for taking them to see it. So by the end, word of mouth was really a winner for this, because I remember people were not sure that this was going to do well. I think the budget was 80 or 90 million. And the producers who worked on it and greenlit it for Warner Brothers already were kind of in hot water prior to this, because I think Mickey 17 failing kind of put them in hot water. But then the Minecraft movie did well. And then this did 40 million on opening, and then proceeded to just build and build and build to a point where it ended up at $500 million worldwide. So big return of profit. One of the most critically lauded movies of the year. It's probably going to get nominated for Oscars. I wouldn't be upset if it won a bunch of them, including Best Picture. We haven't even talked about the performances. Michael B. Jordan plays 2 people at the same time, and it's perfectly convincing. I don't doubt it for a second.
Right. 2
they
distinct
develop
characters with their own personalities, despite being twins. Sorry.
Yeah.
They're cousins.
They're cousins. There's that. Miles Catton, who had never performed, was never acted at a movie prior to it. He's a great musician, and he's great in his first role in front of a camera, period. Haley Steinfeld's great. God, Delroy Lindo is great. Jack O'Connell as the villain. Well, I mean, what do you say? Dude's amazing. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't seen Sinners, go see it. It's on HBO Max.
If you take away nothing from this stream tonight, at least consider going to see Sinners if you can.
Yeah. For me, it is still tops my list. I mean, this is spoilers. Maybe we'll be doing mine in a couple months, but unless anything changes soon, I think this will be my number 1 for 2025. It just left. I just, every time I get done with it, I'm like, I could go to watch that again. I would love to watch it again. I think that is what my girlfriend said after we watched it. I was like, do you want to watch it again? She was like, yeah. It's just wonderful. It's why we go to the movies. I think every time I saw a public showing of it, there was applause, which does not happen much now, but every crowd loved it and came back for more. Everyone was engaged. I never saw a phone out at any of the screenings. People were locked in. It's fun. It's one of those, like I said, you feel everything. You laugh, you cry, you're excited watching it. You see shit that you never have seen a movie do before. And it's just, yeah.
There's hot people making out.
As we talked about in the watch along, there was a point where I think Fez actually got horny, and it was go watch our watch along. It was great. It was a great time. Yeah. My favorite of the year. Genuinely, I think one of the best movies of the decade thus far. We're only halfway through, but I think the 2020s, this is one that's original, definitely evocative of other movies that have come before it, different genre movies, but it blends all of these ingredients together perfectly. I couldn't think of a thing I would change. Just an amazing cinematic experience. I've been talking. Ban, continue.
Well,
You
well
take it
said.
away.
Honestly, I don't know how much more I could add to that. I really wanted actually you to take point because you just vocalize
Yeah.
everything that I want to say about it, and it deserves to have all of these beautiful points made so eloquently. That my what
Oh,
I take away from Sinners, and I've said it on the watch along, but one of my favorite things is that it takes place in the deep South in Mississippi, and there is an accurate depiction of some
yeah.
Mississippi Delta Chinese living in the communities and serving the African American communities down there in the deep South, which not a lot of people remember that was sort of an integral part of the Southern history. And the reason that I am here today, because one of my father's side comes from the Mississippi Delta. Historically,
Hmm.
they opened up grocery stores and they serviced the communities down there in Mississippi, specifically Vicksburg. So that was to see that depicted on a big screen, to have people be made aware of this sort of niche community that really did exist in American history and was important, and to finally see it being shown in a big movie like this was really, really nice. Just really
Yeah.
happy to see that.
It's a celebration of everything in a
Mm-hmm.
way, of genre films, of different cultures, of different musical genres.
Everyone
There's
can
mul
take something away from this.
Yeah, I would really have to question someone's, like, what someone values in a piece of entertainment and art if they came out of this having a bad time.
Right.
I understand, anything you can anybody can dislike a cinematic experience. Anybody can not like a piece of art cannot work for someone.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone came out of this and got nothing out of it, I would really question, what do you look for, and this gives you it all to you,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the whole kit and caboodle, as they used to say. Yeah, God, a 10 out of 10 for me.
So
What
much
about
good stuff.
you, Ben?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty dang high. So the award I give to Sinners is that scene.
Mm-hmm.
I
You'll
think
know it when you see it.
in my actual document I explain what it is, but here I'm not gonna elaborate. I'm just gonna say it's that scene, and that as soon
Yeah.
as you hit that point in the movie, you're gonna either you were going to see what we've been gushing about firsthand.
Yeah. It, genuinely one of the most masterful sequences of the decade
Mm-hmm.
in cinema. If you ever want to show someone what cinema is about and what you can do with filmmaking, that's one of them.
Sinners,
Just perfect. Perfect movie.
So that's an S for me, baby.
Let's go.
S
S for sinners.
Yes.
Yeah. So good.
If you
That's why.
want more commentary, check out the Riff Ponies watch along that we did
Yeah,
on Halloween.
we did. We did it on Halloween. That was great. Perfect.
And if you want more
almost
Sinners watch along,
we'll almost definitely be doing it again come award season and March. We do a best of the previous year. We'll probably do it again. That shows you how much we're willing to watch it on stream again. That's how much we love it.
even better the
So
second time. All right. Thank you, Sinners.
spread the yes. Thank you, Ryan Coogler, the man.
I'll watch anything by him now. Okay, what's
Yeah,
next
yeah.
is Thunderbolts.
Okay. Yeah.
Jake Shearer. There were no horses in the Thunderbolts. This was kind of an unconventional quote-unquote MCU movie. Well, I guess it is an MCU movie. There's all of these characters come from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, so
Right.
it didn't
They made
feel like frickin', Captain America, Brave New World. This
They
felt
made
like someone actually wanted to get a point across and tell a story.
I was gonna I was gonna say they made the unconventional choice of making it about something. Thank you, MCU. No, yeah, this one I actually did. This is the one MCU film from this year that I did actually see.
Yeah.
Mainly based on the praise that I heard. I watched it on once it hit digital. But you go over your experience and your recollections of it, Ben.
Yeah, I thought, this is going to be another MCU team up movie. They were marketing it kind of like that, but it turned into it's an exploration of the human kind of psychology and condition and wanting to. It's found family again, which just makes for a really good movie. All of these folks who don't have their tradition support, anything they can go back to, they find the camaraderie amongst themselves.
Superheroes with depression, the movie.
Yeah, they explore
honestly.
That a there is
yes.
I don't know if I want to talk about the plot too much. It's just because I feel like most people have seen it. Also, it's Marvel, so it just surprised me in how real they wanted to get talking about mental health, I think.
Yes.
And there were some really cool sequences when they're going into people's psyche, I'll say.
Yes. I think that's spoiler free. Yeah.
Visually and just kind of artistically. Some of that choices they made were weird, but I respect it.
Yes. I think there was a lot more vision in the movie than a lot of other recent Marvel films. Especially compared to what I've heard about Captain America: Brave New World.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, that someone wanted to make a story with these characters specifically about something. So it may be a low bar, but I'll take it. I remember watching it and I surprisingly enjoyed myself despite kind of barely having a concept of a lot of these characters, because a lot of them are, I believe, Disney Plus MCU characters.
Yeah.
I didn't know who Kurt Russell's son was, John Walker.
Yeah.
US agent or what, he was like a fake Captain America something.
He was carryover from
Falcon Winter Soldier,
as is what Bucky's immediately coming out of. Of course, you remember him from he's the most OG of the characters here in this lineup.
Yeah.
From the first Captain America movie he was in. Yelena's from Black Widow, Red Guardian's from Black Widow, Taskmaster's from Black Widow, Ghost is from Ant-Man. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
And the Wasp.
But
way back.
But she was a fun character to have in this movie. So.
Yeah. And Bob is Bob. Bob is Lewis Pullman. He's Bob from Top Gun Maverick.
So I wasn't. There was less just straight up action compared to what I was expecting, but also that played into not fitting into the typical MCU CGI slop fest. I mean, there's a big set piece at the end, but it's It's not like fight the big red Hulk. It has a lot more that's trying to deliver in terms of.
It's like a character. It's a character and an emotional catharsis, if anything, by the end. Yeah, so in that, it felt more mature than a typical MCU movie, and I was surprised by that. There were still some tendencies that I wasn't big on.
Yeah.
Some of the comedy didn't really land well for me. Right. I didn't find Stranger Things Man all that funny, and I think they really banked on David Harbour yelling being funny, and I was like, he's kind of obnoxious, and I know he's kind of meant to be, but I'm not really entertained by him. But generally, great performances. It looked good. I liked that they really went to film the car chase in the desert.
Yeah,
it didn't look like slop, and I was like, okay, I'm impressed. You. Yes, agreed. Yeah, so for the one MCU movie I saw this year, I guess Yeah, I was impressed. I was surprised it was a movie and it movied correctly. I don't want it to sound like I'm a snob and I don't like MCU movies, but I do notice they've become a bit more product like in
Mm-hmm.
recent years, and it's kind of, I don't know. I like when
Commodified.
I like when a movie exists to tell a story and isn't just, another product, like you said, commodified.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Julia Louise Dreyfus was in this too. And she was
Yeah.
actually pretty solid. That was weird to see. I did not expect to see Elaine from Seinfeld in an MCU movie and as a villain, but hey, there you go.
So Thunderbolts, I give this award to Thunderbolts. It is the Man Fights His Own Demons award. You'll know what that means.
Yeah.
I give it an A minus. It was solid. It was really fun
Nice.
watch. Really
Nice.
touching and emotional at points. And when I went to see this with my brother and sister in law, we got out of it and went, "Wow, that was pretty good."
Hmm. Yeah, I could see people having a good time with it. And
Mhm.
I did too. I was very pleasantly surprised that I sat through it and was like, I do not regret watching that. That was a good use of my time.
What did Dan say? Cape shit moment? Is that what it's called? Soup.
That's a term in the
I
in
see.
some
I see.
film circles. Yeah. Uh
All right. Well, what do we have next on the docket? It is Fight or Flight
oh
featuring
my
Cooper
God, is it
Trap.
Cooper Trap himself?
James Madigan, no horses. All right, this is a story about a ex Secret Service agent who um he boards an international flight to find this freedom fighter who is stowed away on the plane.
Hmm.
And it turns out the agency he's working for who wants to find this freedom fighter is not the only person who's looking for her. And then they have to fight on the flight.
Dan, I'm begging you to read the comment that Dan just put in
Oh
chat.
no.
Please, please.
Oh no. The stream got crispy.
Just
Oh
got
no.
crispy. Don't say crispy, Dad.
Are we Can you hear me? Are we good?
No, no, he's referencing trap.
Oh,
When
shit.
that term that M. Night Shyamalan made up as a word
Oh,
for
that's
cool,
right. I thought you meant the
crispy.
stream died. I was like, oh,
No,
what?
no. Nobody don't say that. Um yes, so stars Josh Hartnett, Cooper Trap from Trap. Um I saw this like I guess it must have gone around on other streaming services like internationally because I saw this fairly early.
Yeah.
Um, I it felt like a good direct to TV action movie. It was
Yeah.
direct to TV John Wick for me, but I know you had quite. I there's this impression from you and Algernon that I like hated this. I enjoyed it. I would like to rewatch it. But you had more glowing thoughts. I want to hear your take on it, please.
I just thought it was a lot of fun. Maybe it's because I'm still coming off of the high of seeing Josh Hartnett because dude, the
He's great.
characters he plays are so much fun.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. He's a
He's
great performer.
he's got the charisma, he's got the aloofness when he wants to be. He's funny, he's got comedic chops. It's just I'll watch anything with him now.
Yes. Yeah, agreed. You
And
know what? I was just thinking of it just now. Put him in a Knives Out movie,
oh my
honestly.
god, that would work so
Put him
well.
Ryan Johnson, if you're out there, you're probably not, but if you are and you're listening to us, put Josh Hartnett in your next Knives Out movie, please. For
It
the love
was
of God.
this was a video game basically. Yeah,
Yeah, it is a video game movie.
it's
In
kind of
yeah.
what leveling up and finding different creative and absurd ways to kill people on an airplane. Um,
Yes.
I went into it not really expecting too much plot, and that was a good choice for me because the action takes center stage, and I guess there's a little bit of chemistry between him and the person he's trying to find. But I think at the end of the day, it's these crazy side bosses, mini bosses from a video game come out with just these weird gimmicks and crazy special powers and special attacks, and this washed up kind of half drunk ex Secret Service guy has to find a way to like kill them all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a pick up and play kind of movie where
Yeah.
it's an hour and a half. It's an easy watch and it's silly and entertaining in all the right ways.
Mm-hmm.
Another Sunday afternoon on FX kind of watch, I would say.
Definitely.
I know we keep. I think we have a type, Ben.
I
think
have a
we have a
type.
type of movie.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
And my type
No,
is
I can get
anything
down
with,
with it.
is anything with Josh Hartnett in it.
Josh Hartnett, yeah.
He's my type.
Exactly. He's your type. There you go.
But that it's not too much to talk about. I think the some of the action was a little crazier than. Well, that's the name of the game. The name of the game is Crazy Action Sequence, so that's what it is. That's what I mean to say.
Right. Right.
Doesn't need to go any deeper than that. Fight or Flight for me gets the award for the Meet the Pyro acid trip, because at one point in the movie,
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
becomes inebriated / drugged, and shit gets really weird.
Yes. Yeah. I would definitely I would definitely love to rewatch it. I think I would be curious to rewatch it.
So for my type of movie that this is, because this is right up my alley, I give it an A-.
Yeah. Nice.
It's just dumb fun. I like it.
Mhm.
Don't need to think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. Just watch him
Exactly.
with bleach blonde hair kill people in the craziest, stupidest ways you can imagine. Okay.
Exactly.
Fight or Flight. We fought and we flew.
We did.
What did I watch next? I watched Friendship next.
Let's go.
Andrew DeYoung. There's no horses in it, but honestly, if Craig just somehow showed up with a horse, that wouldn't have been entirely out of character.
Yep. Wouldn't have been out of character. Wouldn't have been out of pocket whatsoever.
For those who are unfamiliar with the movie Friendship, imagine just a human being that has never socialized successfely before in his entire goddamn life. Somehow he's married with kids, married with kids, and a neighbor moves in next door who seems to have his life together, and so Craig, this absolute failure of a human being, wants to become friends with this cool guy he meets next door. But after some awkward interactions, the friendship, as the movie says, friendship doesn't go the way Craig is expecting.
Yes.
And it bleeds into his normal life.
Everything happens following this.
It is
it's a social, I was going to say it's a social horror in a weird way. It's not a horror movie conventionally, but it's kind of like a thriller horror of like social awkwardness. The way I look at it is that Craig, who's played by if anybody doesn't know, Tim Robinson. Yeah, he has a show on Netflix. I Think You Should Leave. That's the name of the show. Great comedy show, which it was a sketch show that he co-created with a friend of his, which he used to be a writer and performer on Saturday Night Live, and got kicked off the show basically because everyone was just so uncomfortable with the sketches he was writing, apparently, that they just didn't, like, they were just like, this is not working. So he went over and made I Think You Should Leave, which is one of the best comedy shows on television right now. One of the best. Go watch it, please. And this kind of carries over that tone where it's all about, I think Red Letter Media described it best, that he takes an ordinary scene of human beings engaging socially and just throws a grenade into the middle of it.
That's a really good way to describe it.
Yeah, he throws a grenade into it, and it's just a joy to watch. So for me, the way I looked at it kind of was it's it's like if the protagonist of an Adam Sandler movie was just put into real life and you watched the mechanics of that play out. Like, what would a completely unadjusted human being that could only exist in an Adam Sandler comedy be like if they existed in reality? And it turns out
It's a
it doesn't work
disaster.
out. And
It's
yeah, he would kind of be a creepy goblin
it's a
creature in this real
travesty.
life.
It is.
Yeah.
I've never felt this much secondhand embarrassment from a movie.
and and it's hilarious. I saw this in its opening week in New York City when it was still in limited release, sold out theater. People were cackling every 30 seconds just watching this man exist completely unable to exist.
It was
Um
hard to watch for me.
for me it was hilarious. But it
Yeah.
is hard to watch too.
Yeah, that's the
Um
point of it.
yeah, by design, yeah. And it also is kind of low key riffing on our social conventions and sort of that concept of what male friend, like the expectations of male friendship is. I think there really are like depths to plunge into the movie. It's not just embarrassment and comedy. I think there are interesting things that it's kind of poking at, where it's being like, isn't it kind of stupid that friendship works like this?
Yeah.
Like
So
there's that whole moment. I won't spoil anything, but there's this particular moment where someone brings in like I think Paul Rudd's character, who Tim Robinson's character idolizes. He brings in like a prehistoric knife or something, and then he's like impressing his whole friend group, and Tim Robinson sees that and he's like, oh, that's how this works. That's how the friendship works, is you buy a cool thing and show it to your friends.
mhm.
So when he tries to run his friend group and run his own party, he just brings like an actual knife or something, and everyone like a switchblade, and everyone just starts fucking around with it, and you kind of just watch this man be like, what am I doing wrong?
Mm.
Like, how am I male friendshipping wrong that this man is doing right? And that's how it turns into like a king of comedy, kind of like idolizing this man, because he's like, what is he doing right that I'm doing wrong? I need this man in my life to function normally and feel normal. So it's also just fucking hilarious. uh God, yeah.
The,
I love it.
the most baffling thing to me is how this character Craig managed to pull a wife played by Kate Mara, who's absolutely gorgeous, and
Yes.
being an absolute unapproachable weird, just straight up weirdo in this movie. How did this man? How is this man just not living alone, eating TV dinners all day
It really
for
is
his life?
great. I do love really thinking about the mechanics of this character and being like, how does, yeah, A, how does he have a wife? B, how did he have a kid? How did this happen?
It because every turn he's proving that he's completely inept at socializing.
Yeah, but within that, there's an interesting bit of commentary in that too.
Yes.
Like, how is he a functioning member of society this way? So yeah, one of the most fun times at a theater this year for me was seeing this in a packed theater. I actually gave this as a on Blu-ray as a Christmas gift to a close friend. Chris and I, we have a friend, her husband. We got together about a couple months ago when this hit HBO Max, and his wife, our friend, went to bed because she had a headache. So me, and our close friend's husband, we sat in the living room and watched Friendship together and had a male friendship moment, and it was great. And he loved it. And then I surprised him with it on Blu-ray for Christmas yesterday. And he was like, "Yo, this movie's fucking great." And we were like, and we have a core moment with Andrew DeYoung and Tim Robinson's friendship, and I'll treasure it forever.
Treasure your own friendships by
It's
watching
true.
how it could just not work.
How bad it can go. Yes, exactly.
But for me, this is like totally not my sensibility of movie, and yet I see the merit in it, and it was it was entertaining to just watch how awful of a protagonist he is, because I like we've talked about before, I'm not necessarily into protagonists that aren't good at existing, who are
Right.
disasters of people, or who are
Right.
scumbags. But for this movie, that's the whole point. That's the whole conceit. So I get it, and so I did have a good enough time with it, despite how, I guess, miserable it was.
Right. Yeah.
So
No, I get it.
friendship for me, the award is yeah, absolute failure of a human being. I've said that before. Probably the most human failure I've seen in a movie in a while. So
Human failure.
it just,
I love that.
if you've been around people in any setting, you'd understand why putting a
Yeah.
bar of soap in your mouth just stupid and dumb. Like, why did you
He was
do
a
that?
he was a bad boy.
Oh god,
He
I think
was a
that was the
bad boy.
worst. That was the worst. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, Craig? Okay, well, for how much I say I didn't really vibe with it, I gave it a B, because that's the whole point's to make you uncomfortable. And like you
Remember,
said, there's a lot of commentary as to behind it. There's a point to it, so I
remember,
recognize it.
remember the scene with him and Connor O'Malley in the garage?
Oh my god.
I think I
Yeah,
think
that's the
about
other
it
part. I was like,
constantly.
what the hell?
I think about that constantly.
I don't want to think about it. Ugh. All right. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Paul. And thank you,
Thank
Andrew
you, Tim.
the Young.
Thank you.
Friendship. Hooray. Oh, okay.
Uh,
Hurry up
hey,
tomorrow.
I'm
This,
on tour. I
directed by
got
Trey Edward Schultz. There's no horses in it. For those who haven't heard of this movie, someone asked The Weeknd to
yeah.
star in a pseudo music video slash quote unquote drama suspense about the the burden of being a traveling an artist who's making music, going on concert tour, and maybe hasn't made the best decisions in his life, and try to play it like some kind of commentary on that sort of thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And it doesn't work because it's bad.
Yeah, yeah, I heard a lot about this movie. It's a shame because I like Trey Edward Schultz. He's made a couple of really fantastic movies. He made a great drama called Krisha
Hmm.
that was about it was basically the experience of an older person going through the early onset of dementia.
Hmm.
Uh Psychological thriller, kind of like a psychological horror. And he filmed it in his house with his family, with his aunt,
Oh.
and it's yeah, it very harrowing. He did It Comes at Night, which was a classic A24 case of being advertised as a horror movie, and it was a little bit different than that, and people were upset that it wasn't that,
Ah.
but a very good movie. He also made Waves, which is a great like family drama movie. Great movies, great director. I think The Weeknd just approached someone who he liked the movies of and said, "Make a movie about me," which is funny. Which is funny because I like The Weeknd's music too. I think he's a great musician. He's not a great actor.
He can't act.
I,
I'm sorry,
I hate to
guys.
tell you, Abel. I hate to tell you, Abel, but maybe give up on that.
That said, we do quote you a lot from Hurry
We
Up
do.
Tomorrow.
We do.
So your performance has left an impression on us. I will say that.
Shut the fuck up. I'm on a tour. I have
There's things to
calls.
do. I have calls. So Jenna Ortega somehow got roped into this, and she's a fan. I guess plays a fictional character who is a fan of The Weeknd's music,
Mm,
and gets kind of yandere obsessed with him because they meet and they go on a date. But then
yes.
The Weeknd is not necessarily an innocent person. He is, made, as the movie kind of depicts, he's made mistakes with previous relationships. So, and maybe he's running from some kind of truth or trauma he doesn't want to explore. There's like a whole ass horror sequence in the middle of this movie for no goddamn reason. That pissed me off. It didn't need to be there. I don't know if it was childhood trauma. I don't know what that was supposed to be quite honest. It's just a big jump scare shows up because he goes down this mystery tunnel and elevator into his own psychology or something.
Mhm.
It's just
Right.
dumb.
Right. But I guess my question is, because I've heard many people consider this one of the worst movies of the year. Would you describe it as that? Is there artistic merit here,
I
or is
think
it just a self-filleting like vanity project
I
on
can
the
see
weekend's part?
I can see them trying to do some neat things. Visually, there's some parts about it which were cool because it's kind of
Uh-huh.
psychedelic. It's kind of heightened. I think when they went on the date, that was all shot pretty well in like this montage and kind of spliced together with the music.
Maybe it would have been a better idea if they had just done like a series of music videos
Maybe,
instead of a movie.
but
Sounds like
also Barry Keoghan is in this, and he's kind of like a goblin man
my my
of
fra- my favorite Goblin Man, affectionate. I love
a
Barry Keoghan.
of a talent manager who just wants the weekend to show up and play his friggin' music, which he's supposed to do as is his job. But
But he's sad. He's sad, man.
yeah, he's sad because of how the movie turned out. It didn't turn out well.
Uh huh.
Yeah, there's stakes to it for some reason. There's a body count for some reason, and there's
Jesus.
major property damage for some reason too, and I'm still not
Huh.
quite sure why.
It's funny. We say all this. It sounds like it was memorable in how you recall all of this.
It was memorable, but so was Madam Web. I could tell you
Yeah.
parts of that which were
Yeah.
memorable and bad. I just didn't like it. I had a bad time watching it.
Right.
I guess Jenna
Yeah.
Ortega dancing for 5 minutes was kind of funny, but I'm like, what are
Two,
we doing?
two, the weekend song, from my understanding.
Yeah, it was just she was just
Of
dancing
course.
to Blinding Lights or whatever. I'm like, oh, that one I know. Well, that one's like the big one everyone knows. So
Right. Right.
and then she's like trying to give him a lesson or so. She like burns down her mom's house at the beginning of the movie so for some reason. I just don't get it. I don't understand what they were trying to tell with this. And I don't think a lot of people also know what the hell was going on.
It sounds like a bell. It sounds like a bell said, "I want to make a movie about me, and I want it to be like A24," and that this is what popped out. That's what it sounds like to me.
Thanks, Abel and Jenna and Barry for giving us this. I remember it. It left a mark. We'll say that much.
Mm.
The word for Hurry Up Tomorrow is epilepsy warning because there's some sequence in this thing not quite as that maybe on the same level as Enter the Void.
I was gonna say, Fez was mentioning that Gaspar Noé directed a The Weeknd music video recently, so
That makes
match
sense.
made in heaven.
I see.
Yep.
I wonder if Gaspar Noé did this movie instead, how that would have turned out.
That would have been interesting. That would be pretty interesting. I would have actually seen it. I'll say that. I almost saw this. I had tickets to see it, and then I heard the just overwhelmingly negative reception, and I was like, I don't need to spend 2 hours of a Saturday morning seeing this.
I don't need to
I
spend
said
the time.
no.
I don't need to spend the time or the money, and I kind of regret
Yep.
spending both. This gets a D for
Oh
me.
no.
But not an F, because
Okay.
there's some parts of it which do cinematically work on a base level.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's not. It
Like I
wasn't
said.
soulless. I don't think it wasn't.
Yeah.
Someone had an idea. They wanted it to work. It just didn't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Trey-
I didn't
Trey-
appreciate that.
Right. Trey Edward Schultz is a quality director, and I hope he continues to be given jobs. I hope this doesn't kill his career. Please. Waves was really great, and it killed his career because it made no money because A24 didn't advertise it.
Uh,
So, it's a rough one out there.
all
Rough
right,
one out
we
there.
we hurried up through tomorrow. What's next
We
on the
did.
docket? Is it something good?
Let's see.
Well,
Well,
maybe.
never mind. We lost today.
We
Tell
rolled
us all
bad.
about it, man.
Dean Fleischer Camp did this. There were no horses in it. Okay, so
Rip.
I, Banquo,
You
went
Banquo.
into the live action Lilo and Stitch viewing when it came out, having never seen the original Lilo and Stitch animated treasure, because I had
Crazy.
not seen it. I thought this would
Right.
be a unique opportunity to at least try to be as objective
Hmm.
as possible and see if this thing can stand on its own without being directly compared to the animated movie that
Right.
is the came before it.
Right.
Um, it was charming because Stitch is just a little funny guy, so that's it's fun in that way.
Right.
It's your typical live action Disney. Most of the parts were translated. The spirit of it is kind of there, so I can't bash it for being like a soulless abomination.
Mm.
What it did do, and of course I have since seen the original. It
Right.
removed it removed the antagonist of the original movie,
Right.
which
Yeah, I heard
I
about that.
don't know why they did. It doesn't work the same way without it. And they made one of the I don't even remember the character's name. The two little funny alien guys who are sent. I'm talking about the original now. Who are sent to go find Stitch. They're kind of the
Right.
comedic duo, and the general, the big shark guy, is sent to actually like be malicious and find Stitch and like capture him and take him away. But the two other funny guys are just kind of there for comedy. And in this
Right.
live action version, they made one of the two funny guys be the big bad guy for some
Huh.
reason.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I did hear about this. Yeah.
And so, watching this movie with no context of the original, I was sitting there going, this doesn't feel right. This casting of this character in that role didn't feel like what would make the most sense. Even though I had
Right.
no idea that there was supposed to be a big antagonist in the shark guy.
Right.
Didn't know that.
Interesting. So you even noticed that structurally they had fundamentally changed the movie and kind of made it not work inadvertently.
I clued in to the things that they changed from the original on this live action remake that I had no idea was even present in the
Right.
original one. That's how
That is pretty.
starkly contrasted. So they tried to borrow the movie directly from the original, and they made some stupid creative decisions such that it left a hole that anyone who
Right.
has not seen the original could still pick out and say, why did they do this and not something else? Why
Right.
does it work this way?
Ugh. Right. And then there's obviously the things that were changed about the ending. I don't know if you want to talk about that, but it sounded like there was just a lot of I was also going to propose that maybe the reason they got rid of that big villain, the big antagonist, is so they could save money and not have to animate him.
In
I think
that
that was a
vein, one
speculation
one would wonder why they even did the friggin' thing in live action in the first place. My still
because
big problem with this whole
be,
conceit.
right. Well, it's because now it's I'm not saying this is my perspective, but this is a general public's perspective. They go, "Oh, now it's a real movie." Because it's that constant it's that constant lowering of animation as a medium, and it's like no, it's animation is movie. It's not a lower form of movie, but they can only see it as like, oh, live action means it's a real movie now. It's like the whole How to Train Your Dragon thing, which I haven't seen. um yeah, it comes from that frustrating outlook. And
It's awful.
I have a supervisor at work. I guess I'll tell this
Go
story.
tell that
I have a
story.
supervisor who said, yeah, who he has two kids and a wife at home. And he said, "Oh, did you see the new live action Lilo and Stitch?" I was like, "No, I didn't see it." And he was like, I think it worked better in live action than in animation." And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, sure." Secretly, I'm screaming on the inside.
I'm
And
screaming now.
when I told my girlfriend Chris about it later, she went, "Oh, I would have told him he was wrong right there to his face." And I'm like, "No, I get fired if that happens." And she's like, "I don't care. I would have told him he's wrong." Uh, Dan is mad in chat.
I yeah. So the ending of it was changed as well. I
Yeah.
I guess I won't say exactly what they changed, but it was such that I was able to recognize what that was dumb. So obviously looking back at the original movie, it's like, "Oh, well, this worked so much better. Why did they even change it?" The
Yeah,
thing
if you want to include a mini review of the original animated one
is just better.
on top of that.
Just
Yeah, it's
better
better.
all
Way
around.
better.
I think the
Yeah.
one thing what happens in this live action movie, which I actually like, is they give the neighbor and the I guess the cousin or the neighbor's son is more present and integral to the family unit.
Hmm.
Because I don't think in the original they were well, in the original there is no neighbor, I don't think. The
Yeah, I don't think so.
the older woman. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's added in the live action movie. That's an actual change that I think did serve well in this live action. Having sort of a parental figure somehow involved, no, even though Nani's trying, really
Hmm.
hard to be sister, caretaker, and make money so they can not get evicted, kicked out, all that sort of thing.
That's fair. I would argue the whole movie is about that sister connection.
That is true. I
Yeah.
think
Uh,
the that's a good argument. I liked having the older woman there. For
Adds a
she
different
was in it
dynamic.
kind of minimally, but just
Mm.
her dynamic with the son. Her son was it Dave? I don't remember. The son
Hmm.
who's I guess interested in Nani. Um, but
Yeah,
overall,
that wasn't in the original. Yeah.
Stitch is Stitch. He's fun. He's cuddly. Made the kids laugh, and he was charming. I said I
Uh-huh.
imagine he's a little bit more cuddlier and a little more funny in the animated version, and he was. But
And he was. Yep.
I'm not gonna say that this was like a complete and utter failure of a movie because it did functionally work for
Work. Right.
75% of it. It's just some of the things they changed was really blaringly obvious shouldn't have been changed.
Hmm.
So for
Yeah.
that, I'm gonna say Lilo and Stitch gets the Now You're Thinking with Portals award. If you've seen the ending, you know what I'm talking about. I've kind of alluded to it, and it's one of the things that kind of
One of the things
renders
that.
the whole movie inconsequential if you think about it. But I'm
Yep.
willing to overlook it because it was like in the last 2 minutes, and oh, it's funny,
People
it's
were
charming.
people were mad about that.
Yeah, I was kind
Mad
of
about
mad
that
about it
whole.
too.
Yeah, especially people who were connected to that original one and the moral and resolution of it.
It's
People kind of
almost
saw it as a betrayal of the entire point of the movie,
yeah,
the
the
original
stakes are
film.
gone. There's no reason for that decision for Nani to make that decision if you can just. But I'm putting it at a C minus, uh,
Okay,
lower than average, but it does it still works as a film
functional
somewhat.
movie.
Yeah.
Functional movie. Yeah.
So I can't objectively say it's on the level of like Hurry Up Tomorrow. So it's just a little better because I still
Yes.
relatively enjoyed myself through through the
Hmm.
antics and the acting.
Right.
Solid for a child actor. I think her name is Maya Kiloa, something like
Hmm.
that. So she did a pretty good job acting against something that's not there.
Are you right? Are you excited for Lilo and Stitch 2?
No, next.
Thank you.
Uh, so we're gonna do a few more before we go to break, but
You got it.
next on the docket is Karate Kid Legends. Speaking of
This
nostalgia,
yeah, yeah, right. This I did not see. So you take it away, Ben.
Jonathan Entwistle directed this one. There were no horses in it, and it's every Karate Kid story you've seen before. I think there were how many original Karate Kids? Like three.
There were three theatrical ones, a direct-to-video sequel, and the one with, and then there was like a remake slash reboot. I guess now it's part of this continuity legacy sequel with
Mm-hmm.
Jackie Chan and Jaden Smith. And then there's also Cobra Kai, which this
Yeah.
apparently ignores. So
They also kind of ignore the Jaden Smith that like Jackie Chan's here, but they don't really talk about the Jaden Smith thing at all.
yeah, I figured. Yeah, they're just like he existed in this franchise, so we're bringing him back. Yeah.
Right. And so it's the main character's name is Lee Fong. He moves to New York. Meets this girl named Mia, who is the daughter of a pizza chef. They have a relationship. They're in high school. And he enters the Five Boroughs tournament in New York to fight her ex and
Mm.
kind of he's the outcast moving into a new school. His thing is kung fu. His mom told him to give it up when he moved to New York. No more fighting. He's also getting over like the some internal struggles with his brother who passed away
Mm.
as a kind of side consequence of of Li Fong not being good enough or active enough or competent enough to do something. He's got a lot of baggage. He's moving to New York with a lot of baggage, and he's using this winning the Five Boroughs tournament to kind of be more self assured in his
Right.
that he's good enough and he's you know he's a solid kid.
Right.
I liked Ben Wong. I thought he was great.
Mm.
And one of the up and coming actors that I'm looking forward to seeing more in.
Mm.
It's Jackie Chan. He's Jackie Chan. He's an old
Of
grizzled
course.
kung fu master. They brought back Ralph Macchio for some reason. He was in it.
Yep.
It's for us to point.
You're
Go,
in
oh
the
my
era.
god, the Karate Kid.
Oh,
is.
he's back. The Karate Kid TM. He's back.
Yeah.
It sounds like they followed the legacy sequel formula to a T
It was.
in more ways than one. Yeah.
They didn't really try anything bold or new, but in that
Hmm.
same vein, that they followed a formula that they know works, so it did work. The action
Right.
sequences were pretty good. For me, my favorite fight was out in the alley. Of course, they show a lot of that in the trailer. But
Of course.
Ben Wong is, I believe, a dancer by tutelage.
Mm.
And so him learning to fight, he did all that, you know, he learned all the choreography, he put in all the work.
Oh,
So that was
I
cool.
can appreciate that.
Admirable.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
And so that obviously being the highlight of Karate Kid, as most Karate Kid films are, the highlights the kung fu.
I was gonna say, what's your experience with the franchise as a whole? Do you have a firm connection with it?
I've seen the original. I don't
Okay.
remember seeing much of the sequels, but the original, of course, is iconic on its own.
Yes, for sure.
Trendsetter did a lot in terms of movie and cultural significance back in the day, and so I have seen it, and so I was kind of familiar with the formula, and of course
The beats.
exactly the story beats from Karate Kid original is carried over into all kinds of movies since then.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But it's kind of a funny dynamic having these two masters, Ralph and Jackie Chan. They kind of take on a father-like, almost like having two dads.
I was about to make a two dads joke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it is
Uh-huh.
kind of like that when they do show up in New York.
Hmm.
So Li Fong fights in the tournament and he wins the tournament. It's Karate Kid. You get exactly what it's packaged to be. So It's not
Right,
trying to
right,
be
right.
anything else.
Okay. Hey, again, sometimes you need average movies.
Yeah.
If anything, we need more average movies.
And if it were more unique and not just playing off of the brand name of Karate Kid, I feel like it might go a little higher on the list. But
Mm,
there's a nice little sub plot about him teaching Mia's father, who the pizza guy, he was a former boxer, so they kind
mm,
of connect. And Lee teaches the pizza guy kind of how to get back into fight.
hmm.
It's another kind of father figure in his life, the father of the girl he's crushing on in school. So
Right. Hey.
he also
Huh.
had ties into organized crime because I guess it's New York, so whatever.
New York, baby. New York. We got.
So yeah,
I'm criming here.
it was inoffensive. It was good enough. The
Hmm.
award is the Nostalgia Bait Award because that's pretty much what it was. But I give it a
That's
B
why it
minus.
exists.
Yeah,
Okay. Hey.
I wouldn't
It's
say
decent and.
clamor to go see this, but maybe if it's on streaming and you've got nothing else, give it a watch and just soak up
Mm,
the vibes of Karate Kid.
yeah. If you're a fan of the franchise, I've seen the original, of course. I don't
Hmm.
think I've seen any of the others
Yeah.
or Cobra Kai. Yeah, I'd have to see. I would almost guarantee you this movie was made because Cobra Kai has been such a big cultural thing,
Right.
which I think that ended. And supposedly they didn't address it in this movie whatsoever, which some people were upset about, is my understanding.
There's a post-credit scene in this movie which means absolutely nothing to me, but I feel like if I'd seen Cobra Kai, maybe I'd know who the hell that guy was, but I don't. So
Right,
there
right. Hey, fair.
you
Hey,
go. Karate
there you
Kid.
go.
What's next?
What next? What are
Jarvis, pull
next?
up the next movie.
Jarvis, what are next?
It's Wes Anderson, baby. Phoenician
Oh, hell
Scheme.
yeah. Here we go. We're in
No
my
horses in
territory now.
this. I feel like
No horses.
it lends itself to have a horse, but it just didn't. So,
That's true. I'm trying to think of any Wes Anderson movies that did have horses, come to think of it.
hmm.
I'd have to think now.
Maybe he's
Well, while I'm thinking,
anti-horse. Unbelievable.
he's definitely anti-cat. He's killed a couple cats in his movies.
Yeah, it seems like more of
Uh,
a dog kind of. He made him a
I'm
whole
pretty
movie
sure
about dog.
he's killed dogs in his movies
That's
too.
true.
So,
Is it
well,
worth?
going.
What was
Yes,
I'm trying to think of the Isle of Dogs that half of eaten apple core, dead fish, rotten fish. Okay, it's worth it. And they start fighting.
it's worth it.
Love that movie. But yes,
Same.
the Phoenician Scheme, directed by Wes Anderson, is about
Yes.
a magnate of some kind named Jaja Corda. His name is
Yes.
Jaja, but played immaculately by Benicio del Toro.
He's had a great year.
He visits 5 different regions in order to appeal to business people so he can get funding for the development of the region of Phoenicia.
Yes.
And all the while he is doing this, the various governments are trying to stop him from doing this, and sometimes they send assassins, sometimes they try to sabotage him, and if you've seen a Wes Anderson movie, you know it's kind of wacky, but it sounds kind of serious, but it's not played off seriously at all.
No. Yeah, I was gonna say if you've seen a Wes Anderson movie, you know you're going. If you love a Wes Anderson movie, you know you'll love it or hate it.
Mm,
I happen to really like Wes Anderson, so I was on board with it entirely. Even if a lot, I did get a little bit lost in some of the business jargon at a
yeah.
certain point, and I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening, but the movie looks pretty and the people are funny. I'm following in that regard.
That's the thing.
Um,
It's even if you can't quite follow what is happening plot wise, it's almost as if you might not need to know every single thing because you can just soak
Yeah,
in and you get to the end and you still got most of it anyway.
it's vibes alone. You can go far in a Wes Anderson movie.
Right.
I enjoyed the characters. Of course, Benicio del Toro is fantastic. We'll talk about him more later, I am sure. Um, Michael Cera, the theater I saw it at was opening day in New York City. Every single thing that he said that came out of that guy's mouth had people laughing. Um, what a delight! I cannot believe it's the first time that Michael Cera has been in a Wes Anderson movie.
It makes
That blows
sense
my
now.
mind.
He
It
should be a
does.
staple.
He should. He really should.
So
Um,
so you get
yeah,
all of these kind of wacky slapstick antics with him trying to evade assassination and try to just appeal to all these business partners to get him funding. But he brings his daughter, Lysel, along
Lysol,
as
Lysol,
the
Lysol
designated
spray.
heir to his big fortune that he has, and he kind of wants her to take over, even though she's a nun. She's become a
Yes.
nun, and they seem to have many differing sensibilities and opinions on things. But as the movie goes on, it's also a story about family because they grow closer and they kind of connect.
Yes. Yeah, in a way, it's really about kind of putting this family. It's another thing of Wes Anderson movies, it's a found family.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of putting a family back together that this guy, this businessman who's kind of sacrificed all of that, just out of, the very nature of what his business is. He kind of learns to be a human again,
Right.
while also learning to be a father, learning to be many things. So it is interesting seeing that play out. And I think whenever Wes Anderson has a really solid emotion, like a solid character, like solid cast of characters and a good emotional core, that's when he really hits his stride. And I think that's why something like this worked for me more than, which I liked Asteroid City, his previous film, but this definitely doesn't get lost in his stylistic inclinations and
Right.
loses the characters quite as much as Asteroid City does. There's a lot of more palpable characters and arcs and a clear story, where Asteroid City is a lot of layers of meta.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of that. Here, it's a story, and you can get behind the characters, and you can get behind all of the conflicts and struggles they're all going through.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's
Oh my
hilarious.
god, yeah.
The slapstick and I went to see it with my brother and my sister-in-law, and we sometimes still quote it to each other. There's Peachy. Myself, I feel
I
very
see
safe.
Peachy.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Have a
Yeah.
hand grenade.
Yes. Oh, yeah, loved how it looked. It's interesting because this was a different cinematographer for Wes Anderson. He had worked with Robert Yeoman for like almost every single movie up until this
Ah,
point. I think he's working with the cinematographer that did the stop motion movies with him. The guy who
I
did
see.
Fantastic Mr. Fox and Isle of Dogs. I think he's working with him now. So, but I didn't miss a beat for me.
Nah,
Still looked gorgeous.
hit all of
Um,
the boxes I was hoping for in Wes Anderson, and I've seen just this past year, first time watching the Grand Budapest Hotel, which might be
yes,
the best one I've seen from him. But
I fucking love Grand Budapest. Yeah,
this one was a solid, really fun
yeah,
movie, and just the side
absolutely.
characters are wacky. I mean, with Wes Anderson, it's always an ensemble cast, so you've got folks,
Yes,
big names, doing really funny bit parts, like
I
Bryan Cranston, Tom Hanks being weird.
I love the Tom Hanks and Bryan Cranston sequence.
Yeah.
I the entire crowd was getting over the absurdity of just them appearing, and then also who they're appearing as, and then how they're acting.
Yeah.
It was waves of laughs. Great stuff. Yeah, I think Wes Anderson now at this point is a case where you know if you're going to be in if you're going to like it if you're already in the pocket of his style and his inclinations
Hmm.
at this point. And for me, I'm well in that pocket. I've loved every single movie he's made, and
Yeah.
this one landed flush for me as well. I think it's more in the middle pack of his work from of what I've seen, but still really good. I would happily watch it again.
Mm-hmm. So the award for the Phoenician Scheme, as bestowed by me, is the Rich People Are Weird award, because
Yes.
these guys are friggin' weird, but it's funny, so it's okay.
Yes.
I
Oh, I
think
just remembered. Oh, go ahead.
I think every year I'll probably give out a Rich People Are Weird award.
Yes, that's the universal constant, isn't it?
Mm.
I was gonna say, I just remembered Benedict Cumberbatch's eyebrows in this movie.
His facial hair
Crazy.
prosthetic.
Yes.
What a
Oh.
goblin. Go see Phoenician Scheme. Really good. I give
Yeah.
it an A.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. It was great. The day I watched this, I took the day off. I watched The Phoenician Scheme and then watched Bring Her Back as a double
Oh.
feature. Yep. Quite the tonal change, I must say.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Moving on down the line.
Yes.
Ballerina. In the
Hey.
world of
From
John, or from the world of John Wick, excuse me.
in the world, from the world, either way.
Whatever. It's John
I
Wick's
think it's
Ballerina. There he is. There's the John. John's right there.
there he is.
Len Wiseman directed this one. There are no horses in this movie.
Dang it.
But if you
I
like
miss John
John
Wick.
Wick, you like Ballerina. It's very
Mm-hmm.
comfortably in that tone, in that style, in that world. It's just another John Wick movie, even though John isn't the protagonist. But I think
Yeah.
they're gonna make another John Wick movie. They found a nice place to put this kind of in between as a side story where John does play a role, but
Yes.
he's not the focus. I think it's
I believe it took place in the middle of chapter 3, I believe,
Yeah.
chronologically it was.
yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds right.
Yeah, there was the whole business with the ballerina assassin school that they
Mhm.
touched on in chapter 3, and this basically takes place in the middle of that.
Right. So
Um
the protagonist is Eve Macaro, and she's on a quest for revenge to kill the people who murdered her father. Except
yeah.
this time, the person out for revenge is extremely capable.
Yes. Yeah. And played by Ana de Armas, who,
Mhm.
if I may say, I love Ana de Armas. Great performer,
Yes.
and I looked respectfully. What can I
She
say?
honestly mad respect, because the shit that she
Yeah,
does in this movie, action wise, is crazy.
I wish they utilized her more comedically. I think she's a lot more charming than the character they wrote for her.
Yeah.
If they do another one of these with her, I would like a little bit more personality put into the script. But she's very capable in many regards to
Mhm.
what the movie asks of her, and it looks good. I know I've heard a lot of things that this apparently got almost entirely reshot with Chad Stahelski, who directed all of the mainline
Yeah.
John Wick movies. I've heard talk that this is more or less his movie than Len Wiseman's. We can't speculate on that, of course, because I wasn't there. But it still looks like a John Wick movie and feels and moves like a John Wick movie.
Yeah.
And that's all I think I remarked that it's kind of like it's like the best possible result of like a direct to TV John Wick movie.
Mhm.
Like if this went straight to Peacock or something, I would be pleasantly surprised, and I would be like, that's actually pretty quality. And that's what this movie exists. It's a pretty decent actually spin-off movie of a series that is consistently quality.
And with something
Yeah.
like this, they set up the movie to have Eve Macaro kind of conflict with John Wick. And I think this movie does a wonderful job playing the balance beam, in that they don't take away from John Wick to make Eve Macaro look better, but they also don't have Eve Macaro get shit on in her own movie. It was a
Hmm. Yeah.
wonderful kind of exchange in that you don't feel robbed from both of these characters that you've grown to know through the main franchise John Wick and throughout her own movie in Ballerina. You
That's
believe the
really good.
outcome of
Yeah,
their conflict.
that's a good observation. Yeah, I agree.
Because there's, if you do it wrong, then all of a sudden you go, no, well, that shouldn't have been the outcome of that
Right.
because we know everything about this one character or the other character. So a really good triumph on that front. I'm really happy
Yeah.
it turned out that way because
And
it could have turned out horribly.
yes. Yeah. And there are a couple really highlight worthy action sequences, and they definitely maintain the action set piece quality from the other John Wick movies.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's that great the flamethrower sequence is great.
Yes.
That was classic. I love that. I wish it was less digital, but I understand that,
You
it's
can't.
tough with fire. Yeah, I get it.
You want?
There's the
I want
flame.
them to actually shoot fire at each other and put
They
themselves in
would
serious danger. Okay.
they would do it a couple decades ago is the
Oh
thing.
God.
But no, of course. There's that. There's the grenade sequence. Speaking
Yes.
of grenades, between this and Phoenician Scheme, uh, there's a fight. There's a club fight sequence that's like a club with a bunch of ice sculptures in it. That was different. That was new. Um, I like. I laugh when I think about it. It's the bit where she just starts throwing plates at this lady.
Yeah.
They just start throwing plates at each other,
in the
and
restaurant.
yep, it's yeah. It's definitely they diversify it. It's great seeing a lot of these characters again. It's definitely like it's conventional, but I would watch it again, and I was not unentertained while watching it.
Mhm.
It was competently done, and it was very entertaining for what it is. So, yeah, I can't complain.
I
I
like
cannot
John Wick,
complain.
so I liked Ballerina.
Yeah, same here. I
Just
like Ana de Armas.
yeah.
It's got everything. We're
So
seeing more of her tomorrow. We're watching Blade Runner 2049. Hell yeah.
oh, that's right. That's right.
Let's
Rift
go.
Ponies tomorrow. Don't miss it.
That wasn't even meant to be a plug. I was just saying I liked Ana de Armas, but yeah. Thank you.
Ballerina wins the award for Through the Fire and Flames, but also the angriest female protagonist, because last year I gave an angriest female protagonist and angriest male protagonist award, so she might qualify for angriest female protagonist this
Go.
year on the Banquo
Nice.
Awards. This is
The
an A plus.
Banquos.
This is right up my alley of what I love. I love John Wick. It's awesome. So
Yeah. Yeah, very entertaining. I would watch it again for sure.
next movie I saw was The Life of
Yes.
Chuck,
Oh, okay.
directed by. Oops, that's supposed to be Flanagan. My bad, Mike.
Flanagan. He's
Horses,
so insulted.
no horses. All right,
Dang
this
it.
one's a little complicated, I think, because
Oh yeah.
so
It-
it's broken down into, is it three different kind of periods in his life? So three different
Yeah,
stories?
three different like three different vignettes basically. Yeah. This was based on a Stephen King short story, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
There it was a short story directed by Mike Flanagan, who has done a lot of Stephen King adaptations. For reference, my girlfriend Chris, she loves Mike Flanagan's work. She just finished we watched through his first TV series, Haunting of Hill House on Netflix. Incredible show. Watch more. He does that. Haunting of Bly Manor. He's done Midnight Mass. He did Doctor Sleep, I believe.
Oh yeah.
But this was an adaptation of a Stephen King short story, and this is like a non horror, which was different for his work, because a lot of his other work is like based in horror and supernatural. This is kind of supernatural.
I'd say
I don't know. I'll let you continue. Yeah, I will let you explain. You were gonna jump right in there.
I was gonna say it's kind of hard to explain because it's shot conventionally in there's nothing necessarily supernatural on the surface of it, it's just a person in life in different stages of life. Once
Yeah,
when he's a
it's the way it's.
child, when he's at middle age, which you see uh you see Tom Hiddleston portraying there, and once wait one's after. I'll just say
Uh,
after. Is that
we'll say after, yeah, because we risk spoiling things,
it
even
is?
though it
Yeah,
begins at the end of the story, which is
right.
interesting. But yeah.
So it was kind of depicted non-sequentially, which confused me a little bit. Um,
Oh,
and the supernatural part of it, which you get in the first vignette, is
yeah.
you're wondering
It's
how
it's
things are quote unquote resolved, like where is it going, because it's going backwards, and so
the the crux of it, at least in that first vignette, is kind of a hyper, almost hyper realistic depiction of the current moment in many ways, where it's kind of a depiction of all of the anxieties of current society.
hmm,
But in the middle of all of it, of all these people that are stressing, and I believe, was it Chiwetel was in
yeah,
it?
Ejiofor,
Yeah,
that's him.
yeah, Ejiofor, yeah. He's kind of receiving all of, he's like a teacher or principal, and he's receiving all of these people who are like struggling, and he has a friend that's struggling. And in the middle of all of this, people struggling, there's a bunch of ads that keep circling in their hometown that's like, what was his name? It was Chuck something. There's these ads that are going around the town that are like, thank you, Chuck, 50 years of great service.
Right.
And it's like a thing, it's almost like a Truman Show kind of thing, where it's just everywhere. It's on TVs, on billboards, on the radio, on everything, and everyone's like, who is this guy?
Who's this
Who
Chuck
is this
guy?
random, right, who is this? Why do I keep seeing Tom Hiddleston everywhere? um and supposedly the whole, I don't, is this spoiling to say this, because it
It
happens in the first
happens.
10-15 minutes.
Yeah, it does.
uh,
So
yeah,
I gave the spoiler warning. We'll go ahead and talk about it.
yeah, go for it. We kind of have to spoil it a little bit to even begin to explain how this movie works.
the The world ends when Chuck
Yeah.
dies, and you're
Yes.
not quite that's the supernatural part. You're not sure how, but somehow the entire universe and everything is a result of Chuck's life.
Yeah, because the kind of the thematic linchpin that they keep circling back to in the dialogue is this idea of, you contain multitudes, which is to say, like, an entire person's life and experiences are like their own universe in a way. You kind of exist, you are everything in that
Mm-hmm.
sense. It's very flowery, like,
So that's
very
sentimental.
melodramatic, like Mike Flanagan dialogue. That's a lot of Mike Flanagan dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
When we were watching, it's one of his like things that people love about him and some people don't like. When I was watching Haunting of Hill House, they do it a lot. It happens in a lot of his work, where a character will start monologuing and the camera will not break from them for like 2 minutes, because the actor is acting their heart out and delivering this Mike Flanagan monologue about like how, about love being the greatest power in the universe. And it's like, and the way it's written and performed, you're like, oh, I believe it. Like, yeah, that's really like emotional, and like he really puts it into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little like, some people could see that and be like, oh, that's really cheesy and overdone, but works for a lot of people. And that's a lot of what this movie is conceptually, is this idea that he, Chuck is like his own universe in a way,
Yeah.
containing multitudes. And then the other two segments, like you said, we literally, in the first act of the movie, we see the universe just end. He dies and the movie ends. Like the universe that the movie takes place in ends.
Right.
And then the second and third segment is tracing back into his life, and like seeing him at different points in his life.
Mm-hmm. Once as a
This,
child and once in midlife. There's Chuck right there doing some dancing.
I was gonna say, the second vignette is just him, is an extended dance sequence, and it's amazing because it's choreographed by the
Yes.
people who did La La Land. so it looks great.
Yes.
Like I understand why they went all in on that angle because it does look great. Um, and it's again that's another sequence where they kind of use the language of that to exemplify this very like living in the moment kind of thing. And then the final one is a whole segment with him with his grandfather played by Mark Hamill,
Yeah,
and
and
it's
he's a
all
child.
yes. It sounded to me like the structure threw you off a lot if I remember your initial reactions.
The structure threw me off, but I think also it was, I don't know. I know the whole point of the movie is that every person, no matter what, it doesn't matter if you're special, quote unquote special, you are your own unique person, and there are
A
so many
sum of a universe of
lives.
experiences.
Right.
Yeah.
So many lives are affected because you exist in the world. So many things are affected because you are here and alive. And without you, it would be an entirely different timeline, entirely different universe. But part
Right.
of me is going, what's the deal with Chuck? And then by the end of the movie, you just kind of find out he's a normal guy. There wasn't really anything supernatural about it, except for that the attic for some reason was supernatural, and I don't know why.
Yes. Yeah, it was. You're right.
It was a little spooky. I think what it
Spooky
is
attic.
when movies start to go spooky, even though it's not a spooky movie, I'm like, why are you doing that? Don't do that.
Movies can be spooky.
But I don't like the spooky. Um, so I understand. I think I understand the point of the movie. I think I probably on rewatch I would enjoy it a lot because that mid
Mhm.
sequence was so much fun. Of course,
Yeah. Oh
that
my
was
god. Yeah.
the big. Because the funny thing is that Tom Hiddleston was touted as like number one, the top billing for it. He's only in 30% of the movie.
He is. Yeah, he really is.
So
A lot of it is just his face on billboards.
is we're just
Honestly.
we're waiting for the Tom Hiddleston as Chuck to be explained, and then it's not that there's no explanation. It's just that it's maybe not what I was expecting, but
It's a right. It's a
rewatch would
quaint
probably
little
serve me better.
yeah, it's a quaint little movie and I enjoyed my time with it, but it wasn't earth-shattering,
Yeah.
I don't think. And I think I don't want to say like oh a movie being sold is something cuz marketing is by a completely different department than the people who made it. I
Mm-hmm.
think he just wanted to make a nice movie about Mike Flanagan wanted to make a nice movie about purpose and our place in the universe and
Mm-hmm.
feeling our importance even when we don't feel it. But it's quaint, not earth shattering. But I enjoyed it. I
Yeah.
enjoyed my time with it.
The award to Chuck goes to literal main character syndrome because that,
It's true.
yeah, as we explained, that
It's true.
without him the universe ends. So main character for sure. And I give this one a solid B. I
Mm.
appreciate it. Was well shot. It was well executed. Good choreography. Fun. If I knew where it was going, I probably would have had a better time with it. Like I said, so on rewatch, when with movies that don't do it in order, then I think the rewatches are really where I start to understand the movie, and it's usually a higher rating because I can think of like Pulp Fiction because the first time I
Uh-huh.
watched it, I was really confused and wasn't loving it, but
Oh, you
I get it
you
now.
gotta rewatch. You gotta rewatch Pulp Fiction. Might I say?
Right.
God, that's the good shit. But yeah, it definitely threw me too. It was not the film I was expecting,
Mm-hmm.
but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. So there you go. Nice
Yeah.
little movie in Chuck. Thanks, Chuck. Thanks for
Thanks, Chuck.
50 years of service.
He did it. He did the thing.
Next movie, and I think we're approaching the
Yeah.
halfway point, but we're not quite there yet.
Halftime show.
We're talking about Elio by Adrian
Oh, okay.
Molina. There are no horses in Elio because a lot of it takes place in space in a different
There were a
galaxy.
lot of there were a lot of creatures though.
There were a lot of creatures, and this movie is just tragically underrated, I think. I really liked it.
Mm.
It's a boy who goes to space and meets his friend, a boy, sorry, who's has issues at home because his parents died, and so
Parents died.
his
Yeah.
parents died. So classic Disney.
Yes.
Dead parents.
I think they literally confirm it like 30 seconds into the movie. And I was like, wow, they really got that out of the way
That's
just
true.
immediately. Yep.
So he's got no
Um,
friends at home. He's kind of an outcast, so he thinks he belongs in space. So he goes to space for through some
yeah.
means, and he meets a friend. And he also has to serve as a diplomat to mediate a possible war.
Yes, an intergalactic war because he gets invited. He sends out a message to. I'll try not to spoil anything because I just recently saw this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll talk about my thoughts once we go over real quick to give an idea. He wants to be abducted. It's a character that wants to be abducted by aliens because it's that
Yes.
feeling outcast and seeing this great beyond and being like, oh, there's people who want me out there, not down here.
Right.
It's that idea of like, yeah, wanting to be with other unique people. So his who was it? His aunt who was taking
Yes.
care of him? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Taking his aunt works for the Air Force, I believe, and they get a signal from space that's uh kind of a offshoot of the Voyager probe that's basically like might indicate that there's alien life. People dismiss the guy who pitches it, and then Elio sends out a message to the aliens through the Air Force's space tech and manages to get himself abducted by aliens, and they mistake him as the ambassador and the leader of Earth,
Right.
basically. So he has to pose as the leader of Earth and be a potential ambassador of the planet Earth to this like intergalactic federation, basically. While there's also an intergalactic war about to break out with like this warrior race, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot going on there. I guess to start, would you like to give your thoughts, Ben? Because this one's pretty fresh for me. I watched this a week ago.
Hmm.
Actually, I had put it off for a while, but I finally got to it.
At the end of the day, it's a kid who's lonely, wants a friend, but I think it's also the story of Glorden, who's the alien kid.
Yes.
He has expectations thrust on him by his warlord father, and it's really just a touching story about how in a functional family, the expectations thrust upon you is not superseded by the parental figure's love for you, and that was just really
Yeah.
nice. It's wholesome, it's fun, and it's an
Yeah.
adventure, but it's a family kind of, would you say, drama packaged this way.
Yes. Yes. I would agree.
So
Yeah.
I
I love the emotional core and the moral of the movie.
yes, that is
It's
what
it
really sold me on it, and I really enjoyed it. I
Yeah.
thought that it got, from what I understand, this was in development hell for such a long time over at Disney, and they couldn't figure out how
Yep.
to market it, and they didn't
Yep.
market it very well, and it flopped. But
Nope.
it really is not that bad. It's a
No.
really fun, good, warm story.
I enjoyed it quite a bit. I think it's definitely it's not reinventing the wheel in any way. I knew where it was heading at every moment, and it was very like, yep, this is a Pixar movie. I know what's going to happen, but beautifully animated. The
Hmm.
score is really great. They were really evoking. I got John Williams E.T. kind of
Yeah.
impressions from it, which is probably intentional. Um, Looked amazing, sounded amazing. Uh, I like the characters. I like the character designs. There's a lot of great designs in it. It is workmanlike Pixar. It is everything you want from a Pixar movie,
Hmm.
and I think it most definitely deserved better than the just Disney. You got to figure out how to market a non IP movie.
They don't
Like
know.
give some of these. I know, but they got to give some of these a chance. This thing should not be tanking. This should not be a 100, $200 million loss. You should be able to sell this.
It was
Ugh,
fun. It was a
it was
nice
fun.
family movie. It delivered a really nice message, really poignant. I
I
love the
agree.
message so much. And there were
Yeah.
parts of it that genuinely was some of the most unnerving imagery from a Pixar movie I'd seen in a while. Some of the shots, particularly when they're trying to enter the Air Force to go get Glorden, uh, where the clone of Elio like melts. I was like, oh my
Yes.
god, they just showed that. That's kind of horrifying.
It was pretty great. I love all the bits with the Elio clone.
Yes.
Some good kind of animated body horror.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Yeah, a enjoyable, very cute movie, and definitely does not deserve the just the total ignoring that it got in many
Mm,
regards. I hope more people discover it. I think it
right.
deserves better.
I
It's
saw it
definitely
twice for what it's worth in theaters. So I'm doing
hey,
my part.
you're doing your part. I watched it on digital, so I'm doing my part, and now we're talking about it. So hey,
Yes, we're doing our part. We're convincing everyone. Just give it a shot. Give Elio a shot. It deserves some
exactly,
love, I think. Um,
it's true.
the award for Elio this year goes to my best friend is Space Worm because his best friend is a space worm. He's adorable, honestly.
His best when you become best friends with Shai Hulud. That's crazy.
Oh,
It's a,
when's
it's a,
Dune 3
it's a
coming out?
Dune. It's a Dune reference. It's coming out later this year, the same day as Avengers Doomsday.
Oh
We're
shit,
gonna have a Dune.
that's a
We're
sick
gonna have
double feature.
Doomsday. Yeah.
Doomsday. A plus for me for Elio.
Nice. Yeah, I would recommend it. It's
Definitely.
very, very recommendable to people, I think.
K-pop Demon Hunters.
Hey,
So I
here we
didn't watch
go.
this
It's
one in
going down, down,
theaters
down.
because
Nobody could for a month or two.
freaking Netflix, but I watched it with some friends who said you'd really like this one, and I
Mm,
did.
right. Yeah.
There were horses? No, no, there
Were there
weren't.
horses in K-pop Demon
No,
Hunters?
this is a typo. Sorry. There were no horses in this one. I don't know why this is here. It's probably remnant from last year. I It's been a busy couple of weeks, so sorry this didn't um maybe I should just change
We've
it. Hold on.
we've
I can just change it to be honest. I don't
while
need
you're
to care about
while
the
you're doing that,
professionalism.
you've activated a bunch of sleeper agents in chat because everyone got really hyped once the K-pop Demon Hunters bros brought up,
Oh
which
yeah.
I get it. This is another one between I guess the Minecraft movie and Sinners, where this is another cultural moment movie where I still can't believe how big this movie
This was
became with the
huge.
general public. Still is. I saw character stand cutouts earlier when I was at the mall today.
Yeah.
It's still really I guess part of that is because it's on Netflix. That probably means a lot of eyes on it, but also it resonates because uh, K-pop and Korean media is having a
Mhm.
big boom right now.
And it's
So that
just
helps too, and it helps that's entertaining.
it's animated so distinctly as well. It's a visual
Yes.
style that's very distinct. Um, People have talked about this on end. Most everyone has probably seen it, so I don't think we need to talk about the plot. But I'm just gonna say it's very reminiscent of some My Little Pony. So we love that
Yes.
here.
Yes, yes. Many people made Rainbow Rocks comparisons, and as me and some friends in a server when we watched it, were watching it, we were like, "Oh yeah, this is just Rainbow Rocks, isn't it?"
Yeah, it
And we don't mean it in a bad way,
because
but it was funny to notice.
I liked Rainbow
Mm,
Rocks. But yeah, the songs are catchy. The characters are
yeah,
fun, distinct. The most interesting thing was how they chose to go about the animation style. I know people have talked about it to death, but we'll talk about it a little bit again. They went for during the quote unquote anime moments. They like chibified the models and they kind of altered the base models of these characters to make them emote more and have it be more dynamic and more humorous.
stylized.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's stylized. Yeah, and it makes
So
it distinct, makes it stand out.
I don't
And then yeah, it's
know if anyone's not heard about this. It came back to theaters. They did what, sing-alongs to it?
it's been in theaters multiple times at this
Yeah.
point in this between between it literally made Netflix partner with AMC theaters, which they never wanted to do. So if that don't tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hit they did a theatrical release for it, the sing-along screenings, which I would have loved to go to, but it was during Everfree, so I missed them entirely. I,
Hmm.
w- I wasn't even I liked the movie. I wasn't over the moon about it. I would have loved to go to the theatrical screenings for the atmosphere alone.
That
I
would have
think
been
I would have
great.
been I
That
would
might
have been
have
all about that. Yeah.
the theater experience for that probably rivals my experience at the friggin' Minecraft movie if I had been
Yes.
out there.
Yeah, it's had a cultural moment this year. I think like weren't 4 or 5 songs from it were in the Billboard top 10 at
Yes.
some point. That's fucking wild. That is
It
crazy.
and I still listen to some of the songs or covers of the songs, so it's catchy. It looks good, feels good. Like we said, the story is not necessarily anything new, but it does a
Mhm.
good. There's a reason why the formula works is because it makes you feel good. It's a
Yeah,
joy to watch.
it's 90 minutes. It's not a long commitment. It's poppy and pop right in there. It's energized. It's stylish. It looks good. It sounds good. Pop songs are catchy. It's the cinematic equivalent of a pop song, I think, and
Strong
that's
female
perfectly fine by me.
protagonists. That's good.
Uh-huh.
I know we got some remixes of some of these K-pop Demon Hunters songs in the Brony fandom, so that's how you
Of
know the
course.
crossover is real. I know John remixed
There's-
Golden, and that was immediately on my playlist as soon as he dropped that.
Yeah, I think it doesn't connect with me quite as much as I've seen so many other people, but especially a lot of younger people really fucking love it.
Hmm.
I was telling Ban about it. I went to the re-release of the original Back to the Future back in October because it's my favorite movie. But they were also doing a K-pop Demon Hunters re-release, and I came out in the lobby, and there's just a bunch of people either dressed as in Back to the Future cosplay or dressed in K-pop Demon Hunters cosplay. A lot of them kids, and I was like, you know what? That's sweet. That's really great that
Yeah.
they have that they have that. So yeah, I think I appreciate the moment that it's had this year, and it's probably still going to continue to. And they're already making a sequel,
Yeah.
so we'll see that. We'll see that soon enough, I'm sure. Yeah, I enjoyed it, and I appreciate how much of a cultural impact it's had this year. I would not be shocked whatsoever if it wins like best animated feature in the coming awards season.
Hmm.
I would not be shocked at all. Wouldn't shock me.
There you go. K-pop Demon Hunters. We like it. It's pretty
Yeah,
good. Really
I
good.
like it. Yeah, go
Uh,
check it out.
the award for Equestria Girls Coded goes to K-pop Demon Hunters. I watched it with
Very.
friends. They weren't my friends I watched it with weren't bronies, but they are
Uh,
tangentially brony fandom because they know my love of the show. They've watched the show somewhat, and so they're aware. And it's a lot of fun to watch with friends, especially the ones who are really
yeah.
vibing with it. And I was like, yeah, this is just exactly as we said. This is just Rainbow Rocks, but it's a good. I like Rainbow Rocks. I like K-pop Demon Hunters. I give this
Mm,
an A plus.
nice, nice.
Also,
I
probably
like it.
helps the atmosphere that I was in. I had a bunch of friends over. We watched it on Netflix, and it was just a good time.
There you go. Even though Netflix doesn't like that, apparently they
Well,
don't like group watching. They can
unbelievable
stuff.
Netflix.
I know. I know, right?
Okay, what's next is it's intermission time, ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen. We're about
nice.
halfway through. Like I said, I've seen 59 movies this year, so
Jeez, we're getting there. We're working through.
yeah.
We got this.
Um, folks out there, feel free to take a break. I'm gonna cut to a be right back screen in just a bit. I think we'll return momentarily. So stand
I can't
by. We're gonna take a short break. If I
come
can
back
find the
and listen to
button.
us. Find the intermission button.
Go to the lobby, get some snacks. All right. Oh, and we're back. I
Oh
think
my God. We're on the internet again. We're horses on the internet again.
we
Crazy.
got sucked back into the tubes.
Whoa, whoa, wait, oh, whoa,
Hello,
whoa.
everybody. Yeah,
You said anything about sucking?
it's 8:30 after 9. That's when the real adult jokes start coming out.
Sucking? That's when the sucking starts.
I want to thank everyone who's been here so far. Sorry I didn't
Yeah.
shout you all out that have been tuning into the chat, but I see Joko, Dan here. Rare, thanks for stopping in. I don't know if you're still here, but thanks for coming. Spider here. Amber, thanks for coming. And Ego Friendly. Are you Melody, by the way? I think you might be Melody. I'm not sure. Not 100%. Darth Vader, thanks for sticking around. We're about to go right into the next movie, if everyone's ready.
Mm-hmm.
And this one will have my seal of approval on it.
Ooh.
It's
I'm curious.
F1,
Oh, okay.
the movie. I
The
think,
movie.
Joseph Kosinski, there are no horses in it. And what are
A
my
lot of
thoughts?
horsepower.
Also, that is Melody. Okay, just making sure.
We figured.
Yeah, yeah. Um, F1. So this has my seal of approval because from last year, the ones that I gave the seal of approval to is kind of the big bombastic blockbuster, also dadcore, but last year it was Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. And that
Yeah,
one's like
yeah.
a crowd pleaser, something you could revisit, something that made you feel um not you don't have to think too hard about it. It
Uh-huh.
was
Oh, totally.
just a well-rounded, really good-looking movie. And for me, F1 was really good-looking movie, just
Yes.
incredibly shot.
Very well produced movie. Jerry Bruckheimer and all those crew worked on it, and that they were the cream of the crop of the 80s, 90s, and 2000s blockbusters.
Yeah.
So certainly looks it. And then you have Joseph Kosinski, who, if you're not familiar with him, he directed Top Gun Maverick a few years ago. He directed Tron Legacy, a personal favorite of mine. So, and for this, developed a whole lot of new camera tech, different ways, and like different camera rigs.
Yeah.
In order to kind of capture racing in a way that hasn't really been shown on screen in a while.
It was exhilarating. That they put you front and center. They like mount you on the hood of an F1 F1 car, and you just go screaming down the track. It was freaking awesome. For those who don't know what this is about, it's a driver, Sonny Hayes, played by Brad Pitt, is kind of maybe a washed up, like a veteran, retired racer who is brought in to race for this team, APX GP, and he's kind of the how do I want to say? He's the senior racer to coach the young up and coming hothead new kid on the block, Joshua Pierce, and the two of them, one older, one younger, work to give APXGP a fighting chance at winning the Grand Prix. And it's not anything too crazy. It's a story of humility, learning to work together, building a relationship these two drivers have together, respect for each other over the course of the movie. And it's about Sonny finding his recognition as a racer, which he never really got in his heyday. So, like I said, mostly the visuals carry this one, just because it's so exciting to be in the cockpit of that thing.
I think the other factor of it is definitely seeing it in IMAX, especially.
Oh yeah,
it's very much an experiential movie. It's one of those similar to Gravity from years ago, if you remember seeing that. I remember seeing that in 3D in theaters. And I remember for years it had this kind of unfortunate thing where people would say, "Oh, I saw it. It sucked. It was boring." And I'm like, "Where'd you watch it?" And they would go, "Oh, I saw it on TV at home." And I'm like, "Nope, you missed the right time to see it. Like, you can't watch it on a bright sunny day
No.
in your living room on the 22-inch TV. Like, it's movies like that and like this F1 that were built to be seen in a theater in pretty high quality like presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And I happened to catch it in the IMAX showing. Again, I work down the street from the largest IMAX in North America in New York City at Lincoln Square. If you ever want to see just the biggest fuck off, largest, like overly large screen ever, I suggest you look up the AMC Lincoln Square IMAX screen. I get to go to that every week. I do not take that privilege lightly. I've seen like Interstellar on 70 millimeter there, just a great screen. But this on that was, oh yeah, you feel like you're riding down the alley on the hood of a car during that movie. I recently got it on 4K. I will probably watch it on a screen eventually. I doubt it'll compare to seeing it in a theater. I hope they bring it back at some point because it's one of the best theater experiences of the last year for sure. So in that respect, I completely get it. And it plays the beats well. You recognize them. Like you said, it's the wily veteran. You get that dynamic, the old versus new,
Right.
all that good stuff. But it's all performed really like,
Yeah.
it's all workmanlike. It works the way it should. The movie movies correctly. And when it looks and sounds as glorious as it is, it just pops.
The characters are believable. They function in their role well. Even some of the side characters, I forget the name of it, but played by.
Thank you, Dan.
Played by Javier Bardem, the manager of the team, who is he's got funny lines and funny standing. But I think it's sort of towards the end of the movie where Sonny kind of has a realization about who he is and what he wants from this program that make it a really good movie for me. Basically, where he refuses to sell out, and he has a really cool way of telling the person who's trying to make him an offer that he refuses to sell out. And that was one of those, it's a cool guy doing and it's Brad Pitt. He's fucking cool in everything that he does. I don't know what else you want from him. It's a cool guy doing cool things in a cool way. And in this movie, it's racing cars, racing. I guess they're Formula One cars. These things, and I've seen some of the behind the scenes of what they had to do to get these shots. They basically did just strap cameras onto an actual Formula One race, and in post they changed the labels of all the cars to be the ones in the movie, the fictional ones. But so that's actual racing. That is actual. What you see there does happen in those races, and it's just really cool, man. It is dadcore at its peak, but we established, I'm a sucker for that.
It is. It is like a summer blockbuster straight out of the 90s.
Right.
It's like they took an unproduced 90s racing action movie and released it in 2020s, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that experience.
So
yeah.
F1 is an experience. It's free and cool. And I'm not really a sports kind of guy. I didn't expect to enjoy F1 as much as I did, but that might have been where my seal of approval comes from. When a movie can just turn you into a skeptic, into getting you on its wavelength, then that's impressive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
So this...
Another little...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say another interesting little detail if you saw it in IMAX. There is a specific channel in IMAX sound systems that is referred to as like the voice of God kind of channel, where it's sound that comes from like above, like a speaker in the ceiling, basically. And they don't use it often, but they used it for F1 for the race commentators.
Yeah.
So that was kind of neat too. It was a really neat like cinematic experience to see
Mm-hmm.
it in IMAX. And I think I heard, unfortunately, on the 4K on the disc, at least the disc versions. I don't know about streaming, but on the disc version of it, they apparently didn't include the IMAX aspect ratio for some reason.
Oh.
That's pretty cool, Apple. Really neat.
Uh.
Great. Well, hopefully they re-release it in IMAX at
Yeah.
some point. I think they did it sometime during the summer. Do it again. I wasn't looking. No, it was great. A really good time at the movies. If you haven't seen it in a theater, that's the optimal way to see it for sure.
Mm-hmm. For
A
me,
great time at the movies.
this is quintessential kind of. This is what we go to the movies for. It's
Yeah,
that right alongside
definitely.
Sinners. So the award for that F1 gets from my little award show here is the best POV shots because my God,
Hmm.
you do just feel like a little ant on the hood of something that's going what like 100 something miles an hour, low to the
Yes.
ground too. That you don't think
Yeah.
about that. So you are screaming down the track and you feel it with the sound and the visual.
Hmm.
So for me, this
Yeah.
gets an S. I liked
Nice.
F1 a whole hell of a lot.
Nice. Nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's classic summer blockbuster material for sure.
And you know that's what I like. Okay,
Yes.
moving on to the next one. So we're in the middle of summer blockbusters. So what is the next blockbuster that comes out? Jurassic World Rebirth.
Oh, hey, ScarJo and dinosaurs.
Directed
I
by
did not.
Gareth Edwards, who
Hey,
I
watch along
remember
alumni.
is a big VFX guy turned director, if I remember right.
Yes, you are correct. He
Other
did.
movies I've seen from him include The Creator, and
Yes,
you said Watch Along Alumni. I
he
don't-
did Godzilla 2014,
That's right. I also like that
and
one.
he also did Rogue One.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like that one
yeah,
too.
good. I was gonna say a good pedigree there. Yeah,
This one,
yeah.
there are no horses, so it sucked ass. I mean,
Damn it.
this one is fascinating to me because
Hmm.
it it looked good. And for everything, Gareth Edwards makes stuff look good. So you know that's there.
Definitely. Yeah.
For me, this one just seemed really, really predictable, like super formulaic. And immediately, as soon as I met, I guess, the cast of characters we were going to meet, from the family side of things to the mercenary side of things, I immediately knew what the movie was going to do.
Yeah.
And, this should have worked a lot better than it did, at least for me. I know Algernon really likes this one.
Chat's fucking roasting it right now. By the
well,
way.
okay, well, I didn't hate it. I had a good time with it, and I like Scarlett Johansson as the main character in a Jurassic sort of franchise. I think she might be. Well, I like her better than friggin'
Chris
Pratt.
Pratt.
She's a better
Yeah.
protagonist
Mhm.
because she actually enjoys the Jurassic franchise just as a human being, from what I understand. So,
I was gonna say, what are your thoughts on the Jurassic Park, Jurassic World movies? Like up until this point, I'm curious.
I've seen
where
the
you
first
stand
Jurassic
on them.
Park because that's just
Of course.
you gotta. I know I've
Right.
not seen a lot, but I have seen Jurassic Park.
Right.
I haven't
My
seen any
girlfriend
of the
loves
other.
that movie.
Right, I've never
Mhm.
seen any of the other Jurassic Park sequels. But I've seen all the Jurassic World movies. First one was good. Second one I
I'm not
didn't
a-
like,
Mm-hmm.
and I think the third, I forget what order I had.
Oh,
it in.
Dominion.
I think Dominion I liked a little better than the
Uh-huh.
second one, but not by much. I thought both of those kind of stunk.
Remember when Fallen Kingdom turned into a haunted house movie, but with dinosaurs?
I remember that. That is something that Algernon loves to say is like the highlight for him. For me, that whole
Didn't
thing,
like it?
That whole thing with the clone subplot was fucking dumb.
Yeah, I was gonna say my girlfriend Chris, she loves the original Jurassic Park trilogy,
Mm-hmm.
even 2 and 3, faults and all. Uh, Recently shared that with another friend of ours that I spoke to that loves those movies. That'll
Mm-hmm.
become relevant later this month.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, I generally like that original trilogy. It's been a bit since I've seen 2 and 3. I'm going to be watching them sooner or later. Jurassic World. Uh, I saw that first one. I did not care for Jurassic
Oh no.
World. I was not a fan. It's just dull.
Yeah.
I was just really bored. Um, and I didn't even see the other two, but I just heard increasingly worse things about all of them. So Chris gave up after Jurassic World, didn't even bother with the other two.
I see.
But I heard some people praise this one, so it's interesting to me that this didn't resonate with you especially.
I didn't
Continue. I'm
I
curious.
didn't mind it as much as Fallen Kingdom and Dominion. I think it was the characters were I thought better. The Jonathan Bailey's character was good,
Uh huh.
and Mahershala Ali. I will watch that man in anything.
Always
He's
love
awesome.
Mahershala. Yeah.
Um, and then you've got this whole other cast of characters who are the family, and of course alongside the mercenaries is the corporate guy who is checking to make sure that the job gets done because of course he's there. He's there in every fucking it's so easy.
Uh
It's
huh.
so predictable. It's so
I
formulaic.
wonder if he's gonna betray them.
I wonder if
One.
it in some of the Jurassic stuff it is kind of interesting to be like, oh, I wonder who's going to if anyone's gonna die, if how they're gonna die. Is it gonna be tragic? Is it gonna be cool? And this one, I'm like, yeah, I know exactly how the movie's gonna end from the
Mm,
minute you meet all these
yeah.
characters.
Uh,
But I mean, for one, they're
Man.
not gonna murder a child, so there's that.
Well, yeah.
But it wasn't awful. There were some
Mhm.
sequences on it, especially the cliffside, which were really impressive. I had a really good time. The edge of my seat, dudes hanging off the side of the cliff, and the big, I think pterodon, big flappy thing, giant bird. Well, not bird. Sorry.
Right.
The people who are really into dinosaurs are screaming at me right now, but it's okay. I'm not a big dinosaur guy.
Gobi Raptors finding your location now.
She is approaching me rapidly
Umals
with a
and
knife.
Umals is following
Oh no, I
in close succession.
I
Yeah.
am so sorry, y'all. Whatever that thing was on the side of the cliff, that was a good sequence. I liked it. It laid eggs, and
Uh-huh.
they were trying to get the eggs, and it was nail biting, edge of my seat, really
I know
suspenseful.
I know there is also a boat sequence, a river boat sequence that was apparently taken straight from the original books by Michael Crichton, apparently.
The boat sequence Algernon really likes. For me, for my money, that this movie had one too many. A dinosaur walks behind a big, large object, obscuring vision, and then it's gone. Whoa, where did it go? Like, yeah, I
Oh,
know that
I
was like the
see.
12th time you did it. But the water sequence looked good when they were in the river, and when I saw how they
Right.
shot that, it was really impressive.
I
So
was gonna say they originally wanted to include that sequence in the original Jurassic Park film, and supposedly they cut it because it just wasn't possible with the effects at that
yeah,
point.
I
They were like,
guess
it's just not gonna look good.
I guess it's nice they were able to finally do it in a way that they wanted to, in a way that worked.
Right. Hmm.
So it was I wouldn't say it was horrible, but
Mm.
I hope for better for this franchise, at least for me. But then again, I might not be the target audience. I'm not a big dinosaur head. I'm also not a big
Sacrilege.
dinosaur popcorn bucket.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, this made a lot of money, so it's probably gonna get a follow up at some point.
As long as it's
Um,
got Scarlett Johansson, I'll still watch it.
mm, I would definitely agree that this franchise probably deserves better. It's a shame because this was 2 movies by Steven Spielberg, and it's kind of become, I don't know, generic blockbuster fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like it deserves better than that.
I'm
There's,
wanting to see more from Gareth Edwards. I like his stuff generally.
he's great.
I
Yeah.
just there's what I think is been the case with a lot of his recent films, is just missed potential. That was how I felt with The Creator.
Yes. He doesn't. He can't bring out. I don't know. He can't elevate a script and really give characters personality. He nails visuals.
Mm-hmm.
He gets visuals and grandeur and like big set pieces down right. He can be like a Spielberg like that. Like I've said, like that Godzilla movie he did is like a 2014 Jaws movie, the way
Yeah.
it builds up tension. But then when it comes to characters, it's just flatline.
Yeah.
Godzilla, that was the issue. Rogue One, that was the issue. The Creator, that was the issue. And it sounds like here it's the issue too. So, yeah.
I
Give
want
him a good screenwriter.
I want better for him, is what I mean. I know I'm not
Yeah.
mad. I'm just disappointed. I know you can do better.
Just
Gareth.
disappointed. Yep. Exactly.
So
Give him a good script.
the award for Jurassic World Rebirth is the nobody can hear because not because it's loud in the theater. It's just the characters in the movie have no sense of auditory capability whatsoever. There's a giant fucking T-Rex. It is right by you. It is not sneaking. It's a giant lizard thing. What do you mean you can't hear him behind you?
They're not xenomorphs. They're giant dinosaurs.
And these aren't small things. Like, just have some awareness. Look around. You can hear this. Please, I'm begging you. And
I like to imagine Ben in the theater yelling at the characters.
He's right behind you. Swiper, no swiping. The rating I give it is a C+. I didn't hate it. I thought it was
Okay.
It was good. It was. I just want it to be better. I want the Jurassic movies to be better and appeal to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
All right. We're in the middle of summer blockbuster season, which means
Hey,
Superman.
it's Superman. He's a Superman.
James Gunn, Superman. No horses.
My boy James Gunn.
What the hell?
Shame on you, James.
I thought we were boys. I thought we were cool.
Super boys. Superboy.
Leading up to the Supergirl movie, maybe this year, next year, or whatever. The trailer's out for that.
I think it's this year. Yeah.
But Superman,
Yeah.
I like this one.
Yeah.
This
Nice.
is a good one.
Yeah. I liked it as well. I think it's on the right track compared to I will be open and say that I was not really a fan of any of what Zack Snyder's interpretation of the character or DC characters was.
Mm-hmm.
Just not my speed. This kind of gets more back to what these characters are about.
Yeah.
I think there's a much talked about moment in this new one that I think encapsulates, kind of told me that James Gunn understood the character of Superman perfectly. It's that moment where he saves the squirrel. And when he saves that squirrel, I'm like, okay, he knows this character. He's
Right.
like, he knows what Superman is about, because that's what Superman would do. Yeah, he would stop to save a squirrel because he cares about every person.
He's just a good guy. I think he has sort of a speech sort of in the middle. He's like, no, I'm not perfect, but I just want people, what is it? I want people to stop fighting. I want to be something that some people can believe in, or something like that. He gave Cornsweet gave a couple of big good speeches as Superman, which really clued me into he's just a good guy, and that's what Superman is. I like it. It's good.
Yeah, I liked him a lot. I liked Nicholas Hoult, of course.
Of course, anything and everything.
Always
He's
a highlight.
Just good.
Yeah, it's the movie had its heart in the right place. I think it nails the character of Superman. I think it nails kind of the role of Superman and a Superman story in a current moment like this perfectly. I could have gone with a little less of the intrusive James Gunn nature of, like, I don't know. just some of the jokey and quippiness of it. I was like, this feels better suited for Guardians of the Galaxy, but I don't know if I want this in
Right.
Superman necessarily.
Right.
Like some of the insistence of working in the social media, I was just like, I could go without that personally. I did like the monkeys. The monkeys on keyboard on the computers were pretty funny.
Mm.
That was some silly comic book shit. I was about that. Um,
So Al wants
but
to know
yeah,
how we're still going because there's a lot to talk about, Al. We
it's
just got finished talking about Jurassic World Rebirth, so you missed
yep.
that.
Don't roll back.
Don't
You don't
roll
want to
back.
hear Ben's thoughts. No. Yeah, but generally, I enjoyed Superman. I think I don't know if I loved it as much as I saw many other people love it,
Mm-hmm.
but I had a quality time with it.
Yes.
I had a solid time with it, and I think it's a really good foundation for building for the future. I liked things that really worked in it, and I would like less of the things that didn't work for it within it for me, and I'd like more of the things that really worked, which was like Corn Sweat, Nicholas Holt, um, pardon, I can't remember the actress's name that played Lois Lane, but she was great too.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the cast was great. I
That
think they have a really
Rachel? Is that Rachel Brosnahan, or am I thinking of someone else?
I think that's right. Yeah, I believe you're correct on
Brosnahan.
that.
Rachel. Good
Yeah,
job, Rachel. You did it.
good job, Rachel. Yeah, generally, I think it's a great foundation for more of them. I would love to see more of these, and I would love to see James Gunn get to play with more of this universe, which it
Yes.
sounds like they're letting him. So I'm looking forward to that. But what were your thoughts, man?
Any movie that can make me cheer for a guy that I've never heard of named Mr. Terrific, who had one of the coolest action sequences in the goddamn movie,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
doing a good job. Yeah, basically everything you said. It is a nice return to form. Granted, I haven't seen too many of the original Superman movies before Man of Steel. I hadn't seen the original with uh Christopher Reeves.
Christopher Reeve.
I haven't seen it,
Um,
or any of those
I
other
think
ones.
my favorite Superman movie is that original one
Mm-hmm.
with Christopher Reeve. That movie is so it's God, it's so can do. I
Right.
love that one. We should watch that sometime. It's a joy to revisit. Um, but this gets closer to that than the Snyder movies. How did you feel about the Snyder movies out of just dumb curiosity?
I mean, I liked it, but I was also an edgy teenager at the time, so
Fair.
I
Very
wonder.
fair.
I For that direction, I guess it was fine what they were doing. I don't necessarily hate the Snyder verse or what they were doing too much. I did think that that Justice League was kind of a fundamental failure of
Uh-huh. Yeah.
everything. Zack Snyder's cut was better. I liked it better, but the thing is like three and
Mhm.
a half hours long. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Uh,
So, and then everything after that, whatever.
Dan is mentioning that they didn't really care for the music in the Mr. Terrific sequence. Kind
Yeah.
of that that is one thing with me is that I think it got a little too Guardians of the Galaxy in that moment, and I was like,
Mm-hmm.
does this really work? I was like, I don't know if this works for me. Really, it was a neat action sequence.
Yeah.
I'll say that for sure.
The
But there were little gun isms that I was like, I could use a little less pepper here,
exactly.
kind of reel it in a little bit,
But
but even so, continue your thoughts.
but overall, I had a really fun time with it, and it was. I feel like this is a good representation of what Superman's meant to be, and I think a lot of people share that sentiment. So
Yeah,
I liked it a
I
whole
think a
lot.
lot. Yeah, there was a lot less infighting about this Superman movie in comparison to like the Snyder ones, where people seemed to respond better to this interpretation,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm glad for. I think it's. I'm not a huge comic book person or comic book movie person, but when I see it, I'm like, yeah, that's what Superman's about. I can identify closer with that than. And I liked Henry Cavill. I liked him. I like him. Um,
I do like him.
but Zack Snyder's interpretation, eh, I
It's
have
all right.
thoughts, but that's for another day. Yeah, that's for another day. No, another day, another film. James Gunn's Superman, though, pretty
Pretty
good.
good.
I enjoy.
The award to Superman I bestow upon you is the Best Doggo Award.
Yes, true. Very true. Crypto's a good boy.
And this gets an A for me. It's just some peak summer blockbuster, a superhero movie that I can really get behind. It was fun. It was joyous. It was filled with action. It made me feel good. So I like it.
I like Dan and chat. Uh, like, please, for God's sake, can we unquirk a little bit? I
Can we
like
unquirk?
unquirk.
That's a good one.
Unquirk's really good.
Good one, Dan. What do we got next
Uh,
on the plate? In the middle of summer blockbuster
oh
season, we
boy.
get Eddington.
Oh boy.
Which, now that I'm
I
looking at
can't
the
wait.
poster, has
Yeah.
nothing to do with Eddington, but
Well, it does in a way. If I remember right, okay, I guess I'm gonna talk about painting an art history now.
oh, here we go.
I believe it's a diorama or an art piece that was made in the 80s that was I think it was called Untitled, and it was, I believe, an illustration about the like the AIDS epidemic of the 80s, if I remember
Oh.
correctly. It was pertaining to that, which is kind of, it pertains to the, a little bit, at least thematically, to the subject of the movie of seeing an obvious problem, seeing an obvious cliff and running off the cliff, so to speak.
No kidding.
Speaking of which, Eddington. Yeah, I was gonna say, Ben, would you like to preempt this, or would you like me to? Either way, we have a lot to talk about.
This thing was directed by Ari Aster. If you know my sensibilities when
Favorite.
it comes to movies, is extremely hit or miss for me.
I was gonna say, he's made a movie that was at the bottom of your ranking a few years ago, and he's
Yes.
made a movie that you liked and respected a lot that you refused to ever watch again in
Yes.
Hereditary.
Is his very varied results of that for me.
That's him. He's very divisive, I would say.
Mhm.
I've loved everything that he's made thus far. Everything has connected to me on varying levels with him. Hereditary is one of the best horror movies of this century, I think. Like, it's so effective.
Hmm.
Um,
But so
Midsommar.
Eddington. Oh,
Yeah, go for it.
so
No, I was gonna.
Eddington.
Yeah, go for it.
Eddington is
Yeah.
about in the middle of the pandemic.
I was gonna say, like, it's just immediately incendiary material. Like, it's just like, okay, 2020, COVID. Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even shy. They hit you with it immediately. Joe
Yeah.
Cross, played by another man who's really good at being like goblin characters, Joaquin Phoenix. He butts head with the mayor. Is it Tex or Ted Garcia?
I think it's Ted. I think it's
Ted
Ted
Garcia.
Garcia.
He vies for
Yeah.
his position after clashing about the COVID thoughts on
I was
COVID
gonna
and
say,
the world.
yep, there's no other way to put it. Yeah.
And then I have a lot of bullet points on my synopsis, but I don't know how much I actually want to spoil because there's a lot that
Mhm.
happens in this movie. But you're in the peak of pandemic, and everything that is horrible about the 2020s is right here, front and center, for you to just get punched in the face with.
Yeah.
You've got
Yes.
anti-vaxxers, people who won't wear masks. You've got social media. You've got protests. You've got classist undertones and overtones. You've got cults. You've got misinformation. You've got people talking about immigration. You got people
Yeah.
thinking people with masks and guns are growing into towns and just killing people. It's
Yep.
what a freaking horrifying premise for a movie. I don't know how this worked because I was pretty miserable during the viewing. Not to say that it was bad. I thought it was a good
Yeah.
movie, but my God, like,
It's
it's not what I want. I want to escape. God damn it! I don't want to go back.
It's a movie that I think a lot of people might have misidentified as a movie about. It is a movie about 2020, but it's also kind of about America currently in all of its working parts and like the issues that are still an issue to this day. Um, Especially as you get toward its conclusion, which I won't spoil, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's saying a lot of damning things about the current moment. Um, and yeah, it is very uncomfortable. I remember I saw it in theaters and I liked it. I think certain things didn't work for me. And then after 2025 continued to unfold, I rewatched it and I was like, man, this is actually really close to home and really uncomfortable how close this is. Um, uh, Brilliantly put together and acted. I appreciated the nuances more on the second watch. It's also just so absurd. I think someone in a film server that I'm in described it as like if it's like if Mad Magazine made a movie about America in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
It has like the logic of like a if anybody's ever read Mad Magazine or seen the show, whether the TV show, the live action sketch comedy show, or the animated one, it's absurdist, like kind of like satire almost, but it's like a
Yes.
dark satire. It's uncomfortable dark satire because a lot of the implications of it are like, oh yeah, that's a real issue that is fucked over many people and
Right.
still is. The use of people with PTSD, with damaged psyche, and their minds being manipulated by grifters, which we still deal with today. Like you said, the anti-vaxxing stuff, the issue of masks, protests, the issue of virtue signaling.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
Mm-hmm.
just there. And I think some people could accuse Ari Aster of kind of just presenting it without much nuance. But with me, I think just presenting it as the like boiling cauldron of tension that the
Yes.
movie does. It's the way to it's a way to do it, and I think it works perfectly in that respect. And then it becomes a totally different movie at a certain point, and I won't spoil why or how, but it's wild watching it become that too. Um, yeah, you never knew what to expect watching Eddington, and I think that's why even a second watch, I was like, man, I still you appreciate the structure of it more. Um, and it also just has one of the most miserable endings ever. I think
Yes,
like
I would say
I
so.
I felt depressed both times watching it, where I was like, oh my god, like yeah, it really is just we really are fucked up, and
That
that's
there's no subtle way to approach all the stuff that he crams into this movie. The way he did it, I think, is the only way to do it. You just throw it all out there, and it's gonna be a train wreck. It's not gonna be subtle, but that's the whole point of it. And
yeah,
at some point in my viewing with the audience in the theater, we were dead silent up until I think around the midpoint of the movie
uh-huh,
when
yeah,
all of a sudden people started laughing at the utterly absurdity. And I put this in my letterbox. I didn't know whether or not to cry out of frustration or laugh out of mania. And I think the
yeah,
manic, complete, unhinged, batshit events of the movie just led everyone to laugh because there's no way to express any other emotion for all of the horrible uh, things that happen in this movie other than to just laugh. It's as a
yeah.
coping mechanism, basically.
Yeah, no, genuinely, yeah. It is definitely it is a political and social satire made by the guy that made Hereditary and Beau is Afraid for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Unmistakable, yeah. I can't wait to rewatch it. I my opinion grew of it on my second watch where I appreciated the structure and what it was doing more with its characters more
Mm-hmm.
on a second watch. The first time, I still feel this way. I think it's a little too long. I think it's a little too bloated. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't need to be nearly 2.5 hours long.
It's
But
2.5 hours of one of the most miserable periods in recent American history. And like,
yep,
yeah, we're gonna sit and watch a movie about this.
yep. I like Melody in chat saying "Don't look up, ass," and then Dan said, and then Dan immediately responded, which is how I would. He went, "Melody, it's literally just don't look up, but good." Lamau, yeah, yeah, it's don't look up, but good. I would
Hmm.
agree with that classification. It's yeah, I am very curious to revisit it and see what other people's opinion. I think it's almost designed in a lab to split people down the middle. I
Yeah.
think you will either respect its absurdity and kind of its going there kind of nature, or your mind and body will reject it for how
Your
it's
own
covering these
sanity.
issues, or your own sanity, that too. But I found myself on revisit really appreciating it more for its filmmaking, what it's saying. I get so much out of that those last 10, 15 minutes. I still think about the final. This isn't spoiling anything, I guess, but I still think about the final shot of the movie often.
Hmm.
I still get a chill thinking about it because I'm like, man, he was right.
The
He was
thing
fucking right.
that was like Chekhov's. It was looming in the background ever since the very beginning of the movie.
Yeah, and that's what it really did in real life.
Hmm.
People have until it became too late, and now it's
Too late.
yeah. Well, that's the thing is that it's between this and another movie we'll talk about. They kind of take the current moment from two different perspectives, where it's like uh Ari Aster is kind of saying like everything is fucked and throwing his hands up, which is fine, or just satirizing it, saying it, aren't we fucking stupid? And then there's another movie we'll talk about later, which takes a very different approach at that sort
Hmm.
of, conundrum. But yeah, I find myself growing more and more of a fan of Eddington. I'm curious, what are your final thoughts, Ben?
I would not mind a rewatch. I think
Hmm.
I wouldn't hate watching it again, although it'll still probably be a miserable experience, just objectively. But I will leave
By
you all.
design.
I will leave you all with a quote Joe Cross, Joaquin Phoenix says in the movie himself from Eddington that encapsulates the whole thing. He says, "Don't let me think, just post it."
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
that is
Perfect.
Eddington.
Perfect.
For me, the award that Eddington receives is the Microcosm of Misery Award, and it's a solid B
you
for
could
me.
you could put that over any Ari Aster movie.
Yeah.
It's so great. I love him. What a creep. I love him so much.
We
Which is funny because I met him. He's a great guy. He's the most delightful, one of the most delightful humans I've ever met, and he's made some of the most fucked up movies of the last 10 years.
That's why creative
Crazy.
outlets are important, people.
Hmm.
Excuse me. Okay. That was Eddington. Man, I was waiting to talk about that one for a while because, God,
Yeah.
there's a lot to say.
Still is. Maybe we'll
Hmm.
talk about it soon. Looks at camera.
Oh. Anyway, next, we're going to pivot and do something completely different. It's The Fantastic Four First Steps.
Hey, there we
There it
go.
is. Directed by Matt Shackman. There were no horses in this movie, but
Damn
what
it.
it did have was a CGI baby.
Did have CG baby. Yeah, I have not seen this, so tell me about it, man.
I didn't mind it. I thought it was very safe, very typical Marvel fare. I wasn't as impressed by it as like Thunderbolts, but it did have some nice characters. I like Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic. I like Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm, and Johnny Storm in the Thing. It's just a nice. They touted it as family. You know, they're a family, and they're facing these interstellar threats together, saving the world. For me, the most interesting thing about it was this retrofuturism that they did. It's supposed to
Right.
take
Yeah.
place in, was it the 60s? There's like a 60s aesthetic to it, but it's still the future because they have all this technology and they've got these superheroes flying cars and whatnot, but it's distinctly they're driving old cars, and so the
Right.
setting of it was the most fascinating thing to me. It's it's just there's a big bad and they have to stop the big bad guy from destroying the world. That's not anything crazy or new.
Right.
But it visually it looked good. It was I enjoyed it. It
Hmm.
it didn't break any ground. It was your typical nice Marvel superhero movie, and that
Hmm.
it didn't try to be anything else. So that's good, at least in my
Yeah.
book.
Yeah. I haven't seen it yet, but I'll probably try to catch it at some point. I definitely was impressed by the production design of what I'd seen, as you mentioned.
Hmm.
I'm also kind of curious about Ralph Ineson as Galactus. I do love that dude. He's got the greatest voice in movies right now.
Hmm. Hmm.
Just so good.
I
Yeah.
I think what I liked a lot is they rounded out these characters. So in the past, in other iterations of Fantastic Four, Johnny Storm has always been kind of hot-headed. Ha, get it? But from
Hey.
the original Fantastic Four movie with Chris Evans, then I think there were ones before that, but the first one I saw was in the mid 2000s. He was
Right.
cocky, he was showboaty, he was kind of a douche. They really round out his character in this one, and they make him kind of like that, but more thoughtful, more interested in kind of exploring why did the Silver Surfer come to the universe, or sorry, to the planet, and trying to communicate with it. And everyone kind of has. That's just one example of what they did with one of the characters. They all get a little bit of more interesting nuance to it than they've given them all in the past. Instead, it's like Mr. Fantastic, he's smart and he's neurotic, but no, he's got more qualities to that they explore in this movie too.
Mm. I think Pointless Hub, great YouTuber. He made a video about the mid 2000s Fantastic Four movies and Fantastic Four as a whole. And I think he said it best in that the Fantastic Four are interesting not because they're a superhero team, but they're like a family of interesting characters first.
Yes,
So you kind of need to make interesting characters from the top down
right.
before you make it a superhero movie. You got to give a shit about them because they go on adventures, but it's about a family that goes on adventures.
Mm-hmm.
So
I,
yeah,
I think it's neat that instead of doing a whole rehashing of the origin story, because they've already done that twice. I mean,
like
once
four times at
we
this
don't
point.
talk
Yeah.
about the Fan Four Stick in 2015.
Remember, say that again.
They just drop you right in where they're kind of at the height of their popularity and at the peak of their superheroing.
Right.
So that's cool. We don't necessarily need a rehash. We've already done it, so
No.
just jump us right into the action, into the new thing. And for them, beyond just this Galactus threat, the new thing here is is Sue and Reed are gonna be parents.
Right. It's about a baby. It's a baby story too.
It's about family, and I'm interested in what they're gonna do with this because
Iteration.
they allude. If you know anything about the comic books, you know who the son, sorry, the child is.
The child.
Franklin Richards turns out to be like one of the most powerful mutants in MCU in Marvel Universe,
Oh.
which is why
Okay.
Galactus wants the baby.
I see. Okay.
Um,
Huh. I learned something new.
yeah. So that I'm curious how they're going to build that up and what they're going to do with it in the future. Because there's also this post-credit scene, which that hasn't been paid off yet, but maybe that's coming down the line.
That seems to be a trend with Marvel films now,
Yeah. They
unfortunately.
just set stuff up and like maybe it'll pay off. I don't know.
We're
But
still waiting for Mahershala Ali as Blade.
that's all I want at this point, man. I want to see Mahershala do more stuff. I love that guy. But I'll say Fantastic Four was good. The
Not
award I
fantastic.
give it is the sexy silver alien lady because we've passed the 9 o'clock mark, so we'll just start letting some of these jokes fly.
Sure.
She is hot.
Julia Garner, right?
I think so, but
She's an attractive
she
lady.
she added a different dimension beyond just being hot to the Silver Surfer in this one.
Yes. Beyond it just being hot. I
Uh,
respect it. You looked respectfully.
and so for
Hey.
that, I give Fantastic Four First Steps an A minus. I liked Superman more
Nice.
than this one, but
Got you.
another
Nice.
another solid superhero movie because God knows we're not going to run out of those anytime soon. So
Would I be able to entice would I be able to further entice you to watch Weapons if I told you that sexy silver alien lady is a main character in Weapons?
oh, I'll watch Weapons with you all whenever you want to show it. I just won't watch it by myself. That's all. That's the only thing keeping me away.
Fair. Fair.
Okay. We're moving towards the end of the summer now.
Oh no. Bye
The
bye
Bad
summer.
Guys 2.
Hey, there we go.
Furries, where you at? Where are you guys at?
Furries
Come on
unite.
out.
Where are y'all at? We got a lot of furry representation this year
But for
between
some
this and another
reason,
one.
there's no horses in this Bad Guys 2 world, which I think is an oversight. They need to put a horse in it.
Crazy. They know that no one would be able to handle it.
This is my jam. I like heist shit. I like
Yeah.
animated movies. I like cool guys doing cool things. In this case, it's a wolf, so it makes me feel very conflicted about whether or not I'm a furry or not. And in this movie, there's more furries, different team that they, I guess, are, would you say, compete? They're kind of rivals in a way.
Yeah. The bad
The
girls,
bad
which
girls.
which as someone in a film server I'm in that also happens to have furries in it remarked, the characters were designed most definitely by people that thought they were hot. Which, yeah, I can see it, and you know what? I respect it, character designers.
So you
Yeah,
you saw this one.
I did. I woke up at like 9 in the morning to see it on a Dolby Cinema screening because it was the only one in my state for some reason.
Wow.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. I think Fantastic Four might have been out at the same time, so they probably had like a ownership over all
hmm
those screens. But I found one at like 9 in the morning that was showing this. Yeah, I'm with you. I love the Bad Guys movies. I like that first one a lot, although I do recognize that it's a bit weak and predictable story wise for the most part. This I think improved on that, where it's beautifully animated, just like the first one,
hmm
and there's more dynamic story stuff going on,
hmm
which I could appreciate it more on that level. And it's just fun. These
It
characters are
is.
fun to watch. It's a fun story. It's a fun world to be in. I just enjoy it. It doesn't need to try remotely hard for me to be like, yep, it's charming. It's fun to watch these characters do things. And once you've got me there, I'm sold. Um, yeah, very 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 fun time.
So they
I
went
also like, yeah.
they went even grander in scope. They went to space in this one.
I was about to say the ending is like a send up to a James Bond movie. It's basically the ending of Moonraker. They have like an action sequence on a space station, and I was like, that's great. Give me more of that. Let the animation flex.
Yeah.
They have a big old like set piece in like a pro wrestling arena,
Oh,
like a
that was fun.
luchador fight, and that all the colors of it. Like, yeah, I am I am not immune to colorful, fun, charming movie, and that's what the Bad Guys movies are for me.
They've got a
Both
lot of
very
heart.
entertaining.
They've got a lot of soul. They've got a lot of creative people behind it, and I think it shows. The Bad Guys franchise, so far they're 2 for 2 in
Yeah,
just really good quality. and uh, anyone who watches it it's and doesn't like it, I'm like, you didn't have fun with it. How did you not have fun with it? It's just a fun movie, right?
Mm. Yeah,
So
a lot of fun. I think it would be difficult for me to tell for me to like choose, but I may say I might prefer the second one over the first one.
hmm.
I think the first one for me, and a lot of people charged that first one with, was that it's a very predictable story.
Mm-hmm.
It's you kind of know the beats of it pretty quickly. With this one, I think there was a lot more going on, a lot more characters, a
Yeah.
lot more of a story, and you weren't totally sure where everything was going at the same time. So, in that respect, I had a lot more fun with it, and it let the characters kind of shine more. And it wasn't you weren't predicting every beat of it.
Yeah, yeah. That
So,
whole
yeah, but I like them both. They're really colorful, just like alive animated movies, and I hope they keep making more of them.
I like how
I'm
they
down.
animate Wolf doing the signature Sam Rockwell dancing thing that he does in all of his movies.
I didn't realize that, but you're so right.
He's great. I saw a video of Sam. I think the title of the video was just Sam Rockwell doing his funny little dance in all of his roles, and it's just a smash cut of every weird guy he's played and every role he's played, and he does the little like shoulder thing with the sliding on his feet, and the bad guys was in it. It showed Wolf doing that in the first one. I was like, oh my god, they did it.
Which shows you how much they like the animators and the character designers really pay attention to the people that bring their characters to life.
hmm
Like you can tell these people that make these movies fucking love working on them, and
Yeah.
it's contagious. It's contagious for sure.
My hope is that if with subsequent sequels, because they're probably going to make another one, is that they don't get super overcrowded, and I hope they can still deliver on the precedents that they set with these first two.
I learned I agree. I learned something interesting about, because these are based on books, is
Right.
my understanding. They're like children's books. I learned something interesting, and I don't know if it's going to be a storyline in the future one, so I'm not sure if I should say it, but it's up to you. It's up to you if you want me to
We'll
say
we'll
it.
we'll keep a lid on it, but it's a
Then you're good.
subsequent
No sweat.
sequel in the children's book, right? So there's
I think it's a
potentially
later. It
roadmaps for sequels.
most likely. I think they might bring it up hearing about it, but yeah, it was an interesting thing that would be interesting within the world of the movies.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll keep a lid on it for now.
Until we talk about the Bad Guys 3 and maybe 4 in the future. Lots to anticipate from these guys.
I hope so. I would watch 5 more of these, honestly.
Me too. So for me, the Bad Guys 2, the award is the I'm Totally Not a Furry award. This is me
Definitely.
uh, huffing the
Says
copium.
says the brony. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm a brony, but not a fur. Whatever. If you think I'm a furry, that's fine. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm just that.
It doesn't matter. Don't matter.
This gets an A. The Bad Guys 2.
Nice.
A
Nice.
for me. Really good.
Yeah.
Moving right along. Another really fun movie.
Hey,
The Naked Gun.
the surprise comedy hit of the year, I'd say.
Just pure comedy, was really refreshing to see. No horses, but we will talk about the horse representation in this year later. It was
Yes.
just nice to have a funny movie without having it be snarky, without having it be ironic, without having it be, oh, I'm laughing because this is miserable and that's my coping mechanism. It was just goofy. I loved
It
it.
was yeah. It was we're definitely on a shortage of pure comedies right now. Pure studio comedies especially. So to see studio comedy with all of its budget be unapologetically absurd and silly, yeah, I was all about that. I love the original Naked Gun. I love Airplane. That all made by the same people, the Zucker brothers. Naked Gun, Airplane, Top Secret. Some of our some of my favorite comedies of all time. Um, and they definitely risked this being a legacy sequel that was just cashing in on the name. But they got the guy Akiva Schaffer, who comes from the Lonely Island
Uh-huh.
comedy troupe, Andy Samberg and all
Yep.
those guys. He did Pop Star Never Stopping. I think he did the Chip and Dale movie.
Okay.
And their sensibilities work so well here. It's like you said, an unapologetically goofy and funny movie. I saw it on like a sold out screening in New York City, and fucking every 30-45 seconds was laughs.
Yes.
It was quite. I think it loses a little steam near the end there, but like just the speed it was coming at, the level of gag. There is one gag in the movie I'm not going to spoil, obviously,
I know which one you're
but
talking
there is,
about.
you know, the one I'm talking about. The movie just stops for 5 minutes for one of the best out of pocket gags I've seen in a while, and it never stopped being funny. It was me going, I cannot believe the movie is just going, and is that they let them just do this.
Oh yeah.
Apparently they had to fight for that entire sequence to stay in the movie, if you know what I'm talking about. Because originally the studio didn't was like, you need to trim this, and it was like, no, the fact that it keeps going is what makes it so funny.
Exactly.
So yeah, just a delightful time at the movies. If you love the original Naked Gun, if you love Airplane, if you love Top Secret, well worth your time. Liam Neeson is a comedy discovery in this movie. Just give him silly shit to say with a
Yeah.
totally straight face and his voice, and it's comedy gold.
He'll do it. I first saw his comedic chops with Once Upon a no, sorry, A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Oh yes, Seth MacFarlane. Yes.
But this one was just goofy, silly fun. The premise of it, him trying to solve some mystery. It doesn't even matter that much, just
Plot
because
secondary. Yeah.
the ride is so much of an entertainment value that the plot almost doesn't even matter that much. Which is weird
Do you
coming from
remember?
me because I'm a big plot guy. But if it's so funny and entertaining, I understand
Yeah.
the sensibility of it. I had not seen any of the original Naked Guns, but I had seen Airplane, and we watched Top Secret last year. So
Yeah.
I am aware, and
I'm
I
thinking
love this
about
kind of humor.
I'm thinking about the UCLA exchange. UCLA? Yes, I see it all the time, every day.
I think the
That's
first half of the movie, or I think it was maybe the first hour of it, everyone
yes.
was just eating it up and were dying.
Oh,
Like you
it's
said, every minute there was a new gag.
yep. The kitchen scene. Got we can't enough said. I'm, I'm thinking about it now. Like I said, that's my highest endorsement. The fact that I watched it, what, 4 or 5 months ago, and I'm still laughing my ass off. Just thinking about sequences from it. Yeah, well worth seeing if you haven't seen it. One of the best studio comedies in years, I would say.
Like puns, slapstick, wordplay.
Yeah, all kinds of jokes.
They come right after the other, and I think my favorite thing is even after they do like a really smart joke, they'll do a really fucking dumb joke and just play it up.
Yes.
I think it's like he asks the character played by Pamela Anderson, it's like, oh, just take a seat. And then she just takes the chair and she's fucking dragging it behind
Walks
her
out.
and she leaves. It's so dumb. It's so funny.
You must. He went to prison for man's laughter. Must have been a very funny joke. And it's the way Liam Neeson says it,
Yes.
with no winking at all. He just says it completely deadpan. It's fucking great.
I think
So good.
I could have done with slightly less toilet humor. That's not super up
gets
my
a-
alley.
It gets a little much near the end. Yeah, I would agree. I needed less of that, but otherwise.
Then the whole chili dog thing, I was like, I don't quite It's not really my sense of humor, but we've
Thankfully,
got back to
it's
the
short.
jokes. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, thankfully it's short-lived, and they go back to actual jokes. Yeah, yeah.
So for me,
Remember?
so,
Go
so
ahead.
so
I'll keep. Go ahead.
for me, the Naked Gun award is if I had a nickel every time I saw Liam Neeson's bare ass in a comedy film, because I just talked about it earlier. It was A Million Ways to Die in the West. I'm like, that's his whole
Yeah.
ass just hanging out.
Yes. Yep.
I'd have a couple nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened more than
Why
once.
have I seen Liam Neeson's bare ass so much? I don't get it.
We've seen a lot of bare ass lately,
We
as
got
we'll
so
come
much
back to
ass.
later. We did in 2025,
The
year
year
in
of
cinema,
ass.
the year of ass.
Rating for Naked Gun is a B plus. So that's up there.
Nice,
Like I said, I
nice.
think it would have gone higher if it didn't do a little. The toilet humor was a bit not my bag, but
Mm,
still good. Still a lot of fun. Would recommend.
let's go. Yeah, well deserved. Great movie.
Going on to movie number 37. Once again, if you're counting at home, there's 59.
Hell yeah, we're
Watched a
getting
lot.
there.
Dan said you can't fight City Hall. It's a building.
It's a building.
We're still doing
I was
Naked
gonna
Gun gags.
I was gonna say, I was thinking about, I was making myself laugh when Liam Neeson and the bad guy have a fight scene. They're gonna start a fight scene, and Liam Neeson punches him, and he just goes, "You hit me in the belly. That really hurt." And
Uh,
I'm just thinking about, yeah, again, highest endorsement we could give is that we're still fucking laughing about it 5 months later. Continue, man.
Dan, stop doing the bits in chat. We're not gonna make it through if you do. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for sticking around. And welcome back, Zen, too.
Appreciate it.
The next movie we're gonna talk about is Nobody 2.
Hey, okay. Nice.
By Timo
My boy
Giajanto.
Timo,
I think we talked
director.
about his what he's worked on before, right? You were gonna say that.
I was gonna launch into it. Yeah, he worked on he's worked on a lot of I believe it's Indonesian movies, mainly either comedies or action movies. People might know him mostly from the Netflix movies that he's done, which was The Night Comes for Us,
Mm-hmm.
which I showed that in one of our friend servers one night unprompted, and one of the hypest nights of movie watching I think we've ever had.
That
That's
was great.
if you like The Raid, watch The Night Comes for Us on Netflix. That shit's great. But yeah, this feels like a natural progression for him, is that he'd make a John Wick like with Bob Odenkirk of all people. But continue.
There were no horses in Nobody 2, and
Dang it.
so the stakes. If you've not seen the original Nobody, Bob Odenkirk plays. I forget what his first name. That something Mansell. I think he plays
Let me
Mr.
check.
Mansell. We'll say.
Yeah.
We'll just call him Bob. Bob is someone. He's a family man, trying to be a family man, but he gets roped back into his previous life as maybe like a special ops, like you said, John Wick type assassin guy. Whenever he doesn't really want to start getting back into that life, by the point that Nobody 2 happens, he has returned to kind of beating people's ass sometimes when he needs to, and he takes his family on vacation.
Yeah.
And
Hutch, that's the
sorry,
movie.
His name's Hutch.
Hutch. Yeah.
While on vacation, they discover the tourist town that they go to is run by a crime syndicate organization.
Yes. Yes. It's that's the thing, is the movie's kind of barely justifies its existence as a movie. It's like a story wise. It is an excuse to string action set pieces together, and it's very entertaining at being that. if I may say so myself.
I
Um,
I liked the first Nobody better than this one. I will
uh-huh.
say this one.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure what. I'm checking back to see if I gave an inkling about what didn't work for me specifically,
Hmm.
because the action sequences I feel were a little less. Well, no, they were more over the top. I think in this one,
Yes. I
there's a fight in a warehouse. There's a saw. There's one on a
the
boat. There's a
the duck
big
the duck boat
yeah. There's
that duck boat sequence,
big fuck
so
off
good.
gun blazing battle at the end, which also is from the first Nobody as well. That was also what happened then. Um,
Yes, but they turned it into like a Home Alone sequence in
yeah.
this one, but in a water park. It becomes Home Alone in a water park. Um, yeah, I think I will deviate here where I was really entertained by
Mhm.
how stupid it gets, and I was
Yeah.
like, you know what, I'm about that turn because I revisited the first Nobody before seeing this one. Um, and I think I don't know, it plays it a little too straight laced, I think, where it's trying to be another John Wick. And it's
Mhm.
written by the guy that wrote the original John Wick, so I guess that's kind of fitting. They asked him to do another one. This one is a little bit more open about embracing its absurdity and stupidity.
Mhm.
I think even Bob Odenkirk said in an interview that was really telling that I watched after I watched Nobody 2. He said he really loved the Jackie Chan Hong Kong action movie, specifically Police Story, where he really liked that
Mhm.
infusion of comedy with like action and martial arts. And once I heard that, all of the stuff in this one with the duck boat fight, all of the different like gags they did in the action sequences, it made sense. And I was like, okay, he wanted to make his own Police Story.
Right.
And like hearing that, I'm like, I would gladly take more movies that are don't take themselves that seriously, but in terms of the physicality department, like there's a lot of work going here.
Oh
There's a
yeah.
lot of work put into the choreography, the little comedy gags and jabs they stick in it. Um, it was a fun time. I had a very fun time with it. I think I like it more than the first one. I will
Ah.
be real. I maybe that's a minority opinion, but yeah, I'm cool with it being more its own thing. Let John Wick be its own thing.
Right.
Make this a if you make this a police story franchise, fine, fine by me. Be stupid,
You know,
make them stupid.
what I think was the big detractor for me is in the first movie we don't get a whole lot of relationship stuff because he's not around his family a lot, so it makes sense he's just doing the John Wick thing. In this one,
Yeah.
there's more interpersonal relationship between him and his family set
Yes.
up, but not a whole lot of payoff. There's still just it's just Nobody to, like you said, centerpiece is action and fun. So I'm kind of wondering why they chose to go that route with trying to have him really bond personally with all the members of his family when it wasn't. That's not the focal point. That's the back seat of this whole thing. So it's like, if it's not going to be important to the movie, then why even have it in there?
Hmm. I get the feeling that they might have like restructured the movie somehow. I mean that the I don't even think it's 90 minutes, the movie.
Hmm.
I think they probably shifted around things and cut out things out of the movie, if in all likelihood. So maybe that's where a lot of that went. Um,
Because his wife is
but
like always mad at him in this one until she's not, and you're like, well, he didn't
yeah,
change. He's still beating people's ass. That's not
yes.
any different when from when you were mad at him before. So I don't really get it.
Yeah, it's one of those where I can appreciate it the more I turn my brain off.
Right.
It's
Okay.
not. It's definitely not. There's definitely more character stuff going on in that first movie, but here, like I said, here they kind of barely justify the whole plot and it being a movie as an excuse to just do a bunch of fun action shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fine with that if that's entertaining personally. but you are absolutely correct, is that it does forget about a lot of what it sets up. It's interesting in that respect. I feel like there is definitely more movie in this movie at some point that just got cut out for one reason or another.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think I read somewhere that Bob Odenkirk did like rewrites on the movie himself, which is
Oh.
interesting to hear.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was in the middle of the writer's strike too, so I'm wondering what this movie was and what it became.
Right.
I
Right.
find that in it, which hey, it's a fun movie, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah. It's not
I don't know
bad.
what. Yeah, I don't know what was happening with the Sharon Stone character. That was weird.
I wasn't gonna talk about that, but that
Uh,
whole character was like weird. I didn't like her. And it's not even that, oh, she's a bad guy, so you're not supposed to like her. I just didn't even like her as a bad guy. I'm like, what the hell?
was a strange addition to the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't
Um,
hate it. I like seeing Sharon Stone.
Dan
She's always
said,
entertaining
isn't Christopher Lloyd in this? Yes, he plays Hutch's father.
in both movies. Yeah,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
he gets to do action stuff, kind of old man action stuff. He
I
shoots
like.
people.
I come to revisit that scene of him in the old folks' home and from the first movie. I revisit that a lot. I like that scene a lot. So,
uh,
Nobody 2, the award I give you is National Lampoon's Violent Vacation, because that's what this
nice.
is. And for me, this gets a C plus. I
Mm,
don't hate it. I like the first one better, but I understand they needed to distinguish it and take it in kind of a new direction. I
yeah,
just thought it was a little too messy. If you're gonna put the plot stuff in, the character stuff in, then do the character stuff. If you're just going to do action only, then just do action only. I think that was the big split for me.
got you. Yeah, there's another funny little anecdote that Zen mentioned in chat. At Everfree, while a bunch of people were waiting for me and Chris to get back from the Pike Place Market on
Mm-hmm.
on I think day 0 of Everfree, Zen and their friends took Nevi to just go see Nobody 2 at the theater next door. Nevi had never seen the first, had no clue what the movies were, and fucking loved it. So someone uninitiated to it enjoyed it. So I think that's interesting
Yeah,
to note. So yeah, I think you could have a good time. This is another one. It's a Sunday afternoon on FX Core.
so
I could
much
see this
dad core,
playing well. Are we dads? Are we dad
maybe.
core, man? We might be learning. With all we're saying today, I think we're learning something about ourselves.
Where are my kids? It's almost 10 o'clock. I don't know where my children are.
Do you know where your children are?
All right, Nobody 2. On to the next.
Yeah. Nice. What do we got?
Next is Honey Don't.
Oh, we've got
An
plenty to talk about.
Ethan Cohen special. No
Coen
horses in
Brothers.
it. His second movie in his apparently trilogy of, what is it, lesbian crime movies.
Yes. Yes. Love the Coen brothers. Ethan Cohen, interesting solo work thus far. I think we're both on record as saying that we are fans of Drive Away Dolls, I
Yes,
believe.
like that
Yeah,
one.
I
Very
think
silly,
yeah,
kind of crazy and nutty.
I
Good
think that
one.
movie got I think that movie got way too much shit comparatively to what the movie was trying to be, and I think it succeeds at what it's trying to be. Um this
This
one
one,
we have more complicated thoughts, I think.
yes.
You lead us off, Ben, please.
So Honey is a detective, a private eye, who is she delves into this mystery uh, surrounding the death of a motorist, and she finds it is tied to this Baptist church, which is also operating as a front for drug and racketeering activity. And the pastor head of this church is played by Chris Evans, which you see back
Mhm.
there. And through her
Yep.
investigation, she also meets. She comes into contact with a police officer, I guess a police She works in the records
Like a
room of the
clerk.
police department. Yeah,
Yeah, like a
played
clerk.
played
Yeah.
by Aubrey Plaza, which you see
Wow,
there.
Platinum herself.
Wow, Megalopolis moment. So yeah, this movie feels like the whole last third of it is missing. Uh,
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
it's only
I agree.
like what an hour and a half, not even that long.
Not even.
They
I think it was 85 minutes. Yeah.
they set up all this mystery and so for her to do all this detective work, and it doesn't really. She doesn't really solve anything necessarily. Some of the stuff just kind of works itself out by virtue of being when you're a front for organized crime and racketeering, sometimes shit's gonna go wrong in your dealings, and sometimes that comes back to bite you, regardless of what some private investigator is doing on the side. So it's almost like two separate plot devices are happening independent of one another. And so in the trailers, and you might see the protagonists here, Honey, played by Margaret Qualley, who's good. I liked her in everything she's
Love
been
Mar
in so far.
Yeah, love Margaret Qualley.
And Chris Evans, you might imagine that they run into each other a lot and they're kind of at odds and antagonistic throughout the entire movie. They only talk to each other one time
Yeah.
in the movie.
Yep.
And I'm just kind of baffled about how the two plots were supposed to interweave, because to me they had nothing really to do with each other. And Honey is sent on this adventure where she runs across Aubrey Plaza's character, and not to give anything away, but that's kind of what they're dealing with. And then there's this whole other plot with Chris Evans and drugs and racketeering and organized crime, which is whole entirely separate. And
Yeah.
it feels like there was supposed to be a building up to a third act where the two worlds collide, and there's a big, I don't know, maybe action set piece or big reveal of some kind, and then the movie just ends.
Yeah. It a thing that I think I've learned as of late with with the Ethan Coen solo projects and Joel Coen's solo movie, because for people that don't know, the Coen brothers, some of the greatest American screenwriters and filmmakers of the last 30, 40 years at this point. They've done The Big Lebowski, they've done No Country for Old Men, True Grit, Burn After Reading,
Mm-hmm.
Fargo. Great filmmaker, some of my favorite of all time, I'd say. And I've kind of become aware that Ethan Coen likes his really quirky characters, and I think that's where he kind of shines in their work, is that he helps build these really interesting characters who, just through like a single conversation or a scene, you kind of understand a lot about how they are and how they work and their history. And there's a lot of that in Honey Don't, where they're interesting characters, I think, really quirky, interesting people. But I don't know if Ethan Coen has I shouldn't say that. He's part of one of the greatest screenwriting duos of the last couple decades. But I do start to wonder if he's the one that adds the interesting personalities and the weird little like quirks of these casts of characters.
Mm-hmm.
And Joel is the one that kind of assembles it into like a coherent story with arcs.
Yeah.
Because even like Drive Away Dolls is a little bit loosey goosey.
Yes.
It's kind of barely a movie, but at least there, like, things conclude.
Yeah.
They wrap up. They have a complete arc.
There's a distinct beginning, middle, and end, and
The movie ends.
Yeah.
The movie just ends on like mid sentence almost, and I'm similar to you. Similar to you. Yeah, I was like, wait, is that it? Yeah, it was really weird. I definitely did not connect with this quite as much as Drive Away Dolls. Drive Away Dolls kind of was another movie that kind of seemed like it wasn't playing by a rule book and was just there to have fun.
Yeah.
Whereas here, it seemed like it was starting something, and then it was kind of like, let's just wrap it up and go home. And it's like, oh, okay. I
Okay.
guess. I didn't hate my time with it, but it's very inessential, I would say. I don't think I ever need to watch it again. Unfortunate because I like the people that are in it. I
Yeah.
love, like you said, Margaret Qualley. I love her. I love Aubrey Plaza. I love Chris Evans. I love Ethan Cohen. Just inessential, unfortunately.
I really like when Chris Evans plays an absolute tool piece of shit character. That's really fun.
Yes. This Knives Out.
Hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. He's supposedly in some movie that was going around film festivals this past fall with Anya Taylor-Joy,
Ah.
where he's might be playing an asshole again. He's an ass. He's an asshole in Fantastic Four and Scott Pilgrim. There you go. No, best we can do is bring him back as Captain America, Van.
Oh,
That's the best
okay.
we can do. Okay.
So Honey Don't, if those were kind of all of our thoughts, it just
Yeah.
seems kind of incomplete. For that, for anyone who's seen the movie, this award will make sense. If you haven't seen the movie, maybe it won't, but the award goes to the most significant bus stop locations
Huh.
because I
Mm-hmm.
really don't think she would have figured out what the hell was going on if that little detail didn't play into her mind.
Yes. Yeah, it was a confusing mystery plot caper too. It was yeah, just a misfire. A misfire in many regards. I will say I spoke to shortly after it came out and hit digital. Um Koa mentioned that they watched it and said that they quite enjoyed it. So,
Hmm.
you know what? It has its audience,
Yeah, yeah.
you know?
I'm not gonna say
I
it's.
respect it.
I'm not gonna say I hated it. It's a
Yeah.
solid C for me. I don't know
Mhm.
if I'd watch it again, but it did
Mm.
things well. Characters once again is sort of the focal point of this, as we've been saying. So
Yes. Yeah.
if you like
The
weirdos,
performances are all good. Yeah.
then here you go. And also Charlie Day shooting his shot with someone who has repeatedly told him that she is a lesbian and not interested in him, and yet he continues for some reason.
Oh yeah, Charlie Day was in it. It's always good seeing Charlie Day.
Hmm.
Yep.
Okay, Honey Don't done. Honey done. Next
Honey
one
done.
is Relay,
Hey.
directed by David Mackenzie. There's no horses in it. Was I? Were you going to see this without my recommendation, or did I tell you to go see it and you were
I
convinced
I
to?
was I was intrigued by the trailers, and then I wasn't. I think I was just. It was a bit. It was on a busy weekend where I was seeing something else, so I just
Mm-hmm.
didn't get the chance to. And then I heard you speak very highly of it, and I was like, "Oh, interesting. I need to see this." And then I
Hey.
heard that the director David Mackenzie directed another great movie from from the 2010s, Hell or High Water, with Chris Pine and Jeff Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
Great neo western like crime thriller. Um, so when I heard all of that, I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to check this out. When it's hit digital, I watched it, and yeah, I was very impressed. I good recommendation, Ben. Tell them all about it.
It is a story about Riz Ahmed plays, I guess, kind of a mediator type. Lily James is a whistleblower for her company who seeks to return sensitive documents to the company that is threatening to do harm to her if she exposes those documents. And Riz Ahmed's character is the one who that is who he is, right? Yes, Riz Ahmed's character is the one who assists her in returning the documents, but also maintaining her safety. He kind of is a sort of impartial third party who keeps leverage to make sure the company doesn't come after her, and but also that she's safe and protecting the company's interests, all that. So they become sort of intertwined and entangled, something that in his profession is not a good thing to do. You don't want to be
Right.
involved with your clients. So
It's
it kind of spirals out of control after a certain point, to where he's trying to, at this point, protect himself from the
Mm.
heat that she has brought on him by unintentionally becoming involved in him. And there is a
And
twist, but I will not say what that is.
right. On more on that in a moment, not on the twist, but on my thoughts on it as unspoilered as I can be.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I think the main hook that I love about it is that idea that they're using the tri-state relay service, which have did we explain how that works and how that factors into it?
No, go
Because
for it.
so the whole hook is that to communicate this really sensitive information and really confidential information, they're using a service called the Tri-State Relay Service, hence the name of the movie, where I believe it's designed for. I think it's. Is it? Who
People
is it
who are
designed?
hard at hearing or hard at impaired, some senses
Yes,
impaired individuals to receive
yes,
messages.
exactly. And through that, suppose I don't know how rooted in fact this all is, but it's all because it's for these communities. All of it is confidential. All of it is through a very specific set of like text only or that's spoken over the phone by these people who speak over the phone to them. So they can't divulge it. It's private on a line that no one else can see, so it can't be picked up hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
So I found that setup really captivating because I'd never seen
Yeah.
a movie like depict that it like a crime thriller in that kind of like framework. So I was thrilled already by that, where I was like, this is different. I've never seen this before. And it seems like it's based in an element of fact.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of a nice hook for
Yes.
maybe something you may have seen before, but this adds a new kind of novel twist to it, like you said.
Yeah. It was kind of like a David Fincher like a David Fincher thriller. It was kind of like I don't know Zodiac or something, but yeah, it was a really unique spin. Um, you mentioned a twist, and yeah, there's a few. There's one in particular. I wasn't really a fan of it. I
Mm.
think it kind of threatens to break the movie. If I'm be almost, it doesn't break it for me, but I did kind of ask a bunch of questions where I'm like, I don't know. Maybe if I revisit it, I
Mm.
might be able to kind of wrap my head around it a bit more. But it seems a little bit kind of too much like a gotcha kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's my take on it. And I know we can't speak on it too much because then this is a movie that can be spoiled, and we don't want to spoil it.
Right, right.
So I'm being as vague as possible, and it sounds weird, but if you watch it, you'll know what I mean. Yeah, that's kind of where it loses me a little bit, but otherwise, it's really well made,
Mm-hmm.
really well acted. I love all of the little character actors that appear. I recognized a guy that's in like one of my favorite indie movies from a couple years ago, Funny Pages.
Mm-hmm.
Guy Matthew Mayer. He just shows up in it, and I'm like, oh hey, like I love that. I love Riz Ahmed. I love was it Lily James?
Lily James, yeah.
Yeah, she's great. I've bunch of people show up in it. Really engaging little thriller, and I did not
Mm.
expect like something as effective as it was.
The the
But
first half is kind of a slow, methodical build up, but I think that
yeah,
helps set the pace because the end, like last third of it, is kind of a more high stakes action
yeah,
um, conclusion that you get.
definitely. Yeah. Yeah, my gripes about twists aside, like still a very effective thriller. And I think anybody that likes I don't know, even like a Safdie brothers movie, I feel like you can get into it with the kind of the high stakes and also I love the New York City of it all. I
Of
love a
course.
movie that's filmed in New York City. Like, yeah, I'm a sucker for it. And it is filmed in New York City, and I respect that. I'm like, yeah, I can see the locales, and I'm like, yeah, this is great. I respect they really went there, they really filmed, it really feels like it. It's not Vancouver. Not that there's anything wrong with Vancouver, but I like it when a New York City movie was actually shot in New York City.
there's
So
there's another element of it of kind of cool guy doing cool thing because he's giving
yeah,
instructions to the Lily James character and he's like, okay, you're gonna go to this spot, you're gonna pick up this package, you're gonna go over here, and then you're gonna wait 3 seconds before you turn the corner, and it's all for a reason, for a purpose. It's him. It's in his element. He knows how the
Yeah.
system works and what human nature is like. And so if you like Jason Bourne type thing, because that was the vibe I was getting. Jason Bourne's like on the phone telling the other guy what to do.
Definitely,
Relay plays into that. So
Yeah,
go see
I would say
Relay
so.
if you like that sort of thing.
It's great. Yeah, I am a fan of it.
So for me, the award is peak USPS reliability, because my god, that was the crux of a lot of the things that happened in this movie. If USPS didn't deliver on time, it would have fucked everything up.
which they don't often, so they caught them on a really good week. Really good week.
Exactly. Or maybe it's different in New York City. I don't know. I wouldn't know. For me, it gets a 90 minus. This is my kind of movie.
Nice.
It's good.
No, same here. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It just misses my greats of the year, but
Right.
still very good. I would recommend it. I would rewatch it, honestly. I would love to rewatch it.
Next, what do we got? Darren Aronofsky, caught stealing.
Hey, from the director of Requiem for a Dream and Black Swan.
We've got no horses.
There's a cat.
We do.
Definitely a cat.
So we have Austin Butler, who made an appearance in Eddington, by the way, if you weren't.
He did. He did. I was going to point out how funny it was that you followed up Eddington with Fantastic Four, two Pedro Pascal appearances.
Right, that's true too. Playing very different characters.
Yeah.
So in this movie, a former baseball prodigy with a tragic past winds up in the crossfire of two separate gangs when his eccentric neighbor Russ leaves town and has Hank watch over his cat. Hank is Austin Butler's character.
Austin Butler.
Russ
Yeah.
is the Matt Smith character doing
The doctor.
the most, like, was it caricature English accent. I mean, he is English, but like he's hamming it up. And he's
Yeah.
this weird like punk Mohawk guy who
Yeah.
lives next door. And there's all of these really distinct, unique characters in this thing. You've got Zoe Kravitz, who plays the love interest. You have
Yep.
Liev Schreiber and Vincent D'Onofrio playing two members of the Jewish mob.
Yep.
You have Regina King
Yeah.
playing a detective who's kind of working the case, and Bad Bunny is in this too. I don't remember exactly who he was, but
Super Bowl halftime show performer.
that's right.
Bad Bunny. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Yeah. My best comparison is a lot of people were saying it, and I would say it too. It kind of feels like Darren Aronofsky doing a Guy Ritchie movie.
Yes.
A little bit.
I'd say that.
That was, yeah. Although it isn't as funny and lighthearted as a Guy Ritchie movie. It was advertised as that, but it's not that. It's kind of a brutal movie in certain regards.
It gets dark. About halfway through, something happens that changes the stakes. You go, oh my god, holy shit, we're in serious trouble.
Yeah. But remains a very entertaining movie, I would say.
Mhm.
I think it's a very entertaining movie for what it is. I like... It's just fascinating to me that Darren Aronofsky made it. The same dude that did Requiem for a Dream and Black Swan also did Caught Stealing. It's fascinating to me.
Which we watched Black Swan.
Yep.
I wasn't like enamored with it. I haven't seen Requiem for a Dream.
I
but
love it.
Caught Stealing, I loved a lot, actually.
Mhm.
I think
Yeah.
what it is our main character, who is just taken through hell in this movie, and getting the shit knocked out of him for most of it. And towards the end of the movie, he kind of takes responsibility for the decisions he's made in his life. He kind of does a full character arc here on Hank, and somehow does his best to get himself out of the situation, which he had no business getting into. It was completely on accident. His life just completely derailed and
Yes.
turned into a disaster on a coincidence.
Yes. It's
And
true.
it's mostly
Ain't
Russ's
that just the
fault.
way? Yeah. It's yeah, and I will say I'm swiftly becoming an Austin Butler fan. I think dude is a movie star. I think
Hmm.
he definitely can carry movies for sure. Very very fun guy to watch. The whole cast was very fun. Fun ensemble. We need more
Yeah.
fun ensemble cast movies.
And
That's what you get here, I think.
so just I think how satisfying his journey was and how overcoming his personal struggles was so nice to see, and it done
Hmm.
well, and a really cathartic sort of ending. And we have Liev Schreiber, who's our link to My Little Pony, by the way.
Yes, true. You're right.
Storm King himself. But I
It's true.
for how brutal and how kind of dark it was starting off, I did not think I would enjoy it as much. But then by the end, it had me sold. So Caught
Yeah,
Stealing
it's a
was great.
fun movie. Yeah, I would say against all odds, it is a fun movie.
Seemingly.
Yeah. Apparently, it's based on a book, so maybe check out the book.
Oh.
I haven't read it. I would be curious to.
Yeah, you got any readers in chat? I don't read. I don't know how, but it's okay. We can watch
We watch a
movies.
lot of movies. Yeah, exactly. Same.
The award for Caught Stealing is the Seatbelt Safety PSA, which would make
Yeah,
sense if you see the movie.
this will become very clear and very important.
And for me, it's an A+. I liked it a whole
Hmm,
lot. Seemingly
nice,
more than everyone else, but that's fine with me.
nice.
All right.
What you got next?
Him.
Oh boy. All right, let's talk
Justin
about him,
Tipping's Him
everybody.
with no horses. It's a football movie, question
Justin,
mark.
kind of. Justin Tipping's Jordan Peele's him.
Which is,
Thank you, marketing department.
I mean, they shoved Jordan Peele's name at every opportunity, but
Yeah,
he didn't direct it. He was he a producer, or was
he
he
was a
not?
producer.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
For those who are
Algernon.
unaware of what this movie's about, it's a aspiring prodigy quarterback named Cameron Cade. He spends a week training with Isaiah White, who is like the MVP, big star player of this football team called the Saviors. He's the starring quarterback, and Cameron Cade will do whatever it takes to fulfill his dream. Um, Isaiah White is played by Marlon Wayans, and it's
Hmm.
kind of a horror ish. I didn't
Kind of.
find it scary, but I found.
Definitely not scary.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it's any indication, dude's covered in blood. So, as you can imagine, this is not your everyday football training camp. There's something sinister going on underneath. And I guess we find out why, even though part of it's really confusing, because it sure is.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a very blunt. It's baby's first metaphor of the way the way we treat sports stars is kind of like a cult. Fandom's kind of like
Yeah.
a cult, and it does that for an hour and a half.
Right.
um, yeah, yeah, it's kind of that. I will say, this movie kind of got throttled by the world when it came out, and I see where they're coming from. I don't think it's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Nah, me neither.
Uh, yeah, it's definitely it's funny because I watched Justin Tip the same week this came out. I watched Justin Tipping's first movie that he did that was called Kicks, I think, and it was kind of like a slice of life, like um kind of Goonies-esque story, except it was about kids in the projects in Oakland trying to get a pair of sneakers back that got stolen from their friend.
Hmm.
And I thought it had like little bites of surrealism to it, and I was like, okay, there's a person with a real like vision here. Good visuals, an interesting like story to tell. I would like to see more. Uh, come this, some people have suggested that the editing, that's all kind of, a lot of the movie is in montage. People have alluded that maybe they were trying to save a boring movie in editing and make it hyperactive. I can't speak to that. Um, it's all very surface level metaphor. I would say the movie looks good. I don't think the movie looks bad per se.
Yeah,
Um,
there's a horror-esque kind of quality to it because Isaiah White he's a total freak. He lives out in the middle of like the desert and he's typical really big popular celebrity type who's I'm so introspective and I seclude myself to be away from the fans to focus on my game, and his entire house is like a haunted house, modern postmodern
right.
disaster of a place to live.
Yeah. 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 It's, let me see here. Algernon's saying something.
Hey Al,
Algernon's he's
you are
back.
very smart.
Don't they he said, don't they literally make a plot point out of the term goat by making it into a literal actual sacrificial goat? Uh kind of, don't they? There's
I
kind of a thing
yeah,
about that, isn't there?
I think that my problem with this movie is that there's so much surrealism and it's like, oh, he took drugs and he did this thing. But did
Uh-huh.
it actually happen? Woo! I'm like, well, then I don't have no idea what's real and what's not. So I'm
Yeah,
totally
you have a less of
lost.
a tolerance. Yeah, you have less of a tolerance for like surrealism, kind of messing with the reality of the movie and your investment.
Like
I've definitely have
if you're gonna give me a
growing
lot of
to know your
if
sensibilities.
you're gonna give me a lot of surrealism, you need to give me a point of grounding at least, so I can tell
Uh-huh.
what to take as metaphor and surrealism, and what to take as this is the actual events are happening now, and this just doesn't really give you that.
Yeah, I do find it. I will say, I liked the first 10, 20 minutes where we're kind of put in the head of like the expectations of a star kind of sports player, like him with the draft and
Yeah,
everything, and him with his family, and you're just running from like press conference to press conference and different person to different person.
yeah, that's
Uh,
the grounding
uh,
of it that I was like, all right, I think maybe I can get into this, and then as soon as he steps into the realm of Isaiah White, I'm like, okay, it's gone. Any sense of
yeah,
stability I had is gone.
it kind of becomes loosey goosey. Yeah, and I liked the visuals in it. I liked Marlon Wayans in the movie.
He was
He's
good.
actually pretty good. He's genuinely very good, and I hope he gets to do more movies, gets to play more villains. I think he would be
He
great.
was a freaky little
But
guy in this movie.
he is, he is. Julia Fox is doing some interesting things in it, as always.
I think there's some
Um,
cucking in this, but I'm not sure.
I think there's some cucking, and what a great, yeah, I think there is. Yeah, actually, Tim Heidecker's in it. That was funny to see. It was kind of funny seeing someone who I grew up knowing from Tim and Eric Awesome Show in a major horror movie. Um, yeah, it's just not a lot of substance for a movie that I think really thought it was cooking, when really it's kind of, it's well produced, well shot, well made. I can't say it's the worst. Like,
Nah.
it's not poorly produced, but like, it's inessential. It's empty calories.
Yeah.
I barely remember the movie at this point, and it's fairly recent. It was like September at this point.
Right.
So it's inessential. I liked certain things about it, but definitely a movie that thought it was being a lot smarter than it actually was. You know.
So I do remember one part of it, and that plays into the award that I'm going to give it. If you know, you
Oh,
know. Especially if you know anime, this award is My Hero Academia, but football. And I won't elaborate too much because I think that gives away part
you've
of
been
it, that part of the, I guess, mystery of what you find out at the end. And
even
maybe if people are curious, I can elaborate later. But
I
Al has
might
no
know
idea
what
what
you're
My
talking
Hero
about.
Academia is. That's an anime. It's a pretty big anime.
Yeah, it's a big shonen anime.
But for me,
He's not gonna know what that is either.
him gets a solid C. Like you were saying, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but I
Uh-huh.
don't know. I've been kind of harp clowning on it a little bit. It wasn't the worst. It was
No,
okay.
I I know people who in a film server I'm in who said it was like the worst thing of the year, even
I wouldn't
below like
say that.
Electric State, and I'm like, I don't know about that. I at least feel like someone was trying to make a movie here.
Yeah,
It's not poor. It's not poorly produced. Doesn't feel totally soulless. You know what? I could watch it again. I could watch it again if someone made me.
sure,
I would
sure.
be like, okay, sure.
We're gonna
So,
watch him. But I think you would rather watch the movie that's coming next.
oh, oh my gosh.
One
Oh,
Battle After
absolutely.
Another by PTA.
One watch after another.
No horses, but there's a lot to say about this one. Definitely
There
one
most
of the
certainly is.
better one of the year. Do you want to tell the folks who might not be familiar with this movie what it's about?
How do I even talk about the plot of this movie?
So
All right,
true.
I'll do my best. So Leonardo DiCaprio is part of we start a couple of years before present day. Leonardo DiCaprio is in a revolutionary movement, some radical revolutionaries that are trying to enact political change, social and political change. We literally open on them freeing like immigrants from a detention camp on the U.S. Mexico border. Just
So, yeah.
we're just in it. It's like, okay, we're just running straight into like the current moment of everything, which I was like impressed by that this was a major studio movie just being like, all right, we're going to challenge all of this. Um and from there it goes from that story of like a group of revolutionaries to like about Leonardo DiCaprio and his wife who are trying to balance being a mother and a father to this baby that they have because they start this whirlwind romance and they have a baby, but then there's also this like warring of trying to be a revolutionary, and then also his wife he's being cucked by Sean Penn, who's fucking goblin
He's
mode.
such a creep.
I can't even describe to you Sean Penn's performance. No words will suffice. You just need to watch it. And the resultant of this is that through a roundabout series of events that I won't spoil, his wife gets taken away and Leonardo DiCaprio has to raise his daughter. And we literally just cut, and it's like 16 years later. It's like, okay, it's present day. And from there, through another roundabout, there's a lot of roundabout sets of events in this movie. It's almost 3 hours long, by the way. But it's quickly discovered that Sean Penn, he wants to join. I'm laughing thinking about it.
How do
He
you?
wants to join. It sounds fucking psychotic trying to explain what this movie's about, but you need to trust me on this. This is one of the greatest movies of the entire year. Sean Penn wants to join this club of elites, shall we say, who are also very adamantly ethnocentric, shall we say. They're let me see. Bye, Al. Al won't hear me try to explain one battle after another. But so he wants to join this club, but they find out that he was in relations with Leo's wife, who is black. So through all of this discovery, Sean Penn realizes I need to kill the one person who can connect this woman that I was with to me, and it's her daughter who's currently with Leo that Leo's been raising. So he sends an entire military like operation to this town that they live to try and get rid of the remaining evidence of this revolutionary movement to cover his tracks. And from there, trying to track the plot of it is nonsense. But it's incredible. It becomes this epic about like, continuing this spirit of revolution from one generation to the next between Leo and his daughter. It's a story of good versus evil. It's a story of Leo basically being the dude from the Big Lebowski, where
Yes.
he's completely washed up at this point and has to jump back into action because all of his people are getting got. And they're like, well, which launches some of the best 30 minutes of filmmaking from this year, where he he needs to know an access code over the phone to continue to find out the intel with this revolutionary to find where his daughter is. And he's so strung out on drugs and alcohol at that point, and he's high, he can't remember it, which sets a 30-minute long action sequence into motion. Fucking wacky. It's a wild movie, but man,
it's
is it fucking cinema.
it's literally
Like,
one battle, one struggle, one conflict right after the
yeah,
other for 3 hours.
yeah, it doesn't let up. And you meet so many interesting, colorful characters. Benicio del Toro is in this,
He's
and
awesome.
he's only in the movie. He's only in the movie for 15 minutes, but so much character is communicated through every little scene that he's in. Leonardo DiCaprio is just, he disappears. He is this character. I don't see Leo DiCaprio in the movie. All of the new people that are in the movie are great. His daughter, Chase Infinity, new actress, never been in another major movie. She's great in it. Sean Penn, like I said, one of the most enigmatic performances I've seen all year. Just a certified freak of a villain. Some of the best, one of the best soundtracks of the year. Someone described it as like a cat running across a piano for 3 hours, but it really is. It's just discordant and chaotic, and it suits it so. But it's also really bombastic. Johnny Greenwood, one of the best composers doing it today. And then there's action sequences in it. There's one at the end which might be one of the best action, like, chase sequences I've seen in a movie in years. Just brilliant, and it's cars going down a straight road. It's 3 cars chasing each other down a straight road, and it's one of the greatest car chase scenes I've seen in years.
Because at this point, you are utterly exhausted from all the events of the movie, and you're just wanting them to find the resolution to this conflict they've been fighting this entire time, and it's encapsulated in these 3 cars just going down this desolate road, and you're hoping, you're praying, like, let's get there, please, let's do it. I really want this conclusion to happen.
And it's good. It leaves you breathless. It's brilliantly directed, brilliantly written. It's fucking hilarious. Not a day goes by where I don't think about some random line from the movie that makes me laugh. I think about Benicio del Toro saying a couple small beers constantly. that became a meme.
Doing his silly little dance in the middle of the highway.
Yes. Yes. It's hilarious. It's another one of those where you feel everything. It's hilarious. It's really emotional and powerful on a thematic level. It's a true action adventure movie. You go on an adventure with it. I've saw it 3 separate times in theaters and seen it 4 times. Tempted to watch it again fairly soon. God, Paul Thomas Anderson, one of the greatest directors working today. Pick any of his movies, you land on a masterpiece. Boogie Nights, There Will Be Blood, of course.
That lives in
Punch
my
Drunk
head,
Love.
that movie, by the way. With There Will Be Blood.
Oh my God, I drink it up. It's just it's a wild ride. I love that a major studio gave Paul Thomas Anderson $120 million to make this epic that also is really incendiary in its political and social commentary. There's a reason they did not include a lot of the things that the movie has to say about the current ruling class in the trailers because, man, I don't know how a studio allowed it, but it's awesome that it did. Yeah, I think if you have any, if you are frustrated with anything in the current modern climate, whatever that may imply, watch one battle after another. You'll go on a trip, and I think you'll find a lot that you agree with and a lot you can laugh at that I think Paul Thomas Anderson would laugh at as well, and points on the current social and political scheme that he would agree with, which is great. It's a big, bold movie, and it looks great. It's edited great. It looks great, sounds great, directed great, acted great. Yeah, I think it's a. Many people have called it this. It's a modern masterpiece. I know we love Sinners. I think that's my number one. This is a microscopically close number two. For me, it's a 10. I love it to death. I love it even more every time I watch it. But what were your thoughts, man? Sorry, I took the lead on this.
No, that's what I exactly wanted you to do because you're so impassioned about it.
Yeah.
Of all the elements that you've stated, it doesn't sound like a movie that I would have loved because our protagonist is basically high and drunk throughout the entire thing. He just kind of accidentally stumbles into all the plot beats while trying desperately to regain control of his life. And yet, I loved it.
Someone
It is at the end of the day, it's a story about if you're dissatisfied with things in life and how things are going. It's hopeful because you just have to push forward a little bit at a time. You take one step, you fight one battle at a time, and at some point it won't feel so miserable because you're making progress. And that's what this movie is about.
Yeah, I think someone put it best. I read it recently that the thing like Bob, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, basically fails at everything he does in the movie. But the one thing he succeeds at, and I won't spoil any, this isn't spoiling anything, but the one thing that he succeeds at is that he keeps trying.
Exactly.
He does not he does not stop trying. And that's
get back up.
Yeah. And isn't that something to live by, period, nowadays, I think. You keep fighting, baby.
It's well made, well acted, well shot. It's a great moral. So
it's a perfect answer, like we were saying about Eddington, where it's kind of Ari Aster, and it works for that text where it's like it's him kind of being like shit's fucked, throws his hands up. This movie, it's Paul Thomas Anderson saying shit's fucked, do something about it.
Shit's fucked more ways derogatory versus shit's fucked complimentary.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's what a weird, wild ride, but I can't think of a more perfect one for a year like 2025 and the times we're in.
Indeed.
God, it's everything. What a great movie. It's the reason why we make movies still to this day.
I love it. That is one battle after another in a nutshell. Please go watch it if you haven't seen it yet.
It just hit HBO Max. So if you have Max, go watch it. Please. Yeah.
This award is in reference to the what Sean Penn is so desperately wanting to join. This is the most number of white dudes that I wanted to punch award. I won't say anything beyond that. If you watch the movie, you'll know exactly which number of people I want to punch.
You know what I just realized? Yeah. You know what I just realized? It's technically one battle after another is technically a Christmas movie.
Oh my god. That's an argument for another day, and I don't want to make that argument.
I'll keep battling. I'll fight this.
He said he said the thing. It's an A+ for me.
I said it.
One battle after another.
Oh, so good. I can't wait to watch it again.
I think the only reason why it might not be S for me is just because the protagonist is not capable, and that as we've
Maybe.
talked about, that's not necessarily my favorite kind of movie.
Sure.
I like the protagonist
Sure.
to be active, aware, and kind of doing his, but he is doing his best, I guess, in his stoned out state. So
Yeah, we love him. We love Bob Ferguson.
I did love it. Did love this movie as a whole, and the ending, I cheered.
Ah, it's so good.
All right.
So good.
After one battle after another
After one
is
battle after another.
The Smashing Machine
Smashing
by
Machine.
Benny
Let's go.
Safdie. No horses. This is the story, I guess, kind of a biopic-ish
Yeah.
story
Yeah.
about a fighter named Mark Kerr.
Yeah.
I guess MMA fighter. Between the years of 1997 and 2000, he fights in the Pride Grand Tournament in Japan.
I think it was the beginnings of the UFC, if I
That's what it
remember
is.
correctly.
Yeah. He kind of paved the way for the UFC in modern day. So he fights in this tournament in Japan, but all the while he's having relationship problems with his girlfriend Dawn, played by Emily Blunt, which pony reference. She was in My Little Pony, so there you go.
Yeah, you're right.
And also abusing substances and whatnot to try and keep himself strong and able to fight. This is, I think, my favorite Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson performance I've seen him in, because every other role I've seen him in, he's just doing different shades of himself. This is the first time I've seen him play someone who is not just Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson with a funny hat.
Right.
So,
You should watch we should get you to watch Southland Tales sometime. That's an interesting Dwayne Johnson performance.
So there's a lot of as I've learned after experiencing some Safdie movies, there's some surrealism, there's some substance abuse, there's some miserable main character kind of thing going on. And the entire time in the movie, he's trying to, I guess, he's a fighter by trade, but in his daily life, he's trying to keep his anger down and just be a chill guy. But his relationship with his girlfriend is friggin' weird, because she seems to be depicted as having some issues herself with the relationship with him, and maybe bipolar disorder. I think they were alluding to that. And so he's just trying to get this, fight in this tournament and win this tournament. All this stuff is going on in the back, occupying his time, which one would argue, is it becoming too much of an obsession? But that's sort of the whole thing about this movie, isn't it? The Smashing Machine.
I think it's interesting because it's a movie that it kind of feels like a meta sort of commentary on Dwayne Johnson himself, the person he is, the roles he takes, all of the talk of him having a stipulation in his contracts where his characters in his movies can't lose a fight or something. It feels like this movie, maybe almost by design, by Benny Safdie's design, because as you've seen with experiencing now, like Good Time and Uncut Gems, and to a lesser extent because he didn't work on it, but Marty Supreme, they really think hard about the people that they cast and the characters that they embody.
Right.
It feels like there's always a meta quality to, like, there's something of that person, of that performer in that character that they wrote. In the case of this, I think it's interesting that the movie's kind of about teaching the main character how to lose gracefully.
Yeah. I think that's
I think
good.
That's like the most interesting angle of it to me, is that the movie feels like taking someone who expects to win and has all of this pressure that he must win, and just teaching him to be a loser, which is fascinating. And like there's a victory in losing in a way as well. There's literally a line about that in Marty Supreme, come to think of it. But
right, just because
losing
you've lost,
can be winning.
just because you've lost doesn't mean you're a lesser person or anything.
Right.
It doesn't
Yeah.
devalue you as a human being to lose something.
Right. Yeah. That's probably the most interesting thing I can pull from it because I love the Safdie brothers' work to death. Some of maybe my favorite filmmakers working today. Um, but I will say that it's a lot more of a chill kind of experience. There isn't that ratcheting of tension that you get in their usual stuff. This is very laid back.
Subdued, yeah.
Um, yeah, it's subdued. It's a bit more. There's interesting choices made that wouldn't otherwise be made in like a studio biopic, though. I know there's the score, which is really interesting. A lot of it is like saxophone oriented, very jazzy, which I liked that. That
Mm-hmm.
was a neat touch. Um, I liked the attention to detail and that whenever they went to footage from like television footage or like like tape footage from the year 1999 or 2000, because it is a period piece very much entrenched in like 98 to 2000. um it would always go to like different media sources, so you would see like they would use VHS and VHS footage, and they'd use like 8 millimeter footage,
Right.
and that was neat. The commitment to the aesthetics was really nice in the period.
I
uh
know the score stood out to me specifically because for some a subject matter that was so hardened in reality and grounded, there was almost like an ethereal vibe to all of
yeah,
the weird score that was going on, in a kind of making it all that more surreal.
yes, definitely.
And then there's some just weird needle drops in weird places I found.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I liked it. It's not my favorite Safdie brothers movie of the year, though. We'll talk about that later.
Right.
Most definitely, a lot to talk about there. But I think it's still a perfectly serviceable movie, and like you said, I think it's the best performance that Dwayne Johnson has put in years. I could tell. I could tell he gave a shit,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
which is a change, a welcome change, I think.
Yeah, no red one here.
No,
Uh,
oh God, I still can't believe you watched Red One.
I did. Apparently, so did Algernon. He's not here anymore, but
He did. He did. I can't believe he watched it.
but
But
I
yeah.
the cinematography. There's like a jittery, what is it, film graininess to everything they put over everything.
And I think they shot it on 16 millimeter. So it looked I mean I love that look. I love anything that embraces the
Right.
film look. I love that.
It was interesting. The aesthetic was interesting. It left me feeling kind of weird and hollow, funnily
Hmm.
enough, because I guess I
Hmm.
was in the mind of Mark Kerr, where it's, if I'm not winning, then I have no purpose or use.
Right.
So
Yeah, it's a very different biopic, and I'm glad it exists.
mhm.
Um
I didn't hate
but
it.
I
It was,
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I will say, I don't know if I'd ever watch it again. It kind of felt like a one and done for
yeah,
me.
maybe.
But I'm glad Benny Safdie gets to make what he wants to make, and that
Yeah.
Josh Safdie gets to make what he wants to make. It's interesting to compare these two and where their styles went and that their inclinations. I'm not sure I see the differences in their approach quite yet, like I do with the Coen brothers.
Mhm.
But I would curious to see them both do their own separate things for a little bit, see what they do.
The award the Smashing Machine gets is the most impactful piano score. I know we kind of talked about the score earlier,
Yeah.
but they do all these weird piano crashing whenever he gets the shit knocked out of him, and I found that very like well, impactful. Obviously, I was like, whoa, I
Hmm.
noticed it. So
Right.
interesting creative decision there.
Movie makes choices. We love it.
Uh, Ranking wise, it's a B minus for me. Like you said, I
Mhm.
don't know if I'd watch it again, but it was interesting to see this exist and to see Dwayne kind of flex his acting chops. I don't think Emily Blunt was, she was fine in it. I didn't really get that. She's done better, I think.
I
Or I'd
I
rather
don't think
watch her in something else.
mm, I don't think the script gives her enough to do.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna be real,
Maybe
she's putting
it's
in work, but I don't think it gives her enough to do in the movie.
maybe it's also the kind of character that she plays as well.
That's also fair. It is the character too. Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
We smashed the machine.
Let's go. We ate. We boogied at
We
night.
put you. There was blood.
There was blood.
We won battle
We
that.
Magno.
All right. Before we go off on that, we can talk about Roof Man.
Let's go. Yeah, this was one of our big divisive ones, I think. We felt completely polar opposite on this, but you go ahead, my friend.
Well, it's because there's no horses in it. It's dog shit, you know.
Yeah, true, true.
For
That's a
me,
killer.
okay, so if you don't know what the Roofman's about, it's a true story of this man who escapes prison and he lives out of a Toys R Us. I think it's in, I forget where in the country. Might have been kind of near
It was North.
me, near Charlotte
It was North.
area.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was North Carolina.
That he falls, he when he goes away to prison, he leaves behind a family, and since he escapes from prison, he kind of starts over, starts anew, and he falls in love with this other lady who's a single mom and has two daughters. And he's trying to evade the law. He's trying to have a life while he's basically he's a fugitive from the law because they're still looking for him to recapture him.
Right.
I I didn't really like this movie.
And meanwhile, for me, I was really engaged with it. I quite liked it. I think there's certain things that hold it back from being great. Um, but yeah, it's based on this real case of this guy who would rob specifically, I think McDonald's was it was a
Yes.
rash of like robberies in McDonald's where he would take welding equipment, cut through the roof, go in, rob the McDonald's, and hold the employees up, but would be very nice and cordial and polite,
Mm-hmm.
and then leave. Um, yeah, and then he ended up escaped from prison, and then holed himself up in a Toys R Us back room, like for I think for like a year or something.
Yeah, it was a
It was a
while.
while. It was a while, and he would live on like he would sit there living off M&Ms, but just
Peanut
occupying
butter
himself in
and
the
baby
yeah,
food.
yeah, yep. And then and he would literally I didn't even think there's a whole bit in it where he's like that woman, the woman he likes that works at Toys R Us, he would go into the owner and operator's computer and like change the work schedules around and everything and change memos and everything. I thought, oh, that's probably sweetened for like the movie and dramatics. He really did that. Like, dude would memorize people's passwords and everything on computer, like employee computers. Um, I thought it was an interesting story. And the main thing that works for me is that Channing Tatum is a delight in it.
Yeah,
I
he's
think it's
good. Gives a
his,
good performance.
yeah, I think it's his best. He really carries the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I also love the work by this director, Derek Cianfrance. He's done Place Beyond the Pines. He also did Blue Valentine. And those are darker movies for sure, which is why I think it's funny that this movie was advertised as like a comedy because there's kind of funny moments in it, but it's more like a crime drama, if anything.
And kind of
It's a
a
crime drama
character
with,
study.
yeah, and a character study, precisely. I think the most levity that comes from it is Channing Tatum has a lot of charisma, and that's kind of what makes certain things about it funny. Um, yeah, for me, I found it interesting. I think there are certain things that get forgotten about in the script that I think are kind of left me being like, why didn't we go back to that? Like, this is important. They would spoil it if I say it.
Hmm.
But for me, yeah, there are certain little things that keep me from holding it back from being great. But no, I really connected to the story of it. I loved all of the characters in it. Um, I thought it had a genuine it moved quick, even though it was a 2 hour long movie. I could have watched another hour of it. Yeah, it all worked for me. But Ben, please detail your thoughts on it because we were on total opposite ends. It felt like on this one, which is really fascinating to me when that happens.
Like I liked it. Shot well. It was funny in the right places. Channing Tatum, like you said, did a great job portraying this character. I just don't know why they made a movie about this person. He's not like a role model. He's not like a good person because the whole
No.
problem with me hinges upon the fact that this guy, he had a whole life. He robbed McDonald's. He started a family. He had a daughter who he's trying so hard to get back to while he's in prison.
Yes.
And then he escapes prison. And then he doesn't even try. He doesn't think about his old family that much at all. He's fixated on this new family, this new woman, and maybe being a stepfather to her daughters. And they
which
sort of explain it like you were, I think, about to say that
probably
the ex-wife doesn't want him there. She's moved on. She's remarried or she's with someone else, and she basically said, "If you come back into our lives again, I'm going to call the cops, and you're going to get arrested."
Right. There's that, and also it might just be. It might just be an issue inherited by the true story nature of it, too. But then, like you said, you question why make a movie about this person in particular.
So to me, there's this guy who's touted as being just a genuinely good guy, and he really doesn't want to hurt anyone, and he's really kind of sweet, if nothing else, almost Robin Hood-esque type figure. Right. Robbing from these institutions that he knows can afford it, not hurting anyone, blah, blah, blah. But does he actually love his family because he's so quick to move on to this new family? Is he enamored with the idea of having a family and having kids, or does he actually love his daughter? Like, he doesn't really try to get back to his daughter. I feel like if I was in that position, I would still try. That's my daughter. Nothing's going to stop me from seeing my daughter.
They do kind of bail on that by, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but they do kind of forget about it in the movie. And I remember even saying to you after I got out of it, I'm like, I liked it quite a bit, but how did they not go back to that?
Exactly.
I was kind of stunned. They just never touch on it again. And I guess maybe that's, like I said, a problem inherited by it being based on a true story. Maybe he just never did go back to his daughter. But even then, I think maybe sweeten it a little bit and go back to that. Yeah. It's fine if you smudge the details a little bit just to give us catharsis for the story, because otherwise it's just kind of weird.
It's just kind of here's this person who's being portrayed and touted as he's a good guy. He's not. He's not really at all. If that's what we're looking at. And that whole thing, that was nagging me the entire time we did the movie, was, okay, but he still wants to get back to his daughter, right? Okay, but he still wants to get back to his daughter, right? No, he doesn't. He doesn't really give a shit anymore. I mean, okay, well, this guy's not what they're building him up to be. He's just in it because he's romanticized the idea of having a family and a normal life. It doesn't matter who he's with, clearly. And it doesn't matter who he's with because he doesn't explain things, tell the truth. And he knows he's going to... Sorry, I'm considering whether or not spoiling the movie or not.
I think it's worth checking out. I think it's an entertaining movie. In my book, I know you have your issues, and they're all valid. Like, the more you talk about it, the more I'm like, yeah, that kind of doesn't add up. So I would be willing to watch it again. I did enjoy it for the majority.
His whole decision at the end of the movie also doesn't make sense if he's the kind of person we are led to believe that he is, but maybe not. So it's almost as if I felt like the movie was lying to me through its tone and what is being portrayed.
It's interesting because we could maybe compare it directly to something like, I don't know, maybe obviously a very different story about a criminal, but like Good Time, where I think maybe they didn't want to commit to the outright kind of unlikability of a person like this in telling this story because they wanted to eat, they wanted to have their cake and eat it too.
Hmm.
Where it was like we want it to be about a criminal, but he's a good guy actually, and we want him played by Channing Tatum. Everyone likes Channing Tatum.
Right.
Whereas in Good Time, it's like we're gonna tell a story about a criminal, and he's going to be a fucked up piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of the story. Here, it's like he wanted it to be a story about a small time crook, but he's also a goofball and he's likable and he's played by Channing Tatum. So maybe it's just like I said, an issue inherited from the fact that they're ripping it straight from the headlines, but they also want it to be a Channing Tatum vehicle. And
Exactly.
I can kind of get past that a little bit just because I was entertained by the movie. I think it was well made, well acted. I was all about everything it was putting out. Other than, like you said, once you get to the end, they lose certain things of these character arcs where I'm like, man, how didn't they go back to that? How didn't someone mention that? At least an epilogue, something.
Right.
But we do get an epilogue, but it's kind of more feeding into that this really happened kind of angle. It's like that's all fine and good, but we need a little bit of movieism to it too. It's fine if you smudge the details a little bit.
I'm
But yeah,
going.
I generally enjoyed it.
So I'm going to
But
what I
you go.
wrote in my Letterboxd review is I was more interested in whatever Lakeith Stanfield's character was doing. Give me
Yes.
that movie. I don't really care about Roofman. What is he doing in this? He seems far more interesting.
He's off selling fake Rolexes in New
Faking
York City.
documents
Yep.
he's doing an entire crime like criminal action movie while this Roofman thing, this suburban stepdad bullshit's going on.
Damani. Yeah, he this is another time that I've seen Keith Stanfield in a supporting role where he doesn't really do much in a movie this year. He was also in Die My Love with Jennifer Lawrence and Robert Pattinson. He doesn't say a single word in that movie.
Wow.
Yep. Yep, not a single word.
I love him. I was just
Same. I love Lakeith Stanfield. He's great.
give him more. All right.
Give him more. Yeah.
For me, I said this a lot.
Yes.
The award for Roofman is Rizzler of Single Church Ladies because that is
Oh
what
my
Channing
God.
Tatum does.
He
It-
rizzes an entire dinner table of church
An
ladies. It's
entire
pretty
small group.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
It was
dang.
pretty impressive.
I guess
I was impressed.
that's what can happen if you look like Channing Tatum.
Yeah. He was Jeff.
Do you think those
His name was literally Jeff in the movie. I just realized.
Do you think
His name
those church ladies did a group outing to go see Magic Mike?
Ooh, good question.
Like, why does he look
Yeah.
like Jeff?
Why does he look like Jeff?
I rate Roofman a C minus. Not super impressed for me.
Hmm. Yeah, I respect it.
It was all right. Like I said, not the worst thing I've ever seen, but just the concept of it rubbed me the wrong way.
I had rock bottom expectations once I saw your rating, so I was very surprised when I ended up liking it. shows ya.
Overlooking all of that, there's some good. He was funny and entertaining. Him running friggin' butt ass naked through the store to try and climb the wall after he's found out by Peter Dinklage.
Yep.
Like we said, a lot of ass this year for some reason.
A lot of ass. Yeah, true. We've seen numerous famous people's asses this year in
So
cinema.
many cheeks. Next,
Mhm.
we got 15 more movies to go. So hang in there,
go.
folks. We're getting towards
Let's go.
the last bit of it.
Final stretch.
After the Hunt.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
There's
We've
a
got
lot to talk about with this one. Luca Guadagnino,
Yes.
your guy, who doesn't put horses in his movies. What a guy.
Mr. Challengers himself.
So After the Hunt is a story about a philosophy department, a Yale philosophy department. There's a professor played by Julia Roberts, and there's another professor played by Andrew Garfield. And after a night of celebration, after I think some kind of thesis success or book deal. I don't remember what exactly
They were
was that
having
they
a
were.
rich people party.
It was an academia, circle
Yes.
jerk, as they do in
Yes.
higher education. After a night where alcohol is involved, there is an allegation of sexual abuse uh, lobbied against Andrew Garfield's character, the professor of philosophy, and Julia Roberts' character, who's the head of the department, is caught in the middle of this allegation of sexual misconduct between a student and a professor. Of course, she presides over the entire department, and so it's her colleague versus her student. And there's a lot of contemporary allegories to things that happen when these allegations are made, how academia as a system deals with these kinds of things. There's
Hmm.
Alma is the name of the character Julia Roberts plays. She has to sort of confront her own past, her own
Yes.
prejudices and beliefs in order to find the way forward in dealing with this issue. And people kind of panned this movie as trying
Yeah.
to pick a side of, maybe Me Too movement or not taking
Yeah.
it seriously. But I think this movie, all it did was showcase how something like this can bring out qualities in people, especially in the environment of academia, and how that can sort of wreak havoc on the lives of everyone. Of course, the victim, the perpetrator, because it's never confirmed. It's all
Yeah.
speculative, and yet
Yeah.
lots of action. Uh, Many actions take place by the school and by Alma and like Andrew Garfield's character. I don't even remember Hank, and then the
Yeah.
student. It's a lot of basically drama, but of course,
Yes.
it's an allegation that people should take seriously, as all allegations of this type should be. But all
Hmm.
it is showing what can happen when something like this occurs on a university campus. It's not picking a side. It's not trying to be
Hmm.
political. At least that's my interpretation of this movie.
Same. I think there's many ways to read it, and as you said, I think a lot of people kind of attacked it on the basis of it trying to be a Me Too kind of movie, and I think it's less that, and as you said, more about kind of what it brings out in people when something like this happens.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's about how people immediately start thinking about their own self-preservation
Right.
when this sort of thing happens, which is interesting because we see a lot of people show a lot of their ugly side in this movie when it comes to this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was fascinating. I think the reason so many people responded negatively to it because it is kind of an ugly movie in that
Yeah.
regard.
It
You see
didn't
a lot of human ugliness come
it
out.
it didn't pick a side. There wasn't like a winner. There wasn't a good guy, bad guy. There's just people
Mhm.
being human and having really nasty responses to how to deal with these sorts of
Yeah, and
instances when they're brought up.
and there's an interesting undercurrent in a lot of Luca Guadagnino's work that someone mentioned in a film server I'm in, where and it persists in things like Challengers, in Call Me by Your Name, a bunch of different Luca Guadagnino movies, especially this one too, where it's his seeming perception of kind of seeing that the previous generation, how it's just completely failing this current generation coming in, and how it just refuses to kind of take accountability for these expectations and these
Mm-hmm.
societal things that it's established as the norm. And there is a lot of that in this too. um I definitely think there's something to be said that the movie is a bit overlong. It's 2.5 hours long. I don't
Yeah.
know if it needs to be that long. I can agree with people on that. It's a bit overlong. That said, every conversation, and again, it's one of those things where like dialogue as set piece. There's a lot of that here. There's a lot of really interesting conversations that happen with really interesting settings and lighting and
Mm-hmm.
different like perform. There's literally a scene where right after Hank, Andrew Garfield's character, gets accused of this, he goes out to lunch with Julia Roberts and is just flatly denying these allegations and everything in many of the ways that you'd think. And as he's doing it, he's just eating like a 5-course meal at this diner that they're at and just shoveling food into his mouth. And it's just like, it's blunt. It's not subtle, but I'm so about it because he's selling it. And it's like, what an interesting conversation. Like it was fascinating to watch. Um yeah, I think because it doesn't provide answers or a
Right.
side is why many people were kind of frustrated by it. Um but for me, I think, like you said, like presenting it plainly, letting us kind of decide who, like, how we saw these characters and judge them by their actions and how they reacted to this.
Yeah.
It's like Julia Roberts' immediate response to it being accused is really striking.
Mm-hmm.
Like the question, her immediate, where her head immediately goes to,
That's
it's
right.
like, oh, you're that guy. Like, oh, this is how you're going to react to this. Okay. And I guess again, it's like that ugliness and approaching it, throwing it headlong at you.
And
That might be why.
it doesn't help
Yeah.
that every conversation one of these characters has with another one of these characters doesn't provide any clarity as to what they're thinking, what side they're on, what their motivations is, because things get complicated very quick. Both
Yeah.
with Alma, there's two sides to what she's trying to provide optics, but also it's self-preservation. The Hank, who's um, obviously his job's on the line. He gets fired. Obviously, after an accusation like this comes out, the professor's fired. But then
Right.
Maggie, the student who makes the allegation, there's some muddied water with what circumstances surrounding that, not just the evening, but the circumstances with her academics and sort of
Yes. Yeah.
Hank's role in that as well. So nothing's cut and dry, everything's muddy, nothing's clear, and I think that is kind of the conceit of After the Hunt. Is this whole thing is when something like this happens, it is messy. It's never cut and dry. It's never black and white. It's gray
Yeah.
through and through.
Doesn't provide a straight answer, and that's interesting. And with that, there's also really interesting visuals and like filmmaking, or like there's a lot. I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I love Guadagnino's work.
Mm-hmm.
Challengers was my favorite movie of last year, 2024 at this point. But there's a lot of that visual design here too. Certain like fixations he has and how he displays things. I still think about it to this day, which shows you like how I value this movie. Um, the movie ends on a fourth wall break, which is fascinating. Which is, do you remember that?
I no, I don't.
Oh, I guess this isn't spoiling anything because it's not plot related, but after the there, because it ends on like that diner table there. And we're on the table, and you literally hear Luca Guadagnino's voice say "cut," and then the movie hits credits. And I'm like, what does that?
Ah.
I'm like, what does that mean? Like, that's fascinating. What does he mean by this? What does he mean by that? Is it him ending his perspective on it? Like, and then there's the whole thing where the movie begins. I pointed this out to you later because it was kind of an inside baseball kind of thing. But the movie's opening credits and closing credits are in the same font as a Woody Allen movie. And if you know anything about Woody Allen in recent news and recent history, he was very credibly accused of really shitty shit. And yet he still gets a position of power. So
Right.
what is Luca Guadagnino saying about that? I
He
think that's an interesting choice
could be saying a
that
lot.
not
He
many
could
people
be
would pick up.
saying a little. It depends on your
Yeah,
perspective, and it's very
yeah,
much the how your enjoyment of this movie is based on how you're going to approach it.
yeah. Yeah. I definitely think it's worth a look for anybody that wants a really unpleasant watch, but it's really interesting. I think it's a bit too long. I think some things are a bit too plain in its presentation, but as a whole, I think it's a fascinating piece, and I think it got I don't know. I think it got way too much hate. I think people went into it wanting a very different movie than
Right,
it
right.
what it's trying to be. And it's a movie
Unfairly
without
judged.
answers. Yeah, and I think it's a movie without answers, which frustrates people. And I get it, but also I admire the craft so much of it and the ambiguity of it all. I love it.
I
I love it.
usually get kind of frustrated with a movie that doesn't provide answers, but I think the subject matter lends me to enjoy this because with something like this, there are no answers.
Mm,
So, award time. After the Hunt by
yeah.
Luca Guadagnino gets a Everyone is an Alcoholic award because
Yes,
there's so much drinking, and if you ever go into upper academia, I guess that is just what everyone does. They fucking drink.
I'd believe it.
They drink socially. They drink to cope. They drink just because it's a Monday afternoon and you're sitting in an Indian diner and you're just shoveling food into your mouth. Whatever.
Apparently.
Everyone's an alcoholic, and in this movie, I guess there's a lot to drink about. I thought
Yes.
this was a B. I actually
Yeah.
enjoyed it more than seemingly everyone on Letterboxd because
I guess.
that's how I approached it, and I didn't wasn't looking for answers. There's no good answers with a movie like this. So there you go.
Yeah. And Daniel was saying he hasn't seen it yet, never seen it. Go see it. It's on I think it's on Prime Video now.
Mm.
So I hope they give it a physical release. They probably won't. It didn't really do well financially, so they may just pretend it never existed, but
Bummer.
I hope it's worth a second look. I think people need to give it another shot.
So we'll move from a movie that's very complicated with a ton to say to a movie
Uh-huh.
that's not very complicated and just kind of has one thing to say. This movie
Oh,
is
right.
Good Fortune,
Yes.
directed by Aziz Ansari. There's no horses in it. If you haven't seen the trailers going around, because this one was heavily advertised too,
Yes.
Arj is a gig worker, played by Aziz Ansari. He's kind of at the end of his rope. He can't find a job, stable job. He's basically living out of his car, doing DoorDash and odd jobs here just to try and get by. He switches lives with Jeff, who's played by Seth Rogen here, who's a rich tech mogul, and he switches lives because of an angel named Gabriel, played by Keanu Reeves, who wants to help people. The role he's given as an angel is kind of funny. He is the guardian angel of people texting and driving, and he feels like he wants to do more with his role in the heavenly council or whatever, and so he intervenes in Arj's life to kind of do a Freaky Friday. The funny bit of this movie is that Gabriel switches the lives of basically someone of a lower social class to someone with a higher social class, and he tries to do a big moral and say, "Oh, look, just because you have money now doesn't mean that your life is better." And he's like, "Oh, I switched his life with someone who's rich to show that money doesn't solve all of his problems, but the money just ended up solving all of his problems."
Right. It
So
sounds kind of like a It's a Wonderful Life, or I don't know if you ever have heard of this movie, but there's a movie called Wings of Desire, which is about like an angel that wants to become a human because he falls
yeah,
in love with a human woman. So kind of an offshoot of that, it sounds like.
so it's a comedy,
Interesting.
but it's a very heavy-handed um, social commentary piece about
Hmm.
what it's like when you're not part of the 1%. And for those of you who are out there struggling with a job or not having one, This can really be impactful. I saw this one with my brother and sister-in-law, and my brother actually said I didn't like it because of how too real it was at certain points.
Fair. Fair, yeah.
I know there is a lot that could be said because it's written. I think it's written. Well, it's directed by Aziz Ansari, who's trying to make this
Mm,
big point about someone who's uh, of a higher social class and social standing. But he himself, Aziz Ansari, he's a celebrity. He's a famous actor
right.
and comedian. So it's almost like people are wondering how sincere is this. But I think it comes from a place of genuine. He is trying to make a point about
Hmm.
how difficult life can be, and the upper echelon of people just have no clue, have no inkling or knowledge about what that even
Right.
an iota of experience would be like.
Right. Sounds like it's well-meaning at the
It
very
is.
least.
The problem is Aziz isn't like a fabulous actor.
I've heard. Yeah.
He's all right in
Uh-huh.
it.
Okay.
Some of his delivery of lines is very kind of, you can tell it's just him basically reading off a script.
Mm,
But Keanu is always a delight, and I love to see him in anything and everything. And Seth Rogen's not bad. He plays
mm,
the kind of, he's not malicious. He just doesn't know. He's been in a position of privilege for so long. He just is not aware of all of the
right.
struggle that the 99% have to go through to pay their bills. And so I enjoyed that depiction. Not all rich people are necessarily malicious and out to get all the people who they think are beneath them. Most of them I feel just do not know, and they just have
Mhm.
been privileged enough to be um to be what's the word, ignorant as to
Mhm. Yeah.
other people's problems.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly.
And that's good
Yeah.
fortune.
Okay. Yeah, I heard quite a bit about it. I it's funny Dan is saying that he missed the what doesn't know what it says about the marketing department, but he thought that this movie hadn't even come out yet.
Oh.
Um it was I thought it was pushed pretty hard marketing wise. I
I saw
couldn't
trailers
couldn't
for it.
avoid it at
Yeah.
a certain point. Yeah. It's funny. I went to the theater to see another movie, and that same night, it was the premiere of Good Fortune at Lincoln Square, and I think I like walked by Keanu Reeves in a tent at one point, which was pretty funny. Yeah, right.
New
I
York
didn't see
moment.
him. I know, right? New York moment. Um, but yeah, I heard it was this was fine. Like you said, a lot of accusations that maybe it was out of touch in its own right, that Aziz Ansari was making a movie about the struggle of the lower and middle class when all of these people are rich and famous.
Hmm.
Um, but at least he's trying to tell a story about that.
Yeah.
You know, I give him credit for that.
He did a
Definitely give him credit for that.
he did a fairly decent job, I think. It's just when you're in that position, you want to make a story about that, people are going to say, well, who are you to talk about blah blah blah. Everyone's like, he like you said, he made an attempt.
Mm.
So I think we can forgive all of that aspect of it.
It's interesting because this was like a backup project that he worked on because his first, what was supposed to be his directorial debut, I think that got like put on indefinite hiatus because it was something with Bill Murray and someone accused him of doing something on set that was inappropriate and they like
Uh-oh.
shut down production on it. Yeah, and then this was like their backup project. I think
Mm-hmm.
everyone went and worked on this instead. So I don't know the status of the other movie, but yeah. So for a backup project, at least they were able to put something together.
Yeah.
you know,
There
interesting.
you might see a clip from Good Fortune going around because I think it kind of popped off on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts about Keanu
Oh
Reeves
yeah.
in like a break room of a Home Depot, and he's talking about why do we need to pay taxes, and Why do we need to organize? We just want to eat food and be happy and dance. So that might be going around. That's from this
Yeah.
movie, and the whole
Okay.
backstory about that is after kind of screwing up in his task, his wings are taken away and he becomes a human being, and so he has to
Okay.
live and experience the things that as an angel he has no idea what, paying rent and taxes, and so he's kind of crashing out a little in that scene.
Mm.
But it plays into the award that I'm going to give this movie right here, and that is
Yeah.
the Chicken Nugget Award, because
Yeah, I heard about this. Yeah.
Keanu Reeves' character Gabriel is enamored because angels don't have to eat food and don't have to taste food. When he becomes human, he eats some chicken nuggets. He's like, I love chicken nuggets.
Bit of Reddit screenwriting right there, where they were like, let's make Keanu Reeves say chicken nuggies.
Right,
And you
right.
know what? I'm fine with it.
It was
I'm fine
silly
with that.
and fun because I just love the man. He's great. Good
He's great.
Fortune gets a B minus. I appreciate what they tried to do. Aziz is not the greatest actor. Some of it was delivered flat, but the
Mm.
intention is there, and so I can appreciate Good Fortune for what it was trying to
And
do.
and ultimately, is it funny? Was it
There's
funny? Did you have it?
there's some
Mm.
funny parts to it. Most of it,
Okay.
the most of the humor is that's too real. Get it? It's funny because it's
Uh,
happening. Eh.
got you.
But I do, at the end of
Gotcha.
the movie, there is a point when they get switched back, and Jeff is talking to all of his shareholders, and they're like, "Why don't we incorporate AI into stuff to replace all of the drivers?" And Jeff goes like, "No, no AI bullshit," or something like that. No, I almost stood
Right.
up and cheered. I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome."
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
I mean, maybe it was pandering, but just to hear a movie do that, that's great.
Right. Right. Hey, we'll take it where we can get it.
Yeah.
We'll take the solidarity where we can get it.
Moving on from Good Fortune, we're gonna
Yeah.
now
Yeah. Yeah.
discuss Springsteen, "Deliver Me from Nowhere," which I saw,
Mm,
directed by Scott
right.
Cooper.
Hmm.
There was a horse in this one.
Ooh,
Long
really?
drought of no horses in these movies, but we finally
It's
got
true.
a horse at the state
Let's
fair
go.
where Bruce Springsteen went.
Let's
Did you end up
go.
seeing this at all?
I did not because listen, I am from New Jersey. Bruce Springsteen is a Jersey boy. We love the boss up here. This did not look interesting to me, admittedly. Um, and I'm curious to what your thoughts were on it,
Well,
though.
I'll tell you, as someone, before this movie, I didn't know Springsteen really. I wasn't familiar with his music, and I didn't really know him as a person. And afterwards, nothing changed. I still don't know anything about the man, his music. I have no
Mm.
desire to listen to his music. It was boring as hell, dude.
Dang!
I get
Wow,
Jeremy Allen White is in this
he's great.
from,
I like him.
I think he's in The Bear, I think.
He's on the bear. He's on the bear. Yeah, he was also in the. He was in the Iron Claw, which
Okay.
was pretty good. I liked that movie.
it
Um.
it's setting up this big sort of, okay, so it takes place during Bruce Springsteen when he's trying to write the Nebraska album,
Nebraska, yeah.
which I
No,
don't know. he's
that was
he's
kind of
got
like, mm,
he's got depression. He's an artist. He's
yeah,
got depression, and he's like, I don't want to make all this. I want to do something different, for something for me. And Jeremy Strong is in this, who I
yeah,
like Jeremy Strong.
same.
He plays the manager, who is a rare depiction of a manager of a entertainer in movies that is not a piece of shit. He seems to be very supportive and very nice and very
Yeah,
understanding. He's like, whatever you need, we'll get there. We'll be here for you, Bruce, which is
hmm,
all well and good, but mostly it's 2 hours of depressed Bruce Springsteen trying to write songs. I
uh-huh,
guess it's nice if you're a Springsteen fan, so you can be like, oh, so that's how all of these songs that I like are conceived. But as someone who
right,
has no knowledge and no idea about him, I got nothing from it, to be honest.
right. Yeah, I heard it was kind of a turgid experience from people I spoke to. Um,
It's
It,
kind
it
of a
was funny.
nothing burger.
I heard Jake, man carrying thing, kind of described it as like apparently there's a lot focused on Bruce Springsteen getting inspiration from like movies he watched. So they show clips of like Badlands and a bunch of movies,
Hmm.
which is a good movie, but he kind of described it as just 2 hours of people watching better movies,
I can see that.
which
He's
is quite cutting.
it's I guess it was trying to give a interpretation of the creative process, but
Yeah,
honestly,
sure.
that's not it's kind of hard to do that cinematically and be interesting, especially with the way
You
they went
can
about it this way.
you can do it, as we've seen from adaptation this year.
Yes,
It is
it's
possible,
possible.
but in this case, it sounds like 'twas not the
In
case.
this case, it's mostly him sitting around going, I don't know, am I good enough? And then watching things, and then kind of going
Hmm.
out and kind of dating this woman,
Hmm.
but also not, he's an artist and he can't be attached and blah, blah, blah. It's just dull. Just very dull.
Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it had the juice from
Yeah.
the sounds of it. And they probably thought they had another complete unknown on their hands in that case, but at least that sounds like it had more personality,
That was
you
more
know.
interesting.
Hmm.
I found, but I even then I didn't. I'm completing my Infinity Gauntlet of all the musical biopics, especially things that I for artists that I don't listen to really. So I'll go see the new
Hmm.
Michael Jackson movie this year.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
But while we're talking
Listen.
about what's that?
No, I was gonna say, listen, why hasn't anyone tried just making one of these musicians into a CG monkey? Why haven't they tried
That's
it?
the best damn one I've seen so far.
I know.
Better
Try weird
Man.
shit. Try weird shit. Even just do Rocket Man. Embrace
Yeah.
the surreal. Embrace being a movie. Embrace you can do whatever you want with this medium. Do weird shit with it.
Like I don't want to
Please.
come out of the Springsteen movie and also feel depressed.
Yeah, true.
Even though that's what he's got is
The
depression.
movie, the biopic that makes you depressed.
So talking about Springsteen, the award goes to Jeremy Allen White as man permanently rotated 15 degrees because dude can't sit in chairs properly at all. He's always tilted. He's always at a slant. He's like leaning in. He's always introspective. He's always artsy fartsy. I'm like, just sit up straight. Your back's gonna go out on you. He's permanently rotated.
Permanently rotated.
Dan says more like deliver me from this boring ass movie. Yeah,
Damn.
this one's a just C, middle of the road. It was fine. I I don't know if I'd watch it again. It wasn't awful. I
Hmm.
just feel it. This wasn't for me. I'm not into Springsteen.
I,
Got no idea. Maybe people who know the music more got more out of it.
I mean, I like Springsteen, and even this doesn't sound very interesting to me. I'm gonna be real. So if that's, I don't know what that says, but
Okay. I didn't know he was from Jersey. Interesting.
yeah,
Maybe they covered
yeah.
it in the biopic and I fucking forgot. Begonia.
Hey, let's go.
Yorgos
Back on my freak shit.
Lanthimos. No horses in Begonia.
Bullshit.
I think we talked a little bit about it during our Yorgos Lanthimos night at Riff Ponies watch along.
We did a little bit. Yeah. Um, you are divided on Yorgos Lanthimos
Mm-hmm.
thus far. You're literally split down the middle because you've seen Poor Things, you've
Yes.
seen The Favorite,
Mm-hmm.
you've seen Kinds of Kindness, and you've seen Begonia, and you've liked two of them a lot, and you've hated two of them a lot.
Yeah. I hated Kinds of
Kinds of
Kindness.
Kindness.
I didn't hate this one, but I reckon this is totally not my bag at all.
Let's dive into it.
For those unfamiliar with Begonia, they're brothers, right? Or are they cousins? Cousins Teddy and Dawn kidnap a biopharmaceutical CEO played by Emma Stone because they are convinced that she is an alien. sent to destroy Earth. And
Hijinks ensue.
it's Emma Stone 80% of the movie just trying to convince these poor boys who have been so influenced by their own life events in their own life because this biopharmaceutical company had a hand in the illness that their mother contracted, or
Yes.
his mother. Were they cousins or brothers? I forget. I guess it doesn't really matter. The mother contracted an illness from the biopharmaceutical company that Emma Stone runs, and so Jesse Plemons' character has been influenced by all of these theories and internet lore and QAnon stuff, conspiracy theories, Reddit,
Yeah.
to think that there's aliens and that Emma Stone is one of them, and he is so far entrenched in these mind control, not mind control, brainwashing, that he literally kidnaps her, shaves her head, and says, "Make contact with your spaceship to tell them we want to negotiate for
Right.
planet Earth, to save planet Earth."
Yeah, because ultimately a lot of it is kind of Jesse Plemons and them sort of blaming all of these raw hands that life has handed them and that this shitty company has handed them on something like outside and spectacular, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It in a way, I just realized in a way it's kind of like the evil version of Elio.
Oh my
It's
god.
find it's finding an explanation. It's just this absurdly horrible hand they've been handed and kind of blaming it on something extraordinary. Finding
I
like
guess
trying
so.
to
I can see that.
find some rationale because then otherwise it's that the world is shitty
Yeah.
and and we won't discount that being one of the morals of the tale that the world can be shitty, but yeah, for me, as a fan, I am a fan of pretty much all of Lanthimos at this point. He is my a flavor of freak shit I enjoy. I enjoyed The Lobster, enjoyed Killing of a Sacred Deer. These are all of his previous movies. The Favorite is one of my favorite movies of all time, period. Poor Things was great. Kinds of Kindness, I even liked that one. And this one I enjoyed. Um, I think it falls short of those, admittedly.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think mostly down to I don't think the script has as much variety to it. It starts to kind of repeat itself in a lot of because it's a very
Yeah.
limited setting.
It's just
Most
them
of the
in the
movie takes place in
basement.
one house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then occasionally outside the neighborhood where they interact with various people. One of them being a cop played by Stavros Halkias. Shout out to anybody who knows who that is or knows what the Come Town podcast is. But yeah, it kind of repeats itself a lot. I will say, um, any of the shit that Emma Stone was saying, all of the very like corpo speak
Oh, she
anytime.
nailed it. She friggin'
Oh yeah.
nailed the slimy, smarmy, two-faced kind of "I care." No, you don't.
Yeah, we're starting a dialogue,
Oh
starting a
god.
conversation.
It's synergy. We're gonna table that discussion and circle
Synergy, you're
back. We'll
gonna
put a pin in
table.
it, your
It was
concerns are
yep,
noted.
it was all of the standbys. It was very funny. Like my crowd loved that. Yeah, her and Jesse Plemons knocked it out of the park.
Oh yeah, they're good.
Even his brother, the actor playing his brother, who I don't think he ever acted before.
Mm-hmm.
He was really got a lot out of it too. It's very much a performance
Yeah.
movie. The performers make it, I think. But you go ahead and share your thoughts,
And
Ben, because
and Jesse Plemons' character is sympathetic, but also he's kind of too far gone down a way. You really sympathize with the brother who's kind of just been convinced to do this scheme by Jesse Plemons' character,
right.
and it's almost like, oh, we can't save him from how much he's believing that she is an alien. He's just fully convinced, and he is willing to like torture her for her to
Right.
say that she's an alien. It's hard to watch in some points.
Yes. Yeah. Difficult movie to watch in numerous points. Yeah.
But I think the
Which,
main reason that I gave it I gave it a rather poor rating on my end is basically the end of the movie, which I can't say because that would spoil the whole bit. But
mhm.
it was very. It took a hard left turn towards the end of the
Mm,
movie, and
right.
just completely blindsided me as to I thought I knew where this was going, and now it's just completely. I felt almost invalidated the entire movie,
Yeah.
what they were
That's
doing, what
fair.
was going on.
That's fair. I It's also worth noting that this film was a remake of a South Korean movie
Yes.
called Save the Green Planet, which I actually watched that same week that this came out. Um, and it's interesting how they differ. This is definitely a more modernized and current moment kind of adaptation of that one, where that one's a little bit more focused on the kind of more zany kind of aspects of it.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's interesting that that ending had that effect for you. With me kind of knowing what was coming with it, um, it was a very different experience for me. I would
Mm-hmm.
be curious to revisit it, kind of knowing everything that is coming. Um, yeah, I think Red Letter Media talked about it recently, where they were kind of like, uh, it's the ending is sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I won't explain what any of that means in the context of the movie, but you'll divide people no matter what direction it heads, I think.
Yeah.
And in that case for you, it kind of felt like invalidating it, which is completely fair, I think. It's also which is funny to say this considering his entire body of work. I think it might be Yorgos Lanthimos' like most nihilistic movie
Yeah, I can
out
see
of
that
any of his
actually.
work, which is kind of crazy considering he's made some of the more nihilistic movies out there, like when you consider Kinds of Kindness and Killing of a Sacred Deer,
Mm-hmm.
especially. Um, this is definitely harkening back to those. Another interesting thing to note is that this was not written by Yorgos Lanthimos. It was written by Will Tracy, who co-wrote The Menu, if you remember that movie.
Yes, I do. I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one a lot too.
Also kind of
Um,
nihilistic.
yes, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the ending definitely threw me off, but I everything else wasn't bad. I just not
Mm,
for it, totally not for me. In the
mm,
there's some like body horror stuff too.
yes, yeah,
Like they straight up
definitely.
friggin' electrocute Emma Stone for
Yes,
like 5 minutes.
it's
I'm
true.
like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
They go into
yeah,
detail with it too. I'm like, God.
yep. It's a wild ride for sure, Begonia. I definitely, if nothing else, I'm starting to work on my rankings for the year for my eventual stream. I have a push to rewatch it,
Hmm.
which is not, I can't say that about every movie I've seen this year, where I'm like, maybe I'll get more out of a rewatch. Begonia is one of them where I'm like, I would want to rewatch it and see what more I get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
definitely divisive. I don't think, I think that's Lanthimos's entire career, other than other than maybe The Favorite
so
and
if
maybe Poor Things, kind
So
of.
if we're going off of pattern, that means well, actually, if we're going chronologically, the next Yorgos
Here's
movie I should like
hoping.
because we
Here's
alternated.
hoping.
Liked Poor Things, didn't like well, didn't Kinds of Kindness, didn't like Begonia. I'm due. I'm due for one that
You do.
that I like, Yorgos.
The fact that you're still locked in to see the next one, though, it
I'll
shows you.
I'll still go. I really want to like things that he makes
Dan,
because y'all speak so highly of him.
Dan in chat says Yorgos Lanthimos should do epic meal time. I just think that would be funny.
The
What the It's so out of pocket. I love it.
I'm not. Oh god, fucking Kinds of Kindness. No, I actually don't think he should. That's
Oh
awful.
no. Yeah.
The
It
award
becomes
I give Begonia is something that I heard leaving the theater, or actually not leaving the theater. When you hit that final bit in the movie, this is what I heard someone scream. Are you serious? In my theater. I'm not going to say what it's in reference to because that's a spoiler, but
mm,
it turns my entire audience went silent and one lady in the front goes,
yeah.
"Are you serious?" And that's kind of how I
Yeah.
felt too.
I remember my theater getting deathly quiet near the end of that movie, near the end of the
Like,
movie.
wait, are they actually? Oh my god, they are.
I thought it worked personally, but that's just me. I want to rewatch it. Like I said, I'm keen to rewatch it.
So Begonia gets a C minus from me. I
Hmm.
wouldn't want to rewatch it necessarily.
It's not a D though. It's improving on Kinds of Kindness.
Yeah, I wasn't viscerally repelled by anything in this one necessarily. I was uncomfortable, but there was some
And the
shit
thing
in Kinds
is,
of Kindness that I'm like, no, I never want to see that again.
is that even if you do get viscerally repelled, that's almost what Yorgos wants.
Yeah,
So
but like I
he
paid
wins
money
no
for this
matter what.
movie. I don't want to
Well,
not
yeah,
want to watch
that
it.
too. There is that too. Fair.
All right. From Begonia, we hit another movie of a very different tone,
Oh
Nuremberg.
my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, you saw this one. Tell me about it.
James Vanderbilt. There's no horses in this one. So I saw this on Letterboxd, a review that says it's kind of the Marvel superhero take on a real life historical event, and they were kind of advertising it like it because they were name dropping people. The trailer ends with what's his name, Slattery,
Mm,
John Slattery, like presiding over the court, going, "Welcome to Nuremberg," and then like the title drops, like almost as if people should be pointing at the screen, going, "Oh my god, Nuremberg!" But the subject
that's
matter,
wild.
the subject matter is not
That's
really appropriate for that.
no. Yeah, weren't there like character posters too?
Kind of.
Strange.
But I will
Strange.
I will chalk that up to advertising because in the
Right.
movie itself, it does when it gets to the specific subject matter. If you don't know, this is the Nuremberg trials. After
Yeah.
World War II ended, they put the Nazi high command on trial to
Right.
attest to their war crimes and their contribution to the Holocaust.
Hmm.
We have when we get to that point in the trial, it does. There's no jokes. There's no music. It's just laid out, raw, out there for everyone to see. I think they use actual footage from some of the footage that was taken
Uh-huh.
in the from the war when they liberated the concentration camps, and it was silent for like 10 minutes. It was just them showing the camera roll and
Right.
just sometimes cutting to the characters to show their reaction to what they were seeing on screen. So
Hmm.
in that sense, it wasn't making mockery of it. I thought
Mm.
when they had to lock in for the real actual subject matter of it, they did it right. They
Right.
did it respectfully, I thought.
Right. It sounds like marketing department didn't know what they were doing. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we explore this Nuremberg trial through the point of view of a psychologist, Douglas Kelly, played by Rami Malek, who is brought in to Nuremberg to evaluate the head of the Nazi high command, Hermann Göring, played by Russell Crowe,
Hmm.
who I think another Letterboxd review said 80% of this performance is him sitting, which is kind of funny to think about. But
That's great.
it's a pretty robust cast. We've got Russell Crowe, Rami Malek, Leo Woodall, John Slattery, Colin Hanks, Richard E. Grant, Michael Shannon's in it. mostly male centric. Of course, that was sort of the time period in the subject matter. It's World War II, so it's the 40s, I think, post World
Uh-huh.
War II.
For, yeah, 40s, 50s, thereabouts.
So I thought it was solid. I enjoyed the peek into this point in history. They went character centric on the relationship between Douglas Kelly and Herman Gordon,
Hmm.
which at the end of the day is a man, a human being. He
Right.
somehow, was the head of the political party that executed all these horrible things during the war. But it's more of an exploration of Douglas trying to figure out what could bring a man to think these sort of things are okay, and then trying to the trial takes place, and are they justifying it, are they trying to weasel out of it, like what's the outcome of that is historical, so I don't need to talk about what happens in the movie, but I thought it
Mm.
was a fairly decent movie. It stood and functioned well. It was shot pretty
Right.
well. I was
Right.
engaged, and it didn't make light of the subject matter when it didn't. When it needed to be serious, it was serious.
Right.
So for that, I can
Can
say it's a decent watch.
hmm, can I point out that this serious film about the charging of Nazi war crimes was written and directed by the man that wrote The Amazing Spider-Man, Scream 5, Scream 6, Murder Mystery with Adam Sandler, Murder Mystery 2, White House Down, and Independence Day Resurgence.
My goodness.
That's bizarre. But I'm glad at least it takes everything seriously. That's good that there's respect to that then.
I maybe some would watch this movie and argue against it. I felt it was um, done fine. Dan said this movie
Hmm.
feels like studio execs saw how well Oppenheimer did and just immediately greenlit and pushed through something historical-ish. A little bit. Um,
Maybe, yeah,
a little
I could
bit.
see it.
I will say that it does something fascinating at the end of the movie where they make a point, and I wasn't expecting it to come like that. But the psychiatrist Douglas Kelly, he's sitting down because he wants to present all of his findings to when he studied Hermann Goring. He wants to write a book, and he's going on this talk show, and they're asking him about
Mm.
what was his experience interviewing and learning about the psychology of this man Herman Gordon and how he could do all these terrible things. And they make a political statement because they say these it's not a monster you're looking for. These are human beings who are capable of these kinds of evil, and you're not going to notice them because they aren't horned, they aren't red like devils,
Mm.
with pointed tails, I mean,
Right.
carrying pitchforks. They don't stand out. They, it's little changes that can snowball into a point of view that is just horrible and detrimental to society. But
Mm.
you're not going to notice that amongst your peers necessarily. You have to really pay attention, and you have to tamp down on this sort of ideology before it spirals out of control.
Evil can exist in the naked eye, for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. Interesting.
And
A
so I
very
I thought that was bold considering the current climate of things in
yes.
society.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Oh,
Yes.
fascinating you would go that way."
A bit of poignant screenwriting from the writer of Independence Day Resurgence. Hey, I respect it.
So
I
I will
respect it. I
say,
do
go
I
ahead.
do. I was going to add one more thing. I did notice one of the Letterboxd reviews. The third highest review was 2.5 stars, and in an entirely seated role, Russell Crowe.
There it is. That's the one.
Pretty great.
Yeah, I just want to say, check if I missed anything that I wanted to cover. It was
Mm.
mostly that bit at the end, which caught me off guard and impressed me a little bit.
Mm.
It conveyed a message of great importance, especially in the
Yeah.
time
Oh,
we live in.
absolutely.
That was the
Yeah.
takeaway. So
I've,
the
yeah.
the award for Nuremberg goes to Cautionary Tale because that's what it ends
Mm.
up being. Fascinatingly
Yes.
enough, not just a historical
Yeah.
coverage of the events that happened at the time, but it's almost like they're giving us a warning of things to come, or maybe
Hmm.
it's something we're entrenched in already.
Hmm.
How an
Looks like.
ideology can grab hold of people, and then you don't really see it until the aftermath, and you go, how could we have missed this? Well, some people aren't
I'm.
missing it.
I'm. I'm Dwight. I'm Dwight Schruding at the camera right now.
Right, right.
Especially right now.
I give this
Continue.
one a
Yeah.
B plus. Dan says, "How many
Hmm.
movies are left? We got 10 left. We will power through these last 10. I promise. We're gonna
We got
go
it.
from
We got this.
Nuremberg into The Running Man. We're gonna run right
Wow,
through
that's a
these.
crazy jump.
Yeah,
Crazy jump.
Edgar Wright did this one. There's no horses present. I liked it. I thought it was fun, especially
Yeah.
considering how we watched the original Running Man earlier, and
Mm.
I wasn't a huge fan of it. I actually liked this reinterpretation a little more.
Mm. It's closer to the book, is my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
This interpretation. I enjoyed it too. I think it pulls its punches a bit in the end. I feel like studio might have tampered with it personally, considering which studio it is. It's Paramount.
Right.
Enough said. And it also doesn't really feel like an Edgar Wright film stylistically. I mean, you probably couldn't tell this was directed by the same guy that did like Shaun of the Dead or Hot Fuzz
Mm-hmm.
or Baby Driver for that matter. But that said, yeah, it's still entertaining. I had a decent time with it. I didn't hate that I watched it, you know.
Solid action movie. I like Glenn
Yeah.
Powell. In
Glenn Powell's always
his
great.
role.
Yeah.
He's kind of manic, but I think that's
Yes.
his whole character. He's got rage issues, and I do sympathize greatly with him where he just grabs the freaking camera and is beating the hell out of it, saying, "Stop filming me." I'm like, yeah, just get all of that corporatized, industrialized, capitalistic commodification of just stop it, get it
Yeah.
away. I want to scream sometimes, just like that.
Yeah. There is some fun commentary in the movie, I would say. The things that they can squeeze through as a major studio product. Shout out Coleman Domingo. Who's
He's
having
awesome.
a great time. He's having a great time
Yeah.
in this movie for sure. A delight.
I like so from the original Running Man, they split the role of the newscaster and also slash CEO big head guy into two roles. One's Coleman Domingo and the other's Josh Brolin.
Love my
Coleman.
Josh Brolin. Love Brolin too.
and Brolin, yeah.
Yeah.
And Michael Cera's in this one playing kind of a strange fella, but
Yeah.
it works in the context of it.
That whole thing was a bit confusing to me. I didn't really understand why he wanted to call the hunters there anyway, just to show off his security. That was a bit confusing to me.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you recall that whole thing,
I recall
think that
them kind of getting backed into a corner, and since I think his mom was gonna call anyway, so I thought he said, "Well, if they're gonna get called, then let's have them come to the house where I've got all this prep made."
okay, gotcha. I was a bit perplexed by that. I remember.
Like, what could he do? He's not gonna like beat the hell out of his mom for trying to call the cops, but he can't like lock her in the closet. I don't know. That I just took that as if it was a foregone conclusion.
We want an action sequence. Yeah, we need to initiate the action sequence.
We do. We need to get to the point that they showed in the trailers. But it was fun. It was silly
Yeah, I didn't hate it.
action.
I enjoyed it.
I did too, and I liked everyone in it mostly. Yeah, I did. The
You had to think
man,
about it.
the man he ran. Um,
The man he ran.
is a nice ending too. Just
Mm,
I just think all the issues that I had with the original Running Man, which that's in the Rift Ponies watch along, so we're not going to talk about it too much, but
of
I had
course.
less issue with this.
Mm. Yeah, there is more of an arc here. The original one is definitely more B movie.
Hmm.
This one is you can kind of get there's complete thoughts. It's a complete sentence,
Yeah.
this movie. Yeah, I can get on board with that.
And the atmosphere, the setting was cool just to see it all develop more instead of just this weird underground gladiator stadium. It's more global. He goes more places, and there's more sets. It's just
Yeah.
more grand. So liked it
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
This award goes to Glenn
Ooh.
Powell for the angriest male protagonist. I give
Yeah,
that one out every year.
of
Angriest male
course.
and female protagonist. That's him. He's got some anger issues, but living in that society, who wouldn't? I give it a B.
Gee, who wouldn't? Looks around us. Yeah,
Looks at
I get
camera.
it. Looks at camera. Stop filming me.
What's next? I hear
Ooh,
you
we're getting
ask.
down to the wire here.
Definitely down
I
to the
said,
wire. Now you see me, now you don't. Okay, this
oh my
is. You
gosh.
didn't see this one, did you?
Now I don't. Yes.
Ruben Fleischer thoughts. My thoughts, I guess. You haven't seen any of the Now You See Me's, have
We're
you?
I have not, but I do know one thing, and I'm going to pose it. Aren't there technically horses in this movie because they're the
The Horsemen.
something horsemen?
They're the
Yeah.
horsemen. One could make that argument. I'm arguing no, they're not horses because look at them. They're not. They're on 2 feet and they aren't nearly as visually appealing as the horses on screens.
Okay. Okay.
So it's
Don't say that about Rosamund Pike. She's a
well,
pretty lady.
you're right. You're right. This one
Go ahead.
is the third in the sequel. They're magicians doing heists.
Yes.
That's the whole franchise, and this one,
Cool people doing cool things.
yes, which I do like. That is my kind of movie. This one was overstuffed as all get out because they have every protagonist from like the original one and they introduce 3 new ones and they try to have everyone be on screen, be witty and get a character moment, but they just can't because there's too many. When you're magicians, stage magicians, you're of a personality type and they're all of that personality type, kind of show charismatic, showboaty. They want to put on a good act, and when they're all there on screen, it's like it's too much. There's too many characters
Hmm.
doing too much. The heist in this one, that the kinds of heists that I like. This one took place in like the first third of the movie, and then the back 2/3 of the movie, they're kind of on their heels and trying to get back to being one step ahead of the bad guy. So it wasn't like the first 2 movies, really.
Hmm. Right.
There is a kind of a cool twist at the end. But I think overall, it just. Why did they need to make another one? I don't know. I liked the first one
Because
fine. The second one was okay too.
because of money, Van.
Yeah,
They need more money.
they just didn't conceive this well. I thought it was executed fine. It's when you're doing magic with movies, it's like almost cheating because you can just use VFX for it.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
But like in the last movie, there's this whole card scene throwing the card around, which was absolutely moronic and stupid, but so
I've
much
seen,
fun. It was so much
I've
fun.
seen that sequence. I've seen that sequence. Yeah.
This movie, they have a little bit which isn't at all part of the. They just pause for all, I think, 7 of these magicians to have like a magic dick measuring contest amongst each
Oh
other
boy.
in the
Oh
middle of where
dear.
they're trying to figure out what to do next. They're like, aha, but what about this trick? And they're like, oh, that's a good one, but what about if I take your trick and I do one better? I'm like, the movie, remember the movie?
The movie.
And yeah, it's
You
cool and
guys,
spectacle, but I'm like, guys, they're
the
chasing you.
plot.
You're on the
The
run from the
plot.
law. They're just snarking
How's
off to each other.
how was my boy Dominic Sessa,
I like
famous star of holdovers?
I like Dominic Sessa, although it's just hard. He didn't have much room. There's too
I
many
mean,
people.
they've got like 7 or 8 main characters at this point. It just sounds
Yeah.
like it's overstuffed at this point.
And
Yeah.
the villain was played yeah, Rosamund Pike was the villain and she was fine.
Amazing Amy herself. Someone will know what that means.
It's Jesse Eisenberg, Woody Harrelson, Dave Franco, Ela Fisher, Justice Smith, Dominic Sessa, Ariana Greenblatt, Rosamund Pike, and Morgan Freeman. Look, they're all right there, and it's like, why are there so many of them?
Yeah, it feels like a case of they felt like they had to keep upping the ante and the cat. Everything has to be bigger. It's a cat. It's a sequel. Everything has to be bigger. But
But it wasn't better.
bigger's right. Bigger's not always better. Sometimes it's more incoherent.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dan.
So that's Now You See Me, Now You Don't. The award is the overcrowded as fuck award, because that's how I felt, just claustrophobic with everyone talking, especially during that scene in the middle where they're just having this magic off. I'm like, this is kind of cool, but within the context of the movie, this is stupid, man.
I would love to watch these movies. I have to say, I am curious.
We could
It,
do the
it
first and
intrigues.
second one, and we can skip this one.
What if we did all? What if we did all 3 in one day?
I'd still be there. I'd still be front and center watching it. It's my guilty pleasure. I love heist bullshit and with cool
Of
guys
course.
doing cool things, even if it's really dumb. So I give this a C. Just it is right up my alley in the kind of movies I like, but it was just a little too stupid for.
Hmm. Would you say it's the worst one of the 3 at this point?
Definitely.
Got
I think
you.
I'd put 1, 2, 3.
Hmm.
Maybe 2, 1, 3. I remember more of 2,
Got you.
but not
I've seen the
necessarily
card.
if it's better. Just there's
I've,
memorable set pieces.
I've seen the card trick scene from 2, and I laughed quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
Pretty great.
Like, how did they not see that? How did they survive it?
You
Movie's
can't-
pretty hard.
You can't break that on me 7 hours later after we talked about it. That's a great brick joke.
Yep.
Fucking hell, those Looney Tunes guys. They'll never not be relevant. I'll think about them forever. They'll never know, Ben.
Okay, next one. We
Yes.
might be on a streak of movies you haven't seen. Did you ever go
Ooh.
see Wicked for Good?
I did not. I did see Wicked though.
Yeah.
So I have a general idea of what you'll be talking about.
So there's Wicked for Good. John Chu did this one, and actually surprising, there's horses in it.
Oh shit. Were there horses in the first one?
I think so. Yeah, because there's a guard.
Oh, the animals.
Or,
There's also the animal subplot too.
right, and the royal guard or medieval guard or whatever, they ride horses to go chase after Elphaba or something.
Right.
This one actually, the horses in Wicked for Good, there's a blue one.
Yes.
I'm not even kidding.
Oh,
Because
that's a
it's
horse of a
whimsical.
different color.
So I'm like,
Yeah, it's
oh
a
my
horse of a
god,
different color.
it's me. I'm in Wicked for
It
Good,
gets-
guys.
It gets double points. Bands and Wicked for Good.
So therefore,
Hell
it's
yeah.
the best movie of the year. Nah,
Of course.
it's
S tier.
for those, if you haven't seen the stage play, this is just the second half of the Wicked musical production, and much like the stage play, the second half is the weaker of the two.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
It's not as interesting. The first Wicked had a lot of big musical set pieces, choreography. Even if people say the color was muted and gray, I thought it was fine. But
Hmm.
there's cool stuff to look at if you remember the musical set piece in the first one in the library where people are like jumping all over
Yes,
each other, and I mean
I
that
like
was
that one.
fun. Yeah.
I like that.
There's
Yeah,
not a whole lot of it in this one. It's more people being contemplative and looking off into the horizon and singing while the camera goes around them.
I've heard this. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is what I've heard about the new one, man.
There is one musical number where Ariana Grande is singing in like a room full of mirrors, and we keep going in and out of the mirrors, which is a cool bit, except it goes on for like 7 minutes. And it's like,
That's what I've
okay, I
heard
get
too.
it.
Yep,
So you
that's what I've
know I'm not
also
just
heard.
making
Yeah.
firing this from the hip. That people have been saying it's just not quite as well put together.
People are saying, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is what I have heard. I've generally heard. Yeah, it's interesting that Wicked had this whole another one of those where it had this whole cultural moment last year. This one kind of just immediately disappeared into the ether,
Yeah, it
is kind
did.
of, which is interesting to me. Very interesting to me.
So we get the conclusion of Elphaba's story and Galinda's story, and events of Wizard of Oz happen in the background. I will give it
Right.
credit. It could have done something really bad and horrible
More member berries.
if they CGI'd or deep faked uh what was the actress of Dorothy, the original actress of
Judy
Dorothy?
Garland.
If they CG'd Judy Garland into this,
Oh,
that would have been the
you,
worst decision. They didn't do that. They just chose an actress, and what they did is they just didn't show her on screen, like on her face on screen very much, which is
you
kind of what they did in the stage play.
you just sent a chill down my spine at that thought.
Right.
Jesus. I'm glad they, yeah, you're right. They honestly they could have done that, and I'm amazed they didn't, but I'm glad they did.
Not like they did at the Sphere. That's yeah, Dan.
Oh, oh, yeah.
I just saw that. So
Yep.
they that was at least a respectful decision for that. Um,
Uh-huh.
you get the conclusion. What did I say? Jeff Goldblum's in it. Michelle Yeoh's in it. Michelle Yeoh is in it, but doesn't do like anything. It's a shame.
I've heard she's not very good in it, and that's
Mm.
kind of a shame. I feel like she might have just been miscast, honestly, for these movies.
I thought she was
She's
fine in the first one, but maybe it's just the role because I don't remember that role from the stage play. Maybe she was there, but whatever. Jeff Goldblum's in this one. He does a little funny song and dance number because hey, look at me, I'm quirky, I'm Jeff Goldblum.
I'm Jeff Goldblum.
I'm Jeff Goldblum. I'm the wizard.
Uh,
That was a weird.
yep.
That was my very weird Jeff Goldblum impression.
Uh, uh,
So this was fine. Even the I watched it with my friends who really like Wicked. Even then, they were like, it wasn't as good as the first one. So I thought it looked
right.
about fine with it. I don't know. People were harping on the visuals and the aesthetic of the first one. I thought it was all
Uh-huh.
right.
Hmm. Yeah, I generally enjoyed the first one. I wasn't over the moon about it. That's kind of ultimately why I didn't see the new one, is that I just wasn't
Yeah.
too motivated to see like the conclusion to the story.
Hmm.
And then hearing that it was not great was kind of like, okay, I guess I don't need to.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm glad. It sounds like some people still really enjoyed it, but it sounds like it was generally just not a great follow up.
Nah.
So it'll be curious. Mm,
The
oh,
award, Wicked for Good, goes to Blue Horse Award. Like, oh my God, it's me. This is the only movie that I'm in this year. So, I mean,
that's
actually, it's really
true.
good because I'm in it. You
Yes,
know,
it's the best.
the
You telling me
best.
there's no blue horses in Zootopia 2? It's crazy.
No. Where is all my blue horse representation? Why did it? Because horses aren't blue. Don't you dare say that. I'm
You
here.
could
It's
watch
me.
the only other movie that has a blue horse is Wizard of Oz. So, there might be other ones too. Technically My Little Pony the movie.
Yes.
You
Many
know.
horses. Rainbow Dash
Yes.
is Blue Spider. Very good observation. The
There you
rating
go.
for Wicked for Good is a B minus.
Hmm.
We kind of needed it to end conclude,
Right.
because the first movie there wasn't a solid conclusion. But whatever, it was all right.
What are, what are the odds that they make more spin-off movies? How much you want to bet?
Oh, don't put that out in the
They,
world, man.
oh,
Oh
I'm sorry.
no.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn
Spoken
it.
into existence.
I'm so sorry. So sorry, everyone.
Don't go to the Sphere. Don't go to the Las Vegas Sphere at all.
Exactly. Don't go to Las Vegas. No.
Next is Rental Family.
Oh yeah, you know what? I meant to see this and I had completely forgotten to. Tell me all about it.
So, Brendan Fraser is a actor. Sorry, he plays an actor. He is an actor acting as an actor named Philip, living in Japan.
Dis- Disguised as another dude.
And
Yes.
he joins an agency, a rental family agency, in order to play roles in people's lives. And some of those roles include a father, a confidant, a friend. And at first he's hesitant because he feels like he's lying to people. But
Mm.
the he learns that there is some emotional catharsis that is needed that he can provide being an actor, kind of filling in for these families that need it. And in Japan, it's kind of the setting being in Japan works because there's significant cultural differences that would allow an agency like this to exist somewhere there but not here.
Mm.
For example, one of the roles he plays is a father, and he needs to play a father in order for them to enroll the daughter into a school. And in Japan, if it's like a broken family, then that doesn't look good, and optics is really important for Japanese culture. So then if she's coming from a good
Right.
family with a or she's coming from a broken family, she might not be accepted into the school. So they need they need Philip to play as the father in order to get her
Got
into
you.
school.
Okay.
And another role he plays is a confidant to a writer, an old writer, sort of towards the end of his life, and he plays a reporter who's writing a quote unquote story on this aging retired filmmaker.
Mm.
But what he really ends up becoming is a friend who treats him not like a burden, not like this old man who can't do anything by himself. And he
Mm.
helps the old man, filmmaker, find closure, escorting him to the place of his childhood. He was never able to go back there because his daughter is like, "Oh, you're too old and too frail to travel anywhere." But Philip plays that role for him.
Mm.
So it's kind of completing the pieces of people's lives in it, and in doing so finds that he actually enjoys and finds fulfillment in this job because he's kind of starving for roles out there in Japan.
Right.
And so what
Kind of,
started
kind of.
as a last resort job turned into something he found fulfillment in.
Right. It kind of reminds me of Lost in Translation.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of hearing you describe. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but
No, I
very good
haven't.
movie. Lost in Translation is great. Everyone should go see that movie. Fantastic movie. But yeah, I mean I love Brendan Fraser and I assume he's fantastic in it. Is
Yeah,
that a
he's
safe
good.
assumption? Of course. What'd
I
you think of the movie as a whole?
I thought it was very good. I watched it
Hmm.
with my family, kind of close to the holidays, and at some point during the movie, some folks in my family started crying because of how
Oh,
touching it was. So if
right.
that's any indication, it's a pretty good movie.
Hmm. Nice. Yeah, I definitely will need to see it before my final ranking because I am a sucker for Brendan Fraser. I
Hmm.
love him. Did you ever see The Whale?
I hadn't. I know I
He's
need to.
great.
He won him his Oscars, so
He did. He's great in it.
so this
I'm
is
actually curious if this is on digital yet. Rental Family. I'm actually gonna check that now.
mhm.
Let me see.
This is a part of Brendan Fraser's renaissance, second renaissance. So I'm here for it. That he's
The
he's very
Brendan
good
Sance.
at being at doing this dramatic role. So I would
Nice.
recommend Rental Family because it's just a nice story. It's touching. It's fulfilling. It's emotional and beautiful.
Mm,
I'm
yeah,
not
I know
super
it sounds like.
not super
Mm,
familiar with other work by Hikari, but I
I
can cross
think.
this one off.
Yeah, I recognize her name, so I'd be curious to see more.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
So
Nice. I'm gonna have to check it out.
the award for Rental Family is the Sad American Award because one of the very first awards, one of the first roles he plays is a mourner at um, a fake funeral for this guy,
Huh.
and he is hired because we needed a sad American for the role, is what they said.
I'm very into everything you're putting out regarding this,
Mm-hmm.
especially kind of the meta qualities of it, especially considering Brendan Fraser, the roles that he's done. Yeah, I'm about this. I think I would love this.
Very much so. This is one of my
Nice.
highly recommended one of my high recommendations for this past year for folks out there. If you've not seen it, go see Rental Family. It's great. I give this
Hmm.
an A minus.
Nice.
All
Apparently
right,
it's not on digital yet. Come on, Disney. Get on it.
come on Disney. We're getting into the final bits here. Next movie on the
Yeah, yeah,
docket
yeah.
is Hamnet.
Of course. Let's
Chloe
talk about
Zhao.
Hamnet and we'll
They've got
cry while
horses.
talking about it. It does have horses. You're right.
Hell yeah, great movie already.
Yes.
This is a book
Best picture.
originally written about
Yes.
the hypothesized life of William Shakespeare and the events that led up to him writing his play Hamlet,
Uh-huh.
which they hypothesize it's because of the death of one of his sons.
Yes. It goes by Hamnet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So this is
Yeah, which
Jesse
I
Buckley, Paul Mezcal as Mr. and Mrs. Shakespeare.
let me tell you, I am the world's number one shooter for Jessie Buckley,
Mm-hmm.
my favorite actress. She's so fucking good, and she's amazing in this.
Yes.
But continue.
And
Tell them all about it, Ben.
for those who don't know by my name, I'm a big
Yes.
Shakespeare guy. I liked my favorite play is not necessarily Hamlet, but when I heard they were making making a movie about Shakespeare and sort of a backstory that led to him writing one of the plays, I'm like, oh, well, if nothing else, for my namesake, I need to go and watch it. And it's a romance, it's a family drama, and it looks beautiful. It's acted
Yeah.
beautifully. Jesse Buckley and Paul Mezcal are incredible. It's
Yep.
touching. It's cathartic, kind of. It's sort of dealing with
Mm,
grief and symbolic.
yes. Yeah, yeah, everything you said is perfectly apt. Um, painterly photographed,
Mm-hmm.
cinematography wise. Performances are all really strong. I think Jesse Buckley is the best
Yeah.
of it. I think Mescal is good, maybe a little one note in some regards, but he's still putting in a great performance. But she's definitely the star of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Um, this is obviously not spoiling anything, but those final 30 minutes are what wring everything out of you, I think.
Yes.
Those final 30 minutes are a crusher.
The range of emotion she shows in this movie is she's happy, she's sad, she's grieving, she's angry, she's finding peace with it, she's in love, she's hating, it's everything. She gives you everything in Hamnet,
Yeah.
and it's incredible to watch.
Yeah. I think there's been a lot of talk, obviously, now as we go into award season of best performances, especially like best actress. it would definitely be either her or another movie that you did not see that I'll probably talk about when we do mine. Rose Byrne in If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You.
Mm-hmm.
But Jessie Buckley, like I said, I'm predisposed to love it. She's my favorite actress working today,
Mm-hmm.
but incredible, yeah. And I also think there's a beautiful story being told in it, especially in the final act of it, which is where it all comes together in kind of expressing your grief and expressing your trauma through art and creativity and sharing those feelings with the world,
Yes.
relating to the world in those feelings of grief and trauma. And I think that's really powerful and a valuable lesson to include in a movie. I
Mm-hmm.
think the way it's done is so beautiful too. Um,
It looks
yeah,
incredible. I could
yeah,
every frame of painting. Did you say that already?
yes, yes. Shout out to the kid that plays Hamnet too, Jacoby Jupe.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was he was great,
For
and his oh
a child
yeah,
a child performance, which, as most folks know, can be hit or miss. He did really well in this.
mm-hmm. And I think it's an interesting little tidbit that a later character in the film that is portraying Hamlet in a stage play that becomes important later is played by his older brother Noah Jupe.
Oh,
Didn't right? Didn't catch
that
that. But
that's awesome, actually.
right, right. It's great. And he's a great actor. He was in Honey Boy a few years ago, which was like the one that Shia LaBeouf wrote about his own life.
Mm-hmm.
He played him as a kid. Great actor. Great performance movie. Definitely. Looked incredible, acted incredibly. Yeah, well worth seeing, I would say.
You don't even need to know a thing about Shakespeare or Hamlet to get this.
Yeah.
It's just a story of a family, really, and dealing with
Yeah.
loss.
Yes. Yeah. Ah, very good. I would like to rewatch it sometime. I think I'll get more and more out of it each time.
Mm-hmm. This is so far my favorite movie directed by Chloe Zhao. I've
I was
seen
gonna say,
Nomadland and Eternals.
yeah. Well, out of those three, yeah, this is probably her strongest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nomadland was okay. I'll concede it was
I
okay.
didn't get it. I didn't like it. It's
I don't think
fine.
there was anything. I don't think there was anything to get. I
Mm.
think it was real. Personally, I think it was kind of a nothing. Personally, I don't know. I don't know what I. I respect people's viewpoints, but I wasn't on the hype train for that one that
Mm-hmm.
year. I just didn't get it.
Nice to hear that, because I also didn't. I'm like, am I missing something? No, I feel like a lot of people didn't. But Zhao hit it out of the park with Hamnet. For
Yeah,
this award that I will
definitely.
give to Hamnet is the Men Will Literally Write Timeless Literary Masterpieces Instead of Go to Therapy, because that's what he did.
He did. It's true. It's
Hamnet
true.
gets an A from me.
Nice.
Not just because I'm biased towards Shakespeare stuff, but
I,
you know,
I,
I
I
I
can't.
think I think Macbeth is better. Just saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have named myself the way I did, huh?
It's true.
Next, final
I pref-
five, if I can count
my
right.
favorite my favorite Shakespeare is The Lion King.
Hamnet, but with big cats. Wait.
Genius.
Oh my God.
Give that man $1 million.
Oh, hey, Kay says I sense bias. Yes, you do. How you doing, Kay? Thanks for stopping in, a friend of mine.
Thanks for stopping. Oh, nice. Thanks for stopping by.
And I'll see you at HarmonyCon.
Let's go. Let's go.
Speaking of HarmonyCon, Zootopia 2.
Seamless. Seamless.
Jared Bush, Byron Howard, and there's a horse. There is a big Chad horse voiced by Patrick Warburton. There he is in
His
the corner
voice
swinging.
is voiced by Patrick Warburton.
um, People love this one. I thought it was pretty
Hmm.
good, but I am not
Hmm.
enamored with it like everyone else.
Interesting. Hmm.
I think
Yeah, I know a lot of people loved this.
I think there was a lot stuffed in it. I feel like the final action climactic scene was a little much.
Mm.
Um, I felt at some point that it was going to end, and then it didn't. It just kept going.
Hmm. Right.
But it looks good. The characters are good. I think another big problem I had is they kind of play Nick on his back feet most of the movie. He's
Mm.
always kind of trying to get Judy to consider the consequences of just throwing herself full into the case, and he's kind of written off as the bad guy for it or holding her back.
Uh-huh. Hmm.
I didn't quite vibe with that, but I think also the biggest shortcoming is that he's not really in his element anymore. We loved him in the first movie because he's a city slicking, fast talking kind of grifter, a cool guy.
Right. Cool
Fox.
guy doing cool things.
Yeah, and in this movie,
Yeah.
he's just not doing any of that. So I feel like we
Hmm.
miss a big part of Nick's character. And but I mean, Judy's fun. Judy is normal, if nothing else, a little obsessive, but that's kind of her personality. And I love Gary DeSnake, Ke Huy Quan. Once again, I've expressed my love for him as an actor. Of course, that was
Of
about
course.
6 hours ago.
Hey man, feels like an hour ago. This has been
Hey,
great.
yeah. Thanks
Been a
for everyone
pleasure.
who's stuck by. Also, I think
Yeah.
Dan said he's been here the entire time. You absolute
Good on you.
madman. Thank you for
Good on you. Thank you, Dan.
being here. We'll get through these last few movies though. So, I mean,
Yeah.
that was my sort of issue with Zootopia 2. I do like the whole plot development of kind of the cover up, I guess. The big how is this a spoiler? Should I spoil this? It's
It is a
you
movie that's still in theaters, keep in mind.
you saw
Some
it,
people may
right?
not have seen it yet. I didn't see it.
Oh, you
Haven't
didn't
seen it
see
yet.
it.
Not yet. I'll see it eventually.
There's some they go to into kind of the history of Zootopia. I thought that was cool how they did that.
Okay. Hmm. Gotta open it. I was gonna say I'm curious how they make the environment unique.
Mm-hmm.
Make discovery happen in the universe again.
Because they play into more explore more of the mechanics of this is in the trailer, so it's like why aren't there snakes? Why aren't there reptiles in Zootopia? And
Right.
there's a bit of history, cover up, origin, and kind of how Zootopia came to be. And I like that. That
Hmm.
was the most interesting part to me.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I was curious how they make make it something feel fresh in it, especially how long has it been since the first movie? Has it been 9 years?
I think it was 16. So yeah, it was like 9 years.
Wait, yeah, God, old.
Sorry, not
We're getting
16
old,
years.
man.
It was
I've
2016
just
when this.
you scared the shit out of me. I was like, whoa.
Time. We've been doing this stream for 3 years.
For 16. For 16.
Just by itself.
So true.
They and they'll probably make a sequel, so I guess I'm curious
Hmm.
as to where they're gonna go with that.
I, I was gonna say, I think it's like the highest grossing animated movie of all time at this point,
It does
which is
a
wild to think about.
it does a nice allegory, kind of talking about marginalized communities in.
Mm.
It's kind of like an Elemental too, where they pushing out of smaller, diverse uh minorities, to put as a word, because at one point, not to give too much away, but yeah,
You're good.
they tackle that in Zootopia too, and I was like, oh.
See, right. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I would like to see it. I generally enjoy the first movie,
Hmm.
so
I
I
like
would
the
be curious to
first.
see more of it.
I like the first one
Like the
better, at
first
least
one
for
more.
my sensibilities. I know everyone seems to be in love with this one, so I'm kind of going against the current to say I thought the first one was better, but it was
Mm.
still a good movie. I still had fun with it,
So what you're
and
so what you're saying is that you're definitely going to watch it 50 times, like AC Race Fest.
that man is what the hell is he on?
Bros,
He's what
bros, bros committed.
I watch
Bros committed.
movies a lot. What would I watch one movie 50 times in a row? I don't
I
what
could listen. I have game theory right here, film theory. What if I did that, but with Marty Supreme, and then I keel over and die
from heart failure.
from heart failure? Yes.
I don't even think I'd watch like Oppenheimer or Inception 50 times.
Yeah, dude just likes that world. I get it. Bro loves that movie.
Big furry he is. For the award Zootopia 2 gets is the just bang already, you fucking cowards, Disney. They've been lampshading the relationship between these two. The double entendres are there. Just let them be together officially. You cowards. You absolute cowards.
Recreate the abortion comic.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Doesn't
There's
he
not an
doesn't say
Arby's in
that.
Zootopia 2. It's okay. I give this one a B plus.
Yes. Nice.
I was talking about all these things I didn't like about it, but yeah, it was a very fun, good, functional movie. I just had a couple of
Yeah.
things I was a little iffy on. You brought this on the chat. Okay, moving on. We've got a few more left. Hey, look, the logo, Riff Ponies Watch
Oh my God.
Along. It's
It's
Wake Up
back.
Dead Man.
Let's go. More Knives Out, baby.
Ryan Johnson. No horses in Wake Up Dead Man, if I recall correctly. We won't talk too much about it because we did a whole watch along on it, and we
We
had a
did.
lot to talk about.
We did. Yeah, needless to say, yeah, I would feel safe in saying we loved it,
We did.
you know? Yeah. I mean, I love the Knives Out series already. We did a whole evening of Knives Out. We did the whole trilogy in one day, which was a blast. I think this one has the most to say out of the
Yes.
three of them, and has a very interesting perspective on religion, and is kind of a nuanced depiction of it in a movie where there's a lot of inclination to portray the negative end of it lately, which is completely fair. There's a lot of negative things to cover, but I think there's also very fair positives to dive into, and what it can mean to people if the right people with the right outlook, are given that power. So there's that. It's also just entertaining and hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
I love these movies to death. It's just as good as the previous two films.
I will continue to watch Knives Out movies so as long as Ryan Johnson keeps making them.
Yeah, God, where
I
does
think
this rank with the series for you?
I think I'm still 1, 2, 3 for now.
Okay.
But upper echelon of movies just in general. This franchise. I think we said the Knives Out franchise is one of the strongest currently ongoing. Right?
Yes, agreed. Yeah, I would agree. It's, I mean, the first one, our ratings were like all pretty much 10, not 10 nines and nines.
Oh yeah,
from what I remember. Yeah, they're wildly entertaining movies, wildly entertaining murder mystery movies. If any of y'all out there haven't seen them, the second and the third one are on Netflix, and the first one is on Prime. So go watch them. They're great.
My brother and sister-in-law recently watched this, and to just show you how good it was, they wanted to call and talk to me about it immediately after they saw it, and so we talked about an hour over the phone about everything that happened in Wake Up Dead Man. That's how impactful it was.
Yeah, I have a friend. We have a friend who used to be really entrenched in the church. It was from upbringing, and it was kind of a toxic sect and a toxic upbringing in that regard. So she has a very complicated history with organized religion and being entrenched in it. And she was saying to me for like the week after it was released, the week or two it was in theaters, she was like, I'm seeing in all of my groups just nonstop people talking about how I need to go see the new Knives Out. And I'm like, you do need to go see it. I think it would resonate. And then she finally saw it and she was like, oh my God. Like she watched it like twice in the span of 3 days.
Yeah.
Like I'm told you. It's yeah, God. Like I said, I think it might be up there with the first one for me.
Yeah, I can see
I,
that.
I just I just love the thematically. I love the performances. Josh O'Connor, man, he's having a year.
Good for him.
He's having another year. He's gonna be in the new Spielberg. Good for him.
Let's go.
Let's go, Josh O'Connor.
Speaking, there's my brother in the chat. He's popped in to say, "Good movie." Yeah.
Good movie. Good man.
Speaking of Josh O'Connor, the award for Wake Up Dead Man is the Hottest Priest Award. Because have you seen?
Yeah.
Have you seen him? Use
Yes.
challengers.
When he's giving a sermon up there and the synth score starts playing.
It's an A
You'll never
plus for
escape
me.
it.
It's
So
I said earlier, my ranking is 1, 2, 3. I think it's just on the fact that this one's a little heavier, and so it's a little
Yeah.
harder to just pick it up, put it on whenever. You kind of need to be in the
True.
right headspace for it. But
very true.
almost impeccably made movie, I think.
Agreed.
All of them, all three of them.
one of my favorites of the year. Top 5, I would say.
Nice. Go see Knives Out, and hopefully they'll come back to theaters because I really want to watch them in theaters.
Yeah. Oh, they're great with a crowd. We learned that during the watch-alongs. Those were fun movies to watch together.
All right, everybody. Final 3. Stick with me. We're gonna end.
Got this.
In just a few more. Marty Supreme.
Speaking
Josh
of top
Safdie,
5.
No Horses. We just saw this not too long ago.
I just saw this the second time just the other day with my girlfriend.
It's
actually,
even funnier the second time.
It's something a second time. How do we explain Marty Supreme?
It is a story about Timothée Chalamet playing Marty Mauser. Marty Mauser, who is a table tennis prodigy. And he has a dream to win the International Tennis Championship. And he will stop but nothing to achieve that dream, whether that means torpedoing relationships with family, friends, completely bulldozing his legal standing in society, or getting unintentionally involved in organized crime, destroying property. He'll do it all.
When I have to stress this to people out there who haven't seen it. When Ben says he will do absolutely anything, it is absolutely everything happens in this movie. It's directed by the same guys, one of the same brothers that did Uncut Gems, if you remember that from a few years ago. What a ride. I had someone describe this film as like a live action Ed, Ed and Eddie episode, which is an amazing description because it's so true. It is a nonstop 2.5 hour long hustle of a movie, because the whole thing is that, like you said, he's destroying these relationships. It really is a kind of an inadvertent, or maybe it's advertent, maybe it is intentionally so, a commentary on like the grind set kind of mindset.
Sigma grind set, Chad.
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of about that, because it's about like, yeah, you can dedicate yourself to this one thing that you're good at, but how many people are you going to destroy, and how are you going to destroy your life if you make it that one thing? It's interesting because my girlfriend and we saw it the other night. I was showing it to her and she loved it. She had interesting different alternative takes on it than our own takes and ones that I've heard. One of my favorite things we kind of brought up though is that we see so many of these other talents that Marty has throughout the movie that are not nearly as toxic as his passion for being the greatest table tennis player on planet Earth. Like, we're shown, I think someone literally says he could be an amazing salesman, and he
Yeah.
can because he can talk a mile a minute. He could be an amazing actor. We see that scene where he
Yeah.
fucks around on the stage, and like so many times it's hammered in like you could commit yourself to the universe is literally telling him you could do all of these other things instead of this thing that is making you destroy everyone and use lives. And yet
And yet,
he can't help it. He can't help it. And he's actually a great table tennis player, but at what fucking cost?
a lot.
Um, yeah, it's fascinating that it's being advertised as this sports movie and this whole dream big thing when it's kind of like the most anti like don't I take the conclusion of it as don't be like this man. You will you don't want any of this.
the
And I would agree.
the funny thing is that as I've become familiar with the Safdie's work, Marty is one of the most likable protagonists in a Safdie movie
Yeah.
because something about him endears you to him, even though he's literally a walking red flag in like everything
Yes.
he does. It's something
Definitely.
about how he just wants this one thing in life. He has this dream and he'll do anything to fulfill it. And I think all of us can relate to that on a specific
Yes.
level of just wanting something. And of course, you don't want to completely destroy your life in order to get there, but you want to see the person fighting for his dreams actually obtain it. And that's what Marty Supreme is kind of doing.
Yeah, there is that innate human relatability of being good at something, no matter how inconsequential it may seem, and wanting to pursue it and like succeed at it. There is that human drive.
Right.
Um, like I said in our watch along that we did of Good Time and Uncut Gems, it always feels like with their protagonists that 98% of them is kind of being like, don't be like this person.
Yeah.
But there's but there's that 2% that they don't, and they're like they kind of sympathize with them, and that's what always fascinates me. And in the case of Marty Mauser, I think that's where that exists, where it's that innate human nature of like, yeah, you want to achieve, you all of us dream big in one way or another, and we want to succeed. And some of us are good at us that are like good at that one thing we have, and we want to succeed at that. So yeah, definitely. And also, he's just so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, yeah.
Timothy Chalamet, he might win Best Actor. There's a very decent chance he will.
It's Timmy Ping Pong.
This Timmy Ping
That's
Pong
what
movie.
I call this movie. It's Timmy Ping Pong.
It sends me. There's that one, and my girlfriend referred to it as Challenger's Mini Golf, which I
That's
also
a good one
loved.
too.
That one really sent me.
You were saying an alternate title for this movie could be another movie that was that we talked about earlier tonight.
Yes. You could call this movie One Battle After Another, and it wouldn't change a thing.
It's pretty indicative of what happens in this movie.
You could also call it Side Quest the movie.
He does so much just to scrape and get the money for him to go to Tokyo and compete in the championship. He does everything he can.
Yes. We also see bare ass. Another instance of bare ass.
We see Timmy's ass.
I won't dare explain how. You wouldn't believe us if we told you.
This story was going around Twitter the other day about how Timothy Chalamet refused to use an ass double and insisted that he
didn't want someone else's ass to be immortalized on screen. He wanted it to be his.
And I kind of respect that. If you're gonna do it, just do it.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that kind of goes back to what we were saying about the Smashing Machine and that kind of meta element of the people the Safdies cast. I think there's a piece of Robert Pattinson in Connie in Good Time. I think there's a piece of Adam Sandler in Howard in Uncut Gems. I think there's a piece of Dwayne Johnson in Mark Kerr in The
Mm-hmm.
Smashing Machine. And I think there's that kind of unstoppable force and just like even sacrificing almost sociopathic like motivation to be the greatest there ever was that is in Timothy Chalamet that is also indicative in Marty Mauser.
That makes
Uh, there
sense.
was that there was that whole thing where he made that speech at, I don't know if it was the Golden Globes, it was some awards body last year when he won for Complete Unknown. And he flat out just said at the ceremony, he's like, I know people are really like, people are really play it coy and are like, oh, I don't deserve this. But he's like, no, I want to be the greatest ever. He's like,
Mm.
I want to be the greatest in my profession, in my craft. And I know that, and he was saying like, I know that puts people off to hear to say that, and people say it's like cocky or selfish or overconfident. But he's like, no, I genuinely believe that. I want to be the greatest and I want to work with the greatest people. And when I think about that, I'm like, there's a little bit of Timothy Chalamet and there's a meta element to that in the character of Marty Mauser. I have to wonder, like,
Mm-hmm.
it's a perfect match in that case. Obviously, it sounds like Timothy Chalamet is a great guy and not nearly as near psychotic as Marty Mauser is in some cases. But
It wouldn't
yeah,
have
just a
worked if there wasn't a little piece of him in it, I think.
yeah,
So, like you were saying.
exactly. It's a great character study. It's a it's like an adventure movie. It's a nonstop 2.5 hours. I remember we at the end of the movie the first time I stood up and I was like I was dizzy. I was like, I am actually exhausted after sitting through that. And then watching it a second time, I looked over to my girlfriend and I was like, I am exhausted. And she's like, yeah. Like I compared it to drinking 5 Mountain Dews at once and riding in a tilt-a-whirl is the experience of Marty Mauser. It's the cinematic equivalent, and I mean that very affectionately. Yeah, just God, we haven't even talked about the score, the soundtrack, which
Mm.
it's a period piece. It's set in the 50s,
Yeah.
but it has like it has an 80s soundtrack to it, and there's no good reason that it does, but it works incredibly.
Mm-hmm.
Between the synth score that has kind of notes of like someone will know what I'm talking about here, but it sounds like Vince DiCola's soundtrack from like Rocky 4 in certain points, very synth based. And then you'll have like 80s pop songs playing over the movie. Like Peter Gabriel plays at one point, and I'm like, yeah, it fits. It's its own. It's anachronistic. It's wild. It's untamed. It's maybe a little bit shaggy. I think you could trim things out of it. It's definitely excessive in all of the ways, both good and bad,
Mm-hmm.
but mostly like 99% good. Um, yeah, it's just a rush. It's still in theaters now. I highly recommend seeing it with a
Go see
crowd.
it.
It
Go see it.
plays amazing with a crowd. Yeah, one of the best movies of the year in my book. How do you feel, Ben?
Yeah, it's up there. It and as I remarked to you earlier, it's marketed and kind of branded as a table tennis ping pong movie, but only about maybe at most 30% of the movie is actually table tennis and ping pong.
It's a sports movie. It kind of becomes a heist movie at a certain point. It's a
Yeah,
crime thriller at a
yeah.
certain point.
It's a romance. It's a drama,
It's
family
like
drama. It's a
it's kind of like a Bonnie and Clyde crime caper at a certain point.
It's everything.
Yeah, it's God. There's another name for it there's another other movie name that you could apply to it. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Another great movie.
But yeah, God, I'm still thinking about it. Like if I had any free time, because tomorrow we have a stream. If I had any free time, I would probably go see it in a theater again. It's worth every rewatch. Cannot recommend it enough. One of my favorites of the year for sure.
Well, Marty, the award that you get from me is um I mixed these up. Can you tell I'm tired? It's an A plus from me, and the award is the most number of people pissed off at one unibrow.
It's a pretty good it's a pretty good unibrow.
I don't know how he pulls so many
Pulls.
women with that unibrow, but that's just the
It's true.
Timmy Chalamet charm right there.
It's true. Shout out to that that title sequence too.
That Alphaville.
Wild. Why wild way to open a movie. Honestly, it feels like a sequel to the opening title sequence of Uncut Gems if you think about it.
Yeah, except I like being on this side better, I think. People who've seen both of those movies know what I mean when I say
Will
that.
understand what we mean. Yes.
Um,
Oh,
my God, yeah, I don't know how I mix these up. Anyway, Marty Supreme, really good movie. Go watch it. We've got two more,
mhm.
and
Almost there.
we're gonna steamroll through this one because this one I don't know if you saw Thoth. This is
I
Avatar: Fire and
haven't.
Ash
Mm-hmm.
by James Cameron. There's no horses because these blue people are in outer space. And okay, where do I begin? It's called Avatar: Fire and Ash, but there's still a whole lot of water because they're where they left off at the end of the last movie, living with the tribe of water Navi, and the general is still trying to kill um, Sully, Jake
Jake
Sully.
Sully.
I had to friggin'
Yeah.
remember the names of these characters because as soon as
Damn.
I got out of it, I had to look them up. I forgot what they were called.
At least remember
General's
Meringue.
he's still trying to kill Jake Sully, and in order to get Jake Sully, the general guy, I think,
Quaritch.
yeah, Quaritch, played by.
Stephen Lang, I think.
Yeah, that's right. You know more about this movie than I do, and I saw the damn thing.
You saw it. I've only seen the first one. Yeah.
He
Continue.
enlists the help of this other tribe, the ones who like fire,
Yeah.
which is why it's called Fire and Ash. And so they kind of team up with the government to try and hunt down Jake Sully. And the fire tribe just wants to burn it all to the ground because of reasons. And so then they have to go to war. The water tribe has to go and fight the government and the fire tribe again. Not
For
again. They have to fight the military again because they fucking did this the last movie. It was just I got halfway through the movie. I'm like, why does this seem so familiar? It's because it's the first, not the first one. It's the second one, The Way of Water. We just did The Way of Water again.
the way you're generalizing this, it's incredible that this is a 3.5 hour long
It was
movie.
3.5 hours. It was entertaining while I was watching it, but at a certain point, I'm like, this is tired, and I've seen all this before.
Hmm. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm a little bit, I don't know, weary to watch the second and the third Avatar. I like the first Avatar. I need to rewatch it. It's been years. But yeah,
And
I find it interesting
so
how the reception to this one.
yeah, there's this whole subplot about this human child that lives with the Sully family named Spider. Um, and the whole thing is humans can't breathe the Navi air because it's toxic and they'll die. And that's the
Right.
whole second movie is introducing this character. And at this point I'll spoil it because I don't care. It's Avatar: Fire and Ash. At some point in the movie, Kiri, who's the like hippie eldest daughter played by Sigourney Weaver, that character I
Right.
remember,
Yes.
communes with the nature goddess, and the moss green tentacles go inside Spider's body and allows him to breathe air.
Okay.
That's exactly
Sure.
what I said. I was like, okay, sure, we're
Sure.
just doing that now. So the government's
Sure.
also after Spider in order to, if they can figure out how to replicate it, then they don't have to go and do air tanks when they come and invade the Pandora. So that's kind of another element to it. But I could have sworn we were after Spider for some reason in the Way of Water too, and whatever. It's Avatar. It looked pretty, but it was repetitive. Easily the weakest of the three, I'd say. I thought The Way of Water was pretty good, more memorable than the first, at least to me. So
Uh-huh.
for in my mind, I put two, one, then three in terms of Avatar movies
Yeah, I find it interesting how reaction to this seems so much more divided compared to Way of Water.
because it was gorgeously shot. I will say,
Uh-huh.
and they did all these Weta effects. As I think the folks who did the VFX, and they're playing out of their mind. Like this whole thing, of course, is CG. These tall blue cat people that have sex with their hair don't actually exist. I'm sorry if this is a news flash for your groundbreaking, but so they had
Oh
to CG it. But
no.
they're in the water and they're on these creatures, and so it looks incredible.
Mhm.
And they did have serious artists doing serious work on this thing.
Right.
I just don't think that the plot was really there to justify how long it was and how repetitive it was from the second movie.
Hmm. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that is interesting to me is that people talk the visuals up a lot with these movies, but then go, the plot and the dialogue and the characters don't mean anything. And I'm like, but why do you ding all these other movies for not having character and plot and the effects looking good, but this one gets I guess because it's the world. I guess that's why it gets a pass, is that it's a
Yeah.
well defined and like interesting world. I can give it that much, but it is interesting to me why it seems people give these Avatar movies a pass in that regard. Not that I'm upset by it. It's just interesting to me, kind of how the worm is turned with
Hmm.
this third movie, where people are now like, yeah, maybe this needs more characters or like a better script, and it's like it's the same guy. It's still James Cameron,
He's going to make
you
two
know,
more of these, apparently.
apparently. And if he doesn't make them, he's just going to make a press conference and tell everyone what happens, according to him.
At least that'd save us some time.
Damn.
Sorry, James.
'Cause-
Like, if you're going to. I just. It was fine. But
hmm.
I didn't even hate it. I had a good time while I was watching it. It's only looking back at it afterwards, I'm going, this is kind of not. Yeah, whatever. The
Right.
award, Avatar Fire and Ash, is the Deja Vu Award because, like I said, I could have sworn we did the entire plot of this thing uh, in the Way of Water.
Hmm.
Also, Quaritch, um, I think he fucks the Fire Lady, the
I heard
general.
there's a I heard there's a drug trip sequence
There is a
that
drug trip sequence. There's a seduction sequence, and they're shown like lying in the bed and with their hair like entangled. I'm like, oh, you fell for this crazy
people
tribal
people
lady.
people are down bad for Fire Lady.
Honestly, I can kind of see
Yes.
it.
Yeah, okay. I was waiting for it.
I can kind of
Mm.
see it, but
I get it.
that horniness is not enough to save this movie from getting a C plus from me.
Wow. Man, it's
Actually,
cutting.
actually downgraded. In my spreadsheet, I had it a B minus. I guess I was feeling especially against this movie when I made this presentation. Amber says
I would
their romance is the best part of the movie. Lol. I guess so.
hmm. I mean, it sounds like that was something new comparative to the it being a retread of the second.
Yeah, I think
Like you give us a new
that's
character dynamic.
that's kind of why it stood out. They got this new character, and they've had this fascination with the guns. I
Hmm.
think we're going back to doing allegories for colonialism again.
Hmm. Got you.
With the native populations and then bringing weapons and some of the tribes don't want them, some of them do, and some of the ones who want them are really unhinged and they just want to kill everything.
Hmm. I would be curious to see the second and third movie. I want to revisit the first and then see these recent two.
Mm-hmm. It'd be a very long day for you.
It wouldn't be one day. I would need to split it,
Well,
but I
thank
would be
goodness.
curious, I'll say.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the last movie that I've seen in 2025. Thank you for all for sticking with me so far. I saw
Yeah.
Song Sung Blue just a few
Oh
days
my
ago
God.
by
Lightning and thunder.
Craig Brewer. There are no horses in this,
Damn it.
but Song Sung Blue, which I felt like I needed to see because I'm blue and I like blue.
Dabba dabba die.
If you don't know, folks out there, Lightning and
Mm.
Thunder was a musical duo in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, through the
Shout out
90s and
Milwaukee.
2000s, who
Mm.
became kind of local legends for their tribute songs to Neil Diamond.
Yes.
They were very popular. They rose to such a prominence that at one point they opened for Pearl Jam and they headlined
Yes.
a concert of their own at a separate venue while Neil Diamond was in town doing his own concert. And so it was like people who couldn't get tickets to see actual Neil Diamond went to go see Lightning and Thunder, and they thought that was if you know that was a comparable show.
Yeah. It's so funny to me because I remember seeing the trailers for this and being so mystified that like, wait, was this a real people? These were real
Mm-hmm.
people? This happened? I
Exactly.
just totally missed this piece of history. Yeah.
And so it's kind of it's a romance movie because you kind of open on Hugh Jackman's character and Kate Hudson's character, Mike and Claire respectively. They fall in love. They are not spring chickens. They both have had existing families, but they over their love of music, they sort of fall in love. Their families join together and they make this musical duo. And at some point, I'll go ahead and tell you what happens in the movie because this happened in real life to these people.
Right. Yeah.
Claire, while she's out gardening in the front lawn of their house, gets hit by a car and they have to amputate her leg.
Oh
And so
Jesus.
she falls into this depression because, to her, all she ever wanted to do was sing and make a living singing. And they were so close to getting that dream. But then, she becomes impaired, becomes
Right.
disabled, basically.
Right.
And
Right. Yeah.
for a time, she's on painkillers and she's depressed, and all the while, Hugh Jackman's character Mike is trying to sustain the family, but he can't just do it off of music. He can't really return to performing because she's not with him. Uh,
Hmm.
the light of his life and the inspiration behind the duo Lightning and Thunder. And so the family is struggling to hold on, but eventually, through the end of the movie, they realize she realizes that her love of music and her love of performing will overcome her feelings of being taken out. She will not let this injury keep her from her dream. And then,
Hmm.
between the love these two share, the love for their family and their love of music, they eventually do reunite. They have their comeback tour and they perform to a sold out show
Hmm.
with Neil Diamond playing just across the street or something like that.
Hmm.
And apparently this all
Yeah.
happened, which is wild.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. It was very peculiar to me seeing the trailer and how oddly specific it was that it was I think I thought it was a Neil Diamond biopic originally. And then I saw the trailer and it's like, okay, so it's a Neil Diamond tribute band biopic. But then hearing it was a true story about these people and this specific dream that they had and this passion, that very hyper specific passion. Those are fun. That is a fun conceit. I do
Mm-hmm.
always love stories like that where it's people that come together for a very specific niche
Yeah.
passion.
And
That's
so,
always fun.
in comparison to someone like Roofman,
Yes.
these folks, their stories, to me, infinitely more interesting. Of course, they made a documentary about these guys. I think it came out in the late 2000s or something.
Mm,
after Mike, who's the character that Hugh Jackman plays after he passes away
mm,
because he's got a weak heart. But
mm.
so that's why this works for me a lot better than something like Roofman,
Right.
just because their story is so much more interesting and so much, to me, more worth telling because of how readily made for cinema and
Right.
for a story like this to be told on the big screen. And
There's an
so,
interesting story about interesting people
yeah.
and an interesting life.
And
Yeah.
for me, anytime, almost every time that Hugh Jackman is given the ability to flex his musical chops is a good movie to me. I say almost because I did watch Pan, and he sings in that, and it's not great.
Here we are now.
But Hugh Jackman's a great singer, a great performer. I love
For
The Greatest
sure. Of
Showman, and he duos with Kate Hudson, who sings very well, as of course.
course.
And so the two of them, the performance they give, I thought it was great. I thought it was romantic.
Hmm.
I thought it was sentimental, touching, really fun, really good story, overcoming your own sense of self doubt, all physically overcoming obstacles that you need to in order to chase that dream. And not
Mm.
too long after I saw Marty Supreme, another movie about chasing your dreams.
I was about to make a comparison between the two. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just hyper specific passions.
Yeah, yeah, and
But it's also
ev-
a love story too. There's
yeah,
many layers to it there.
everyone gives a good
Hmm.
performance of the daughters and the sons of both Mike and Claire's from their previous marriages. They're give nice, well-rounded character growth. Although I think it's skewed more. We get to see more of Claire's family as opposed to Mike's daughter. I feel like it would have been better to balance the two and show how this marriage has affected both sides, but we mostly just
Hmm.
see it from Claire's family's point of view.
Right.
And it's a whole community. Lightning, who Mike is the pseudonym, a stage name for Mike. He's got a
Right.
whole kind of posse. He plays for a band. He has connections for all the gigs that he did before he made Lightning and Thunder, so he like brings all of them along when they make this duo as the backup band. He's got a friend who is a Buddy Holly impersonator, played by Michael Imperioli
Oh, okay.
of Sopranos
Okay.
fame.
Of the Sopranos, Christopher, baby.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he's a good friend that they bring kind of to star in the shows too, and it's kind of just a community, a small community with a passion for this thing, for this
Yeah.
little idea for this tribute band to Neil Diamond, and they're all rallying behind it, and they all want to see Lightning and Thunder succeed, and it's really nice
Something
story to
beautiful
tell.
about that.
There
Yeah.
is. And that I say is Song Sung Blue. Really good. Nice conclusion to the year. It's
Dan,
blue, so it's good, even though there's no
true.
horses. But good performances, good
Dan
music all around.
Dan in chat says, "Hey, Doan, lot of money in this tribute band shit."
Yeah, is what he said.
Thank you, Christopher.
It introduced me to a lot of Neil Diamond music. I was only kind of familiar with Sweet Caroline, which of course is one of the big like
Oh,
show-stopping things.
oh, now you're most certainly familiar. Yeah.
Now I know a little more about the music,
Hmm.
and there's just good musical set pieces in this too, so that's good.
Hmm. Nice. I'm definitely more interested to check it out now after hearing your description of it. I didn't know
Mm-hmm.
what to really make of it marketing wise. I just wasn't. I didn't realize that Neil Diamond was so popular that a tribute band could be so iconic for him could be so iconic, but hearing their kind of personal story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting. Kind of beautiful.
You want to root for
I'd
them
be,
and
I'd
see
be
them
down.
succeed too, because
Mhm.
what would it be like to have a very specific hyperfixation that you want to share with
Hmm.
everyone and talk about, and you know,
For 9.5 hours?
yeah, What would that be like? Can you imagine that?
Where I could never imagine that. couldn't couldn't do it.
I could only
Not
imagine
once.
2 coming out in 2026.
Jesus, you're right.
I
Jeez.
give the award for insurance's worst nightmare because, yeah, she gets hit by a car, and then a separate time a car comes and crashes into the front yard in that same spot. She's not there to get hit by it, but that's
God,
also more
both.
property damage. And also, Mike has a weak heart, and so he ends up in the hospital a couple times.
Jeez. Did it really happen that that car hit the same place twice?
I don't know about that, but
Okay.
because it seems a
Huh.
little too cinematic to me. But sometimes real
That's
life
kind of
is stranger than fiction.
it's true. And like we said, sometimes you can sweeten those things in movies.
Hmm.
Like we said earlier about Roofman.
I
Sounds
give
like a good time though.
it was. I give this an A- for me. It's a nice
Nice.
way to close out the year. So that was every movie I watched. Thank you all for sticking with me so far. My final tier list is coming up right here. This is how I rank everything that I saw in 2025.
Okay, let's see here.
So the top is Sinners, followed by F1, followed
Right.
very closely by Wake Up Dead Man and One Battle After Another. Honestly, it could be kind of a toss up. All the top 4, 5, they're all really, really good. I just have to be really picky about what I put up there.
Hmm.
But then
Man.
K-pop Demon Hunters, Marty Supreme, Bad Guys 2, Elio, Caught Stealing, Ballerina, Superman, Phoenician Scheme, Mickey 17, Hamnet, Black Bag, Rental Family, Fantastic Four, Companion, Relay, Thunderbolt, Song Sung Blue, ending tier A with Fight or Flight. And then
Hell yeah.
B tier, Day the Earth Blew Up, Naked Gun, Zootopia 2, Death of a Unicorn, Nuremberg, After the Hunt, The Running Man, In the Lost Lands, Life of Chuck, Eddington, Friendship, Warfare, not Warframe, Novocaine, Wicked for Good, Karate Kid Legends, The Amateur Working Man, Avatar, Fire and Ash, Smashing Machine, and then the bottom of B tier is Good Fortune.
Hmm.
Top of C is Jurassic World Rebirth, The Nobody 2, Now You See Me, Now You Don't, Presents, Alto Nights, The Cleaner, Springsteen, Honey Don't, Him, Love Hurts, Begonia, and Lilo and Stitch at the bottom. And then D tier, Roofman, Captain America, Brave New World, Snow White, Minecraft movie, and the bottom of the movies I saw is Hurry Up Tomorrow. Nothing in F tier. I won't say anything was egregious as Craven the Hunter
Hey,
or Madam Web from
Madam
last
Web.
year.
That's progress. I'd
So
say that's progress.
this will be
Dan
posted sometime, maybe tomorrow.
nice. Dan is upset at F1 above one battle after another.
I that like I said, when you get up that high in terms of the quality of movies, then it really could be a toss up. I just have to put
Go
really
with your
give
personal
weight to my
fave.
preference.
Yeah.
None in F tier, coward. Bro, you need to shut. That's my brother
He
being
could say
vindictive.
that.
He can say that.
He could say that.
I saw like 59 movies. I was kind of surprised none scraped the bottom of the barrel in terms of like really bad. But I mean, an F tier would have been friggin' Lumina. Is anything as bad as Lumina?
It's tough to think. I think that's again, as we've said. I think you said you're on record as saying that Lumina is the worst movie you've ever seen.
I think so, yeah.
How?
Everything from this year, there was some level of positive takeaway you can get from it. There's some redeeming value from
Yeah,
everything here.
I think that's progress. Is this the most movies you've seen in a year?
I think so, at least until
Nice.
we do this again at the end of 2026.
Yep. Yep.
But I don't know. Looking ahead, I'm not seeing too much for the month of January that I'm super stoked to go see, so maybe it'll be
Hmm.
less.
Yeah. You could always let's see. Hold on. This is the part of the show where I pull up the 2026 slate. You could go see Primate.
No,
I'm going to see Primate. You could go see Greenland 2.
no.
You could,
January, all of you out there, you kind of know the reputation of January.
Red Letter Media, baby. Fuck you. It's January.
It's where stuff goes that they don't know where to put. It's where kind of the leftovers from last year get stuck.
Yes. There
Um,
is there is a new Sam Raimi movie coming out at the end of January.
yeah, I'm waiting till the end of January, and I feel like that's when stuff really gets going and stuff I want to see. Before we
Right.
talk about that, there is the true tier list, the actual tier list, which is which movies had
Ooh.
horses in them. So this is the actual tier list. So Wicked is at the top because there's blue horses, and that's me. So
That's
I'm
true.
in that one, which is why it's peak. And then Unicorns there,
Yep.
horses follow with Sinners, Hamnet, and the Lost Lands. Sorry, Day the Earth Blew Up, Zootopia 2, Springsteen, and Snow White. I will say, in terms of horse representation, this year was not as good as last year. We need more horse
You-
representation in the movies that I
Come on,
don't see.
Hollywood.
Do
Come on,
better,
Hollywood. Get with it. Get with it, Hollywood.
but I appreciate you casting me in Wicked for good. I hope I did a good job. And Zen was
I
there
think
too. I think there were a couple of blue horses, so
I think y'all did great in
thank
Wicked for
you.
Good.
Thank you.
Of
Or Zen
course.
was in Death of a Unicorn because of Unicorn. So
It's true. It's true.
nice going impaling that guy. That was really cool. He deserved
That
it.
was pretty sick. He did deserve it.
So for those of you who are still here, follow Riff Ponies.
Aw, thank you.
Here's all the
Yeah.
links and follow Thoth. I kind of did that out of order, but yeah,
That's me.
there's the film
Yes.
Horsey.
You could follow us all there. You could watch us watch movies every or watch movies along with us every
Mm-hmm.
Sunday over on twitch.tv/riffponies. We're actually doing a Riff Ponies watch along tomorrow night. As we mentioned, we're doing a watch along of Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049.
Hey,
So you don't want to miss that. We do it every Sunday typically, sometimes different days. Usually have our good friend Ban on here, which once again, Ban, everyone go follow Banquo on social media. He is has been lovely inviting me these last couple of years to these. It's always a pleasure talking movies with you, always a pleasure watching movies with you, always a pleasure hanging, period. So thank you,
hey,
Ban, for including me. It's always a treat.
thank you for being someone I can bounce off this relatively newfound hyperfixation, for sticking with me for almost 9.5 hours while I talk about all this movie stuff.
it's
And
it's so easy, man. It's so easy.
thank you for just all of your sensibilities, your nuance when it comes to talking about movies. It's been a joy to get to know your tastes and how you recommend me stuff.
Oh,
It's great.
same, man. You're gonna make me cry.
Thank you to all of
It's
you out there in YouTube land who have
viewers like
stuck with
you.
me. Dan apparently
Viewers.
has been here the whole time. Like, oh God, thank you,
Shout
dude.
out Dan. Holy shit.
Amber's been lurking. I think I've seen them pop in and out. Zen, good friend, thank you, man, for coming. My brother, thank you for joining. I hope your nap was good towards the beginning of the stream where I put you to sleep. That you said you were gonna do. Let's see. I think Rare Phoenix was in here earlier. Was in here. Thanks for stopping by, Kay. I can't wait to see you
Algernon
at
was out
HarmonyCon.
there.
Algernon was here. Spider Brony was here.
Yeah, come see us at HarmonyCon. We're probably gonna be doing some movie related stuff there, both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, hypothetically speaking. Looks back and forth. Yes. Gosh.
My
What a great
sister-in-law
night.
was here. Pinkie Pie Highlights was here. Thank you all. Darth Vader was here. Oh my God, the real Darth Vader.
Algernon is currently watching Primitive War. I wouldn't expect anything else.
I meant to see that, but it never came to. It was Fathom event, so I couldn't watch it with my A list.
Yeah, it's true.
But
Uh, man, more movies to watch. Just means we got to watch more.
oh, we
2026,
got one
baby.
question from Kay, my friend Kay, in the chat for you. Who's your favorite main six Thoth?
Ooh, I gotta go with. So if we're not counting Starlight, because she's kind of like an add-on in the later seasons. She's my favorite character, period. But if we're talking main six, I probably gotta go Rarity.
Mm-hmm.
Rarity's a solid character. Very, very fun character. Probably the one that outside of Twilight, because she's the main character. Rarity progresses the most out of through the changes as a character most throughout the show. I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Uh, Kay is the one. Little peek behind the curtain. Kay, Forgotten Violin, is the one who is my supplier for the Brony Bucks for
Oh,
the
yeah,
prizes of the movie promoted by that movie.
nice. Those were fucking great. We were looking at those at the end of that panel. All of us on that panel were like, "Oh my god!" We were fascinated. All of us wanted them. I currently have my Rarity Brony Buck in the Blu-ray case of Ted that I won, and I'm keeping it there. So, a a credit to your great work. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Kay. I'll be looking for to get more for the panel that hopefully we will be doing at HarmonyCon. Maybe we can't confirm anything or deny, but
Hmm.
once again, movies was great. Great time. Thank you, Thoth. Thank you,
Yeah.
everyone out there.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you for
everyone.
those who watched the VOD.
Yes.
Nine and a
Keep
half
watching.
hours of content.
Yeah. Hell yeah. And keep watching good movies in 2026. Go see them
Hmm.
in theaters. See them with your friends. Try something new. Watch new movies that you never thought you'd watch before. Watch a movie on this stream that you hadn't heard before until now. Just a random one. I guarantee you'll find a new favorite. You'll learn something new. You'll find something you didn't know that you would have loved that you love. That's the beauty of this.
That's your homework. I'll be checking in next year to make sure you all did
Yep.
it.
There will be a test also.
Hmm. Any final
A
words,
pleasure.
thoughts before we sign off for good? Until next
Uh,
year, I mean.
uh, keep watching good movies. Keep watching movies, period. Good, bad, anything. Keep watching movies.
Well said. All right.
And on that note,
Good night, everyone. Have a
night
lovely
night.
rest of your Saturday into Sunday at this point, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
See you in the movies.